Alrighty, what's up everyone joining in the stream right now? How's everybody doing today? What's up, what's up, what's up, what's up, what's up? How's everybody doing? We're gonna start getting people up here for debates very, very soon. How's everybody doing though today? This morning I am on pretty early for myself. It's been a minute since I've been on pretty early, but what's up everyone joining in the stream? What's up, what's up, what's up, what's up, what's up? How's everybody doing? What's up Alien Cat? What's up Courtney? What's up April? What's up Claudia? What's up Romy? How you doing? What's up Vivian? What's up Sammy? What's up Liz? What's up Lad? I'm doing all right. I'm doing all right right now. What's up Sammy? How you doing? What's up Astrid? What's up Rebecca? What's up Glee? What's up Brooklyn? What's up Amy? Cadence, how you doing? What's up Lucia? What's up everyone joining in? We're going to only start getting people up here for debates here in a quick second. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We have about 4 hours here on the stream here for today, everyone. 4 hours or so on the stream here for today. We're going to start getting people up here for a quick second. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, everybody. We are just looking for debates. We are just looking for debates. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
I just turned 18. I'm trying to get into politics and stuff. So I had some questions that I don't know, I can't find it online, so I thought you'd be able to answer them. I'm kind of 50-50.
Okay, I do recommend watching the streams. That is honestly the best way to be able to get the information. I am just looking for people who do support Trump. Do appreciate you coming up though and wanting to ask questions and wanting to look into politics. That's a great thing. It's a really good thing. But I am just looking for debates. I just want to let you know. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello.
Hello?
Hello.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
What's your birth year?
2007.
Okay, I'm sorry. I just can't even hear them anyway. Let's just go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Alrighty. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty. Let's go on to the first person for today. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. If you're here on TikTok, tap that screen. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everyone. It takes a few minutes to get people up here in the beginning of the streams. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
And if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
What's your birth year?
2007. Oh my God. 2007.
In what month?
In October.
Okay, all right. Why do you support Trump?
I support him because his border policies and his thoughts of abortion.
Okay, border policies and thoughts on abortion. Okay, which one matters more to you?
In my opinion, abortion.
Okay, so if I could prove to you that voting for Democrats would save more human lives, would you support Democrats?
Yes.
Okay, so did you know that Trump, through the use of Doge, cut USAID, which will lead to 14 million deaths by 2030, according to a Lancet study, which Democrats would have maintained and kept this funding in place, which would not have led to those deaths. Just taking into consideration this one fact alone, that tells us that.
No, I did not know that.
So look at the Lancet study. I recommend looking into it. The cutting of the USAID funding is going to lead to that many more deaths because historically that program has saved tens of millions of lives. I'm pretty sure the number is around 90 million lives.
Wow. I'll look into that. Thank you so much.
For sure.
All right. Have a good one.
You as well. Well, W's for them. W's for them. Let's go on to the next individual here real quick. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We love conversations like that. That was perfect. Let's go on to the next individual. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
28.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
What's your birth year?
98.
Okay, and if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
What he's done with energy. So he revoked the electric vehicle mandate, and thus it made oil and gas prosper, and we are now the number one exporter of oil in the world.
When did we have an EV mandate?
Well, I guess we didn't have one, but it was headed towards that way. Under the Biden administration, he wanted to have electric mandate, which is true with electric cars. He wanted to have all electric cars, but I think it was 2035 or something like that.
Appreciate the galaxy. So he stopped something that never even went into effect in the first place?
No, I supported him because if Harris would have got elected, it would have been a continuance of what he wanted with the electric vehicle mandate.
So you understand that would be by 2035, which wouldn't even happen under Harris's term, right?
Correct, but it'd be towards the end.
No,
Almost
not even.
5 years. It's getting there, but it'd been. But they
And
would
by the way,
implement a
the
policy to get there.
2035 cutoff is for production. Not even usage or anything like that. That's just for production.
Okay. But it doesn't matter because it still
It
would have
does.
went that way. Let me ask you this: would you agree with the electric vehicle mandate where every car had to be electric?
And by that time, I don't have a problem with that.
Well, then that hurts us with the
That's
with the
in
oil
terms of
industry.
production.
Yeah, so you're for. This is why I didn't vote because the Democrats are for electric vehicle mandates.
But that's not in the short term. So why are you voting on something that's not going to impact this term?
Because the oil and gas industry, we are now the number one exporter in oil. Can you admit that? Like that's a good thing, correct?
I mean, it depends on the condition, right? Obviously, like the number one export of oil is going to be true regardless, right?
We
Like
are.
that's not just unique to the Trump administration. That was also true under the Democrats, right?
But it happened under his administration. And under the Trump administration, we are booming in terms of oil production.
Okay. Wait, so where'd you get this number that we're number one?
It was on the internet. I think it was Reuters, whatever it's called, Reuters. I don't know.
Reuters? You read Reuters?
Yeah, they're actually one of the best one of the best news sources. I would say.
I would agree with you, honestly, in typical circumstances. Um, yeah, so yeah, the as of right now, the US is, but you know that's because of the Strait of Hormuz being closed, right?
Correct. By any means possible, as long as you get it.
Actually. So, if it's because the Strait of Hormuz is closed and that's a temporary thing that Trump wants to prevent, then how is that because of Trump in a good or positive way? Because that's leading to higher prices for consumers. That's one thing I was going to tell you about exporting, is that that's distributors in this country sending oil from this country to other countries instead of using it here at home, which causes oil prices to go up within our country. That's why oil prices went up here.
Yeah, you might pay a little bit more, but the country would blossom because it's profit for the country.
No, it's better for
So
those oil companies.
yeah, but we're also making profits off that.
The oil companies are.
Yes, but then they also buy into the USA to drill more oil. That's the whole point. It's reciprocal.
Okay. Now, do you see higher levels of production? Because it seems
Yes.
like it's just going to be relative to the particular things that could be built right now, because it's not necessarily going to be for sure going to be existing around where they would create some sort of production line simply just for this, right? It takes a lot of time to build those production, right?
Yeah, it takes time. It takes time to build anything. That's great, but it's a good thing. It's a positive thing. I don't understand how you think it's negative.
How I think. Wait, what do you think I'm saying is negative?
What you're saying is because the Strait of Hormuz is closed. I'm saying
Yeah.
is it's
You think that's
okay.
a
I'm saying,
negative, right?
well,
You
first
agree
of
with
all,
me that's a negative, right? That the Strait of Hormuz is closed?
it doesn't affect the USA. It affects
does.
China and Russia.
It
No, as
literally
much as it
does.
affects China. Okay, but you're going to tell me
So
it
then,
affects the USA more than China and Russia?
so then
No,
why is Trump wanting to open the Strait of Hormuz?
because he wants to control the Strait of Hormuz. First of all, no one controlled the Strait of Hormuz prior to this
He didn't
Iran
even
war.
have that in
Iran,
the agreement that he was about to sign. That only fell through because of the fact that Israel was attacking Lebanon.
yeah, so the agreement you saw is not the agreement that he has, right? So he hasn't released the agreement. So basically, people are just acting off a hearsay what they believed in the agreement.
No, the
Okay,
agreement was released. It was. It just was undermined because of Israel.
but who released it?
The U.S.
Donald Trump and J.D. Vance, Trump administration released it?
Yes.
No, they didn't.
Yes, the Trump administration literally acknowledged that this was legitimate.
Yeah, and they also said that
Look
yeah,
up
people are
14-point
saying-
plan. You know, Reuters, they have an article on this too.
Yeah, they also probably put in there that the USA is giving Iran $300 billion and they're not.
Yeah, it is. No, it was what specifically Reuters put, which, by the way, you should know if you actually read Reuters, is that they could get up to $300 billion for reconstruction from the Gulf states, which is what J.D. Vance said.
Yeah, but they're not us. The Gulf states. Not all of us.
The Gulf states, not all. Yeah, I never said it was the U.S. specifically. I said it was the Gulf states, but that's still giving Iran money. The whole issue that Trump had historically with the Iran nuclear deal was the sanction relief and the $1.7 billion that they got because we stole $400 million from them in an accrued interest, and we gave that back to them. So what you're not understanding is that, like, you gave them way more money. You gave them more sanction relief. You had $24 billion of sanction relief. You gave them hundreds of billions of dollars of access to funds from Gulf states if they literally engage in an Iran nuclear deal. So let's just be honest here, right? That's giving them money. It's not a deal where you're giving them no money. This whole idea that Iran getting money in the JCPOA makes it a bad deal is the most absurd, ridiculous thing ever.
So it's conflicting because Trump said that he's not giving Iran a single cent. And you're telling me that you saw where they're getting money. So it's conflicting. So that's neither here nor there because there's no agreement. So this is all hearsay. Basically everything that we're saying.
This is what J.D. Vance said, sir.
Do you have a clip of him saying this? Is the exact statement.
Yeah, I have
Do you have any?
plenty of articles I can cite to you of him saying this, of it literally showing you the quote of him saying this.
Okay, if you could just read it,
Okay.
please.
Alrighty, yeah, so here's from The Hill. J.D. Vance says Iran could have access to $300 billion reconstruction fund.
Could have access, not is going to have access.
Yeah, that's exactly what I said, sir.
Okay, but that's not going to happen. You're just saying that.
No, the could have access is if they accepted the Iran nuclear deal.
Yeah, could, but he's not going to give it to him. You know,
That's what they said they would do if they did what they wanted, which was sign the nuclear deal.
Okay, so if Trump ripped up the the whatever it's called, the Obama sign, for $1.7 billion, he was pissed about that, right? Why would he then give them $300 billion? See how it's convoluted logic? They're not getting that money.
Well, that's cause Trump goes back on his word all the time. Would you like to hear an example of him going back on his word that actually is very comical? That the fact that you didn't think about this is pretty interesting. Take a listen to this real quick. And it's ironic how many people forgot about this.
No more wars. I'm going to keep you out of wars. I kept you out of wars. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. We don't need the wars. I will end the chaos in the Middle East. I will prevent World War III. We will expel the warmongers from our government. I will restore peace. Look at his rhetoric. I said, no, my rhetoric's going to keep us out of wars. We're ending wars all over this planet.
Yeah, but the thing is, you're forgetting, we're not in a war. This isn't a war.
We're not in a war? Really? So why did the Trump administration say it's a war? Why are we trying to negotiate a ceasefire?
It's a conflict. It's
Why
not
is-
a war.
Can you define what a war is?
Yeah, a war is, immense bloodshed, immense fighting, immense just craziness. This is essentially an orchestrated conflict. It is necessary to.
You said immense fighting. An orchestrated conflict is immense fighting.
This isn't immense fighting. War is boots on the ground, craziness. This is just drones.
So then why did Trump call it war? Why did Hegseth call it war? Why did Rubio call it war? Why did Vance call it war? Why did the entirety of the Trump administration acknowledge it as a war?
Well, lack of a better term, but it's not a war, right?
It is.
It's not a war.
It is. Because why are we negotiating a ceasefire then?
To stop the conflict, but it's not a
Yeah,
war.
yeah, but you understand that, like, not all
war.
conflict did we have to sign a, like, for example, the Midnight Hammer strike about a year ago. Did we have to sign a ceasefire after that one to end the conflict? No, we didn't. We hit them, they hit our base, and it was done.
Correct.
That was it. That was literally it. That was a conflict. That did not need to be defined as a war because there was no ceasefire required to end it, okay? This is clearly a war. That's why there's a ceasefire to end it, okay? Like, the fact that you're denying it's a war at this point is comical. Like, why are you guys doing this? This is a war. Why are you
I
doing
can
this?
explain to you why it's
Wait,
not a war.
wait. So would you say that Trump has started no new wars?
Correct. He's actually ended wars. He actually ended the Pakistan.
By the way, everyone, I
India-
just want to let everyone know this is June 22nd, 2026, and this guy's claiming that Trump is still no new wars. And he's being
Correct.
serious. After
Did
Trump
Trump-
started a war with Iran, he's being totally serious. He's not trolling.
Did Trump end the Pakistan-India conflict? Yes or no? Yes, he did. Okay, that's one he stopped.
No.
He did.
Both sides
India,
did not. Both sides did not agree.
India acknowledged it. Yes, they did.
No, both sides did not agree.
Then why are we having relationships with Pakistan right now? Why are they facilitating all these documents with Iran? Because they agree with us. Okay?
That doesn't mean they agree with us on all circumstances. And if anything, you now say that they're a good actor, but then claim that they didn't act good in the past when they said that Trump didn't help with the agreement.
India.
Oof.
We have a great relationship with India.
Okay,
The
but
leader of
that's
India,
of course that's not who we're questioning. We're questioning Pakistan.
yeah, but he ended that war first of all. And going back to what you were saying, the conflict, and back to what you were saying, this Iran conflict is not a war. Okay, there hasn't
It
been
is.
fighting for like a month. Okay,
It's
the USA
we
is not.
wait. What do you mean for like a month? You know that we've been involved in this since the end of February, right? Like, can you do math?
Yeah, February 28th. Correct.
Yeah, you understand that, right? Like, and also, you know that service members have died in this, right? So you
Correct,
say it's
that's
not a
horrible.
war, then why have U.S. service members died?
Look, I mean, I have family members who were service members. They passed away as well during normal operations. I mean, that's part of the oath you take to sign up.
Yeah, but
And
like
it's
they
unfortunate.
passed away in relation to the war, and you're just denying the fact that the war happened because you want to make yourself look better because you don't want to acknowledge that Trump started wars after claiming no new wars for so long. This is just
I'm
like
not
the
denying-
ultimate cope.
No, it's not. Like I said, it's horrible they passed away. It's horrible, 100%. What I'm saying is this is not a full scale bloodshed war. It's not a war. It's a
Wait,
conflict.
no, it is a war. It's just not a boots on the ground war.
No, it's not a war.
Yes, it is.
Okay, we have two different
So
relations.
so when when Ukraine is doing drone strikes, right, within or drone attacks specifically within Russia now, do you think that's not a war?
there was boots on the ground in Russia and Ukraine. You cannot compare the same.
No, but like there
There
aren't
was
any
boots on the ground.
Ukrainian boots within Russia.
There has been millions of soldiers who have died during that conflict. That is a war.
Okay. So wait, you said died in that conflict. So you can
I meant
define a
war.
conflict
That
as a
died in that
war?
No, died in that war. Sorry, but there are millions of soldiers who have died in that war. That is a war. That's a territorial war. Okay.
Wait,
This
so
is
you're
not a
saying if
war.
service members die, then it's a war?
No. Oh my god, you're missing the point. Russia is trying to take over Ukraine. They are.
Wait, so what is the point?
composed-
So wait, no, what? So you're saying because they're trying to take over Ukraine? Okay, so how about this? Did you know that Trump has posted on Truth Social that Iran was a part of the United States of America as the 51st state?
Iran was a part of the USA in the 51st state. When did he
Yeah.
say this?
Yeah, on Truth Social. This was a few months ago.
I mean, he says that for every country, I think, in the world now. I mean, that's just.
He didn't say it for
nonsense.
every country. He said it for Canada, for Venezuela, for Greenland. The fact that he said it for so many countries maybe is a problem in of itself.
I mean, he just says that because he wants to run the country. He wants to run those countries. Which
He
he'd be
wants to
great
run
leader.
those countries. Huh,
Yeah.
wait, isn't that what you just said Russia was doing?
Yeah, Russia wants to run Ukraine.
Oh, and you're saying that's why it was a war, right?
It's not comparison because Trump has not tried to take over its countries. Russia is actively trying to take Ukraine. The USA is not operating in a full-scale war trying to take territories.
Okay, so you
different.
only acknowledge something as a war if there is active boots on the ground.
Boots on the ground, full-scale militias. Yes, that's not what this is. What they're
So there's never
At all.
been a war outside of there being boots on the ground?
Full-scale drones, airplanes, boots on the ground. That's a war. Territory trying to take over. That's a war.
Do you think proxy war is war?
Proxy war. What is proxy war?
Proxy
mean by
war,
proxy?
like you are funding someone else who's engaging in direct conflict and war with a particular adversary of yours
Does that mean that you're involved in the war as well? Is that what you're saying?
by funding.
Well, I mean, there are certain agreements that make you have to fund them. You don't have a choice. But that doesn't mean that you're essentially in the war. Like
Okay.
if I supply weapons to a country, does that mean I'm in the war? No, I'm just selling the weapons.
Sure. So maybe let's clarify this way. Let's go through a definition of war again. Would you like to try that again?
Yeah, give me yours.
No, go ahead. I was asking your definition of war again.
Okay, my definition of war is immense bloodshed, territorial, airplanes, drones, tanks.
Well, wait,
whatever.
airplanes, drones, that's happening in Iran. So have U.S. service members, 13, or I think it was 13 U.S. service members have died. Over 13. I think
Correct.
it's actually 15 last time I checked.
Yeah, but I would say that the reason why they passed away was because of lack of leadership on our side. I would say that they passed away. They didn't have to pass away. I think it was definitely an issue with the headset.
Wait. So you don't think, you don't think that many lives lost, along with hundreds injured, is going to be enough bloodshed?
Casualty-wise, I mean, any life is too many.
Okay, so boom, concession. Thank you very much. It's a war.
That's not. So if there was a mass SHOO,
Dude, I just
is
want
that
you to be
a war?
honest. Like, it's defined as a war by your fucking administration. Can you just stop being annoying?
I'm not being annoying. This isn't a
You
war.
are. It is a war. Just because there's not boots on the ground doesn't mean it's not a war. Modern conflicts involve the use of airplanes, the navy, the use of warfare in the air, and specifically through the context of missiles and strikes. Right. That's how it's operating right now. So it's still a war. It's just not boots on the ground.
It's a conflict.
It's
Oh,
a war. It's also a conflict. Yes.
It is defined as a conflict. It's not a war. Okay.
Wait, so do you think
It-
all conflicts are not war? I don't know why you keep
It
saying
takes
it's a
it- it
conflict.
takes it-
Why do you keep saying it's a conflict to say it's not war when it being a conflict doesn't mean it's not a war?
Because it takes an act of Congress to declare war.
Okay.
Presidents can declare war, but it really takes an act of Congress.
Okay. So
Correct?
you think no war can exist without Congress saying it's a war?
They have in the past, but in terms
Okay,
of
so there
this
has
is-
been war in the past without Congress saying it was war.
like the start of certain world wars, yes.
Oh, okay.
But
So regardless, your point is that war can be established without it being designated by the U.S. Congress.
It could be, but this is not grounds for a war. There is no territory trying
This
to be
is a
taken from
war,
the
bro.
USA.
Why are you denying this, bro? How ridiculous
Let me-
do you
let me
have
ask
to
you
be,
this.
bro? How long do we have to spend on this for you to be like, yeah, it's a war now? You said it has to be declared by Congress, and then I prove you wrong. It doesn't need to be declared by Congress. Okay, so then what's the definition?
What Israel is doing, that's what a war is. Yes.
No, tell me. No, I don't want to hear Israel doing. I want to hear what's the definition.
I just told you, like unprovoked, immense bloodshed, airplanes, helicopters, tanks, drones.
Unprovoked,
things like
immense
that.
bloodshed. That's what's happening. Trump started this.
Not by the USA, it's by Israel.
You know that Trump and the U.S. started this, or the U.S. and Israel started this. You know that, right?
The Israel started it, first of all. They need help
It
from
was the
USA.
U.S. and Israel
No,
in
it wasn't.
joint operations. That was what was defined by the Trump administration. You don't look into and research your own administration, do you?
I do. Is what Israel is doing with Palestine, is that considered a war? Yes. Palestine is at war with Israel.
I think it's
That is
considered a
war.
genocide.
Yes, that too. But Palestine is at war against Israel. That is
No,
a
you
war.
you could say Hamas is.
The Hamas and the Palestinian citizens. are at war.
Palestinians are being actively killed at mass by
Correct.
the state of Israel.
Yes. Yes. It's horrible. They are at war against that country. That is a war. They're trying to defend their homeland versus invaders like Israel. That is a war. Okay? Now do you see the difference?
So I think you just are trying to again point to something and be like, oh, if I point to what I think is an explanation, which by the way I was saying from your perspective, then that is going to then mean that it's going to be understood. No, I'm asking you for a specific definition. Could you provide a specific definition, sir?
I just said it like 5 times. I said immense bloodshed, ground invasions, tanks, helicopters, drones. I don't know what else you need.
Wait, but tanks. Wait, so you think drones, the usage of Air Force and Navy, do you think that's enough?
And boots on the ground
Okay, so there needs to be boots on the ground.
for a full-scale war. Yes.
No, not for full scale war, for full scale war, for just war in general.
Uh, yeah, because that would mean it's very intense. Yeah, to get to that point. Yeah.
No. I'm
100%.
asking just for war in general, not full scale war, for war
No,
in
it's
general.
the conflict. That is what you're describing as a
Can,
conflict.
can you just tell me what war in general is?
Any war in the past we've had, the World War II, Cold War, those were wars. Why were they wars? Because
World
we
War
were
II.
fighting
So do you think
for-
Vietnam was a war?
No, that was a Vietnam War.
No?
Yeah, that was a war. Yeah. That was a war. Yes. Vietnam was a war. Yes. Yeah.
Okay. But that wasn't declared by Congress?
Correct. It was a useless, stupid war that we never should have been a part of. But that was a war.
Okay, so then what defines it as a war?
Because we had ground invasions over there. In
Okay,
Vietnam.
so boots on the ground. Okay, so you're saying if there isn't boots on the ground, then it isn't war.
Yes.
So we can be trying to take out a country's naval bases, oil, and all their natural resource things that they need, going after military bases, drone striking all of those things, trying to blow all of them up, and trying to facilitate revolution within the country while simultaneously doing a blockade around the country. And also the Trump administration that's doing these actions is calling it a war. That to you isn't a war just because there aren't people on the ground, even though there have been service members that have died?
Yes, because you're missing what war is. Okay, war is 24/7 constant battle.
That's not what
one-off
war
strike
is.
here-
That's never what war has been.
Has Russia attacked Ukraine every day for the past?
Wait.
4 years? Yes or no?
Wait, historically, there couldn't be attacks every single day, and war, when it was fought, the battles were fought not every single day. Okay? So I just want to be clear, right? Based upon your definition, plenty of historical wars were not wars.
Has Russia attacked Ukraine every single day? Yes or no?
Yes, of course.
That is a war.
Of course. Now, all wars don't operate the same.
Which war?
Okay, do you think that you can say because in this war there were different characteristics than this war, that means that this isn't a war and that is, I just don't understand what that means. Wars can have different things that happen within them. I don't know why you can't define that, because World War I is different than World War II.
Because you haven't defined to me how they haven't attacked each other every single day, Russia and Ukraine. Putin and Zelensky have agreed to certain ceasefire days in terms of holiday observances, yes. But aside from those 1 or 2 off days, they are fighting every single day. There is no breaks in between at all.
Was the
This is
Revolutionary War a war?
the Revolutionary War?
Yeah, was that a war?
I'm trying to think back to Revolutionary War. So there was
Wow,
was there boots on
he's
the
gonna
ground?
take in a while. Just give him a second, everyone.
Was there boots on the ground? What was the Revolutionary War over? I'm sorry, I'm not a history major. I know certain wars, but what was the Revolutionary War? You do this every day, man. Come on, just tell me.
Sir, it's where there was the Declaration of Independence, the separation of the colonies in the United States from mainland Britain. Do you remember this at all? Because of
No,
you don't?
I'm sorry. No. So the U.S. was fighting Britain.
Wait,
Is
I'm
that what you're
sorry.
saying?
What?
I don't know what the Revolutionary War was. I don't.
Did you pay attention in history class at all?
Yeah, I got A's. I really did.
You got A's, and you
A's
don't
in
remember
history.
what the Revolutionary War is?
I graduated National Honor Society. I was top 10 in my class, but I don't know.
How the hell were you
enough to
top
know-
10 in your class if you don't know what the Revolutionary War is? Fuck, bro. Shit.
Yeah,
What
I
is
was
going on?
attention.
Hey, that's like the top thing they teach you, bro. Because this is like they're trying to teach like pro America and stuff. Like you don't remember 1776?
No.
You don't
The
remember the
Declaration of Independence
Revolutionary
is
War? There's no fucking way if you were an A student. That's like the main fucking thing they told you to teach because they try to like fucking Americanify our history, okay?
No, I know a lot about the history of our country. I just not familiar with this.
How the hell?
No.
You cannot. Okay, I'm sorry. I don't believe you if you say that you know a lot about the history of this country. If you don't know what the Revolutionary War is, given that you grew up and you went to public schools, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so you again in every public school in America they teach this.
Okay.
Every single one. Like I actually like.
Sorry. I've been out of school for like I'm 28, so I've been out of school for 10 years roughly. So I don't remember this one. No, I don't.
Okay, I'm not gonna harp on it too much, but geez, bro. Okay, but so did you remember it based upon when I explained it to you?
No, could you just give me like a certain like just brief synopsis so we can move forward?
Okay, so the colonies believed that there was taxation without representation, where they weren't represented specifically within the parliament, within the government in Britain, right? Yet they were being taxed, and that there were things specifically that were happening that were affecting their specifically religious freedoms. There was specific laws that allowed for particular soldiers to literally just like live in your house. There's countless things. That's why we have these particular aspects in the Constitution, the amendments in the Constitution meant to prevent those things from happening. Can you tell me what July 4th is about?
Yeah, the Declaration of Independence. Yeah, when the U.S. got its freedom. Yeah.
Okay. So you understand that's in the Revolutionary War, right? Like the Declaration of Independence, that is going to be like, that's at least what's historically viewed at as like the beginning of the war.
Okay, but so the U.S. was fighting Britain. Is that what you're saying? To
Yes,
get independence. Okay.
for
Now-
independence.
Okay. So what fighting was taking place? What were they fighting? Like what was it? What was it? Were
Okay,
they-
I'm not explaining this anymore to you. I'm done,
Just ask
bro.
me.
You can figure this out yourself. Go look
Okay,
into
so-
it yourself.
Right, there you go. See how it was a conflict because they signed a peace treaty with no fighting involved. That wasn't a war. This is the Boston Tea Party you're talking about. I know what you're talking about now. Yeah, that wasn't a war.
The Revolutionary War is what I was referencing. Yes, it was a war by definition. Like historically, that's how it's used. If you want to say that, you know what? Go for it. It's just no one's gonna take you seriously, bruv.
Okay. Well, what's the bigger conflict, Russia and Ukraine or the Revolutionary War? Russia and Ukraine. So
You don't. What's a bigger conflict, World War One or World War Two? Does that mean World War One isn't a war?
they're both a war because there's
What, seriously, what's a bigger conflict, World War One or World War Two? That means World War One isn't a war. It's just a conflict.
there was immense bloodshed in both.
Okay,
So that
yeah, there
was
was
a war.
immense. There's been immense bloodshed in the war with Iran. What the fuck
Not
do
a
you
war.
mean by immense? Like, at what level of blood? How many liters of blood do we need to have in order for it to be too much? Jesus
just
Christ,
proved-
dude.
I
Your
just
whole
proved you wrong,
administration
brother.
acknowledges it's a war, bro. This is just
I
the
just-
the most cope, bro. The reason why we're having this conversation is because, again, you were unwilling to acknowledge that this is a war because Trump literally went around saying, no new wars, actually, okay? You know, he went around saying that repeatedly, and you just can't acknowledge the fact that this
I
is going to
just
be
proved
a
you
war.
wrong, and now you're doing side quests. The Revolutionary War wasn't a war. Okay, it was a conflict. And now you want to talk about everything else. I proved you wrong.
You didn't prove me wrong. You skipped school, bruv. Did you skip class? Is that what it is? You didn't pay attention?
I had senior skip days. That's neither here nor there. I'm saying that. the
Hey, everybody,
Revolutionary War
this
was not a
war wasn't a war. I just want to let everyone know that. The war
It's not.
wasn't a war.
This war is not a war. It's a conflict. Any historian will tell you that.
Then why are you calling it a war?
I said it's a conflict. I said like
You
35
said
times.
this war is not a war. You called it a war.
Yeah, this classified war under your definition is not a war.
Okay. It is,
Yeah.
but
America.
so wait, by the way, you think that your definition, which by the way, you can't even specify to me, because every single time you've specified some set of terminology, I've proven to you you don't actually hold to that terminology in that specific thing in all circumstances.
I explain it to you. Let me try and explain it to you better. It is a war. A war is a fight over territory. A war is immense bloodshed, 24/7 escalation. Whether
It is
be
not 24/7. Okay, come on, you're being ridiculous, bro. Okay, again, throughout history, that would not be true because of the fact that it took time to travel, okay? And the time between traveling to different areas to have those battles would then, under your mean that there wasn't 24/7 war. Therefore, It's not war under your view. Like, that's just ridiculous. And also, again, when you keep saying it's a conflict and not a war, actually, okay, you saying it's a conflict doesn't mean it's not a war. I don't know why you keep repeating that. Okay, every war is a conflict. Okay?
Sorry,
But not all
definition.
conflicts are wars. Okay? I understand that point, but that doesn't mean that you can say, "Oh, because it's a conflict, that means it's not a war." That's not how it works.
Oh my God. When the USA abducted Maduro from Venezuela, would Venezuela have had the right to declare war against the USA for doing that? Yes or no?
Would they have the right to do that?
Yeah, because we took their leader in the middle of the night. Would that be grounds for a war?
Well, technically, under their justification setting, that yes, they would see that as grounds.
Correct. So there you go. Because we did a ground invasion on Venezuela in the middle of the night, took their leader. Then that could be a war. That's a war. We took their leader.
So you think there was a war in Venezuela? So Trump has started a war.
No, I'm saying that's the difference between the two of them. I just proved you wrong again.
Well, you just said it
The
was
US
war. You just called it war. So then you think Trump started a war?
That could have been the grounds for a war.
Okay, so
Yes.
so Trump started a war.
He did not start the war because there was no war.
Okay, so then what was your whole argument there?
That is what I just been trying to tell you for the last hour, whatever we're talking about, half hour.
So wait,
Okay.
wait, is drone striking the Ayatollah not grounds for war?
It could be, yes. Yes.
Okay, so why do you think war didn't happen after that?
Because Iran doesn't have the power militarily to attack the USA. That's just the reality. So, but it could have been grounds for a war, yes.
Okay, they have been attacking the USA. That's why U.S. service members have died, sir.
Correct. But the USA service members that most of them passed away was by U.S. air. It wasn't from Iran. It was air on our end, unfortunately.
Okay, but there were people who died outside of the context of error.
You're talking about the ones who got their plane shot down? Is that what you're talking about?
I'm just asking, are there?
I don't know. I just thought most of it was from the U.S. air.
So you think every single person who's died is just because the U.S. engaged in error?
There's no reason why U.S. service members should have passed away at all during this operation. Correct. Unfortunately, it happened though.
Okay, so you think that it's not a war because every single service member that's been injured or is dead was injured because the U.S. did that to them?
It was systematical errors. It was coordinated errors.
All the coordinated errors?
Yeah, it was.
Can
it
you
was
think through that statement one more time? Coordinated errors?
Like it was schematical errors on our part. There was no reason why.
So
we need to
were
have
they
any US
purposeful?
service. It wasn't on purpose. It was.
So then
just
it
a
wasn't
mistake on our-
coordinated.
I meant okay. That was a bad word to use. I meant it
That's
was,
what I got.
like, schematically
Dude, this is
designed
why, dude,
wrong.
there are people in the chat that think you're trolling. You're so crazy, bro.
I'm not crazy. I'm saying that there was no reason why U.S. service members should have passed away at all. That's horrible. What happened? I would say Pete Hegseth needs to be fired for that because because he did the wrong thing. They shouldn't have been. They should have. We should.
You
have
know
zero
what?
passion.
I'll take the Pete Hegseth should be fired. Did I just hear that right?
Correct. He should be fired. He should be fired a long time ago because he's the reason why U.S. members got killed.
You know what?
because
You
of
guys
his
heard it
error.
here first, folks. MAGA's calling to fire Pete Hegseth.
They need to fire Pete Hegseth. He needs to go because he's the reason why it happened. There is no reason why in 2026 the most advanced country in the world has U.S. service members dying because of your error. There is no reason for them to pass away at all. At all. It's horrible. And Hegseth needs to be fired. He should have been fired.
Can we do the same thing with Trump?
No.
Why
I
not?
don't know. Because Hegseth was the one who leaked classified documents with a text message app, whatever that was. And then he's also the reason why these service members passed away. They lost their lives because of him. It wasn't because of Trump, it's because of him. Because he's in charge of the Department of War. Trump gives the final order. But
So, for example, if a member of the government gives up classified information, right, they should be fired.
I mean, it depends on what it is, but I mean, I
Okay,
would
so
say
like, what was in the Signal group chat that would be grounds for firing him?
our plans were in that group chat. Our coordinated
So
attack for
if
them.
there's classified plans that are released, then you would say that then that would be reason to say that a member of the government should be fired.
If it's a national security risk to our military or to our country, then yes. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so if Trump gave up information, right, of any plans, classified information, would you then like say he should be fired?
Are you saying you have evidence of that? What's the evidence?
Him admitting it,
What did he say?
that he showed people
He showed people what?
what he said he would have declassified it if he could have.
Declassified what? I don't know what you're talking about. Well, what?
The
Declassified what?
documents he was showing people on his golf courses,
What documents, sir? Like
the
about
classified
what?
documents.
Classified documents of what information?
Well,
What was in
that's
the
not,
information?
sir. It's fucking classified.
What information are you talking about? What classified information is it? What is it? What's the substance?
Sir, that's classified. I don't fucking know.
So you don't know.
Yeah,
What if you? What if it was like an
because
illustration?
it's classified,
of something-
sir.
You don't make any sense. What if it was like information of like the White House, like just like pictures of it? I don't. What, like, I don't understand. What? Anything can be classified.
So he's showing classified documents with information that's classified on them to people and saying he would have declassified it if he could have.
Yes. Is it militarily? Is it national security? What is it?
I would assume if it's classified, that's related to national security, right?
Yeah, images of the White House are classified too. I don't understand what it is. I don't know what you're talking about. Like
So
what?
you understand that he had a bunch of classified documents that were in his toilet at Mar-a-Lago?
Classified documents in his toilet. What do you mean by that?
Not in, sorry, in his room with the toilet, the fucking bathroom, bro. Tina, thank you for the wheel diving. Thank you very much.
What does that have
Dude,
to do
your
with it? I don't
IQ is like
understand what you're
30. Like, I'm serious, bro. You have like
what is-
goldfish level IQ, bro. I
Okay,
have to like
I'm way
walk you
smarter
through
than
all
you.
of this. This is ridiculous.
I'm one of the smartest people in the world, so that's just a lie.
You're trolling. You're not. How many continents are there, sir?
7.
What are they?
North, South America, Europe, Asia, Africa, Australia, Antarctica.
Okay. Well, I'm surprised you knew that. How many branches of government are there?
3.
What are they?
Judicial, executive, legislative,
What are the two main bodies of the legislative branch?
House and Senate.
Okay. You've watched my stream before, have you?
No, I came from YouTube. So,
So you've never watched my stream before?
no, but they get the questions right.
Yeah, you did get those questions right. I'm surprised.
How about that?
But he apparently didn't know the Revolutionary War. Can you tell me what 11 squared is?
121?
Okay. You know what? I think you're the smartest Trump supporter I've ever talked to. You're right. Continue.
Yeah. Thanks.
Wow, this is the
But
smartest
yeah.
Trump supporter I've ever talked to, chat.
Yeah, but like I said, it depends what the classified information was. So if I showed you classified information of something in my possession, does that put the country at
I'm
risk of
impressed,
military
everyone.
risk?
The bar is below bedrock.
Yeah, but like I said, it depends what the classified information was. So
Okay. But yeah, we wouldn't be able to know that because the information is classified, right?
okay, so I guess it's not a big issue. Now is it?
So then, like, how do you know, like, what the classified information is in the Signal group chat? Did you see the Signal group chat?
Yes.
You did?
Well,
You've
people-
read
yeah,
have you read the message yourself?
It was leaked. Yes.
And
we
you
all
read
did.
you
We
read
saw
the
it.
messages.
We all saw it. Did you not see it?
Did you read the messages?
Yes.
You did? What did they say?
I could look it up. It was about the military. But
Okay.
it was photographic proof. Yes, there was photographic proof of it.
Sure.
It was
Sure, sure.
released. Pretty sure.
Yeah, okay. How about this? I don't think we're ever going to be able to move past this whole thing where you think that it's a conflict and not a war, and you have these views. I don't see how I could ever convince you of that. Like, I feel like I've spent the last 30 minutes trying to do that,
Okay.
and it's not been very very productive, I feel like.
Okay. Well, I mean, I support immigration.
You support immigration, so you want more immigration?
No, I support Trump's policies, or I support. Well, Trump doesn't have a policy, but I support Trump's ways of handling immigration.
Can you name one of his policies?
He doesn't have a policy. His policy is just don't come here, and that scares them off. So I support that.
Okay,
Yeah, we
you
have the
know what,
lowest border
everyone? Like,
crossings.
this is absurd.
We have lower border crossings, and their Biden
How
administration,
about
we
this?
had the highest.
Is there anything Trump could do that would get you to stop supporting him?
Sure, if he walked in public and just live somebody, I think that'd be grounds to put. I mean, I guess he hasn't done yet that I know. You know, so
Okay.
I don't know what this has to do with immigration though.
Wait, so what'd you say he could do that would get you to stop supporting him? Say it one more time.
If you unalive somebody or something like that.
If he unalives
but-
someone.
Yeah, I think.
So if I can prove to you that he has unalived someone, you'd stop supporting him?
on purpose for fun, I guess. If that's, do you have that?
Yeah, off the people off the coast of Venezuela where there's no evidence given to Congress that they had DRUGS in the first place. And even if they did, it would have made sense to detain them so that we could know about their intel operations or find intel about their operations rather than specifically just blowing them up and killing them.
I know what you're talking about. We had evidence of that. We had pictures. They used a satellite to show what was on that boat. We have evidence of that.
So no, it's not just one scenario. There's a bunch of different scenarios, and even so, right? I don't know what video you're referencing because most of the scenarios, right, you don't have anything that demonstrates that there were DRUGS on the boat. And even so, even if there is, I don't think that even makes sense to do so in that circumstance because you want to learn intel about their operations.
Yeah, I mean, I would support them getting to the coastline and then detaining them there and checking them.
Yeah, that's exactly what we'd want to do, but they decided to blow them up. And also, there's even situations of a double tap, right, where they tapped the boat, they blew it up, and then it was like literally no one could even use it. There were two people that were straggling, trying to hold on to the side of the boat for like 40 minutes. Instead of sending a rescue in specifically and detaining them, they decided to blow them up.
Yeah, I don't agree with that.
Okay, so like,
yeah.
so you just said you wouldn't support him if he did that. That's what his administration did.
Yeah, I mean, I don't support that, but
Okay, so then you don't support Trump anymore.
I support some things he does, not everything.
I asked you, is there anything Trump could do that would get you to stop supporting him? You literally just said that would get you to stop supporting him, and then I literally brought up Trump did do this, and then now you still support him.
Certain things, yes, not everything.
Say that one more time.
Certain things, not everything. I don't know what it has to do with. I know what it has to do with immigration. But yeah.
No, I asked you if there's anything Trump could do that would get you to stop supporting him. You specifically said this. I demonstrated that Trump did that, and then you still say that you support him no matter that. So can you give me anything that he could actually do that would get you to say that you wouldn't vote for him?
Yeah, like I said, I don't support what he did with that at all. But that doesn't mean I should support him, not support him fully. He was better than the alternative.
Yeah, I'm asking you, is there anything he could do that would get you to say that you wouldn't vote for him?
Not all the way. Probably not. I don't know.
No?
Not all the way. No.
No, so there's nothing he could do.
I mean, I wouldn't vote for a Democrat.
Okay, so it's,
That
well,
doesn't
you could
mean
just
I
say that
vote
you
for
wouldn't
Democrat.
vote. Is there anything that would get you to choose that you wouldn't vote?
Yeah, if he had the same policies and ideas that Harris administration had, yeah, then I would.
The same policies.
Like the same ideas, yes. Actually, Harris actually copied Trump's policy. So, I
No,
mean, I guess he does have
that's
good
not what
policy.
happened. Actually, Trump copied Bernie's policy.
Well, Bernie had great policies. I was a Bernie boy. Yeah, Bernie wanted free healthcare, and I supported Bernie.
So you like Bernie, but then you support Trump. You know,
Yes.
Bernie is closer to Harris, right?
He's
Ideologically.
not. Bernie and Trump actually
Then
get
why
along
did Bernie tell you to vote for Harris?
because that's his party. He was paid to do so.
He's paid to do so by who?
A lot of politicians. Come on, man. A lot of politicians are paid off. You kidding me?
Do you think I'm paid off?
No.
Okay, so am I
You're
just
not
not cool
politician.
enough to be paid off?
No, but I think your buddy is though.
Who, Dean?
What's his name? Is that his name? Yeah.
How is Dean paid off?
He's paid off by DNC for sure.
Okay, how and why do you think that? You know, I got Dean into doing this, right?
Because his name is DNC Dean on TikTok.
Okay, you're trolling. We did that
That's
as a
his
joke.
backup name.
Yeah,
Oh.
yeah. I told him to do that as a joke.
Oh, so you influenced him? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, we've been doing this for years. We're friends, and like I thought that was a funny name, and he created actually that account that he has, GNC Dean, that used to not even send out. Used to be an account that wouldn't even work. But remember, we had to create like a bunch of accounts because we would get bans all the time. And so he asked me like, "Oh, what should I do for my name?" I was like, "Dude, you should do DNC Dean."
Oh, so he was
I'm
banned.
pretty sure it was that, or it was something like that.
Yeah,
I
for
don't fully
exercising
remember.
freedom of speech. Trump was banned for exercising his freedom of speech. So it looks like you guys are the ones who are unconstitutional because his freedom of speech is taken away from him. See that?
Repeat what you just said. That just didn't make any sense.
Okay, so you guys don't support free speech because Trump was banned for saying on Twitter back in the day for the former president speaking his mind. So you guys don't support the Constitution. You guys actually said that was a good thing that his Twitter got taken down. Your side of the aisle.
Oh,
Your guys'
that's not the
ideology-
government taking it down.
It's
That's
left
the private
ideology.
company choosing to do so. Yeah, they were based for doing that.
Oh, so you agree with someone's freedom of speech being harbored?
That's not their freedom of speech being taken away. That's a private company.
All right.
Freedom of
So you
speech would be the
agree-
government restricting you from speaking.
Dude, oh my god. So you agree with a former president being banned on social media? You agree with that?
Yeah, that'd be base.
What did he do to get banned? What did he say? was
What
grounds
did
for
he
you?
do? I don't know. Like incite a violent insurrection at the Capitol.
Did he?
Get
Because he
70% of
told
the
everybody to go.
Republican Party to believe the election was stolen with no evidence.
That's funny because I remember he tweeted
Sending
to go
falsely
home.
to electors to electoral college to cast Trump votes when he didn't win to try to steal the election.
No, we're not going to go past that. He said to go home and not to cause violence. Did he not say that on X on Twitter? Yes, he did.
He said that
So don't
hours
put that on
after
him.
this has already happened for like a
Really?
while.
Because it was at like
And then, you know,
noon.
he also pardoned the violent rioters who beat police officers and he called them patriots.
Yeah, I don't agree with that part.
Oh, okay. So you do agree that, like, this was something he wanted, right?
He did not want this at all. No.
But then why did he pardon them?
Oh, actually, if you want to blame somebody for this, it'd be Nancy Pelosi because she was in charge of the
A nice Republican
was a-
talking point. Nancy Pelosi had no authority to do that. Let me ask you this question. If Nancy Pelosi is the one who had the authority to do that, and Trump doesn't have the authority alone to do that, why was Trump able to deploy the National Guard to states around the entire U.S.? Or to the border?
Nancy Pelosi. Was Nancy Pelosi in charge of the Capitol? that day?
Answer
Yes or
the
no?
question.
Okay, what is it again?
Why was
He
Trump
deployed
able to
National
deploy
Guard.
the National Guard to a bunch of states and specifically around the U.S., right? If it's specifically the authority of just Nancy Pelosi.
Because he's the president. He can do those things, but so can
Okay,
she.
so you
That's
can
at
look
the
it up.
Capitol.
Even there's Reuters fact checks on the fact that she did not have the authority, right, to send the National Guard there or prevent the National Guard from going there. That's just
Yeah.
ridiculous. And secondly, again, Trump pardoned the violent rioters who beat police officers and called them patriots, meaning he wanted that to happen on that day.
Oh, so now you guys are pro National Guard, but whenever Trump sends them out right now, the cities, you guys don't agree with that.
I'm just acknowledging that Trump specifically was the one to be able to do it in that scenario, and it's not Nancy Pelosi.
Yeah. Okay. But I'm telling you that he told them to go home and not be violent. So. I
Yeah,
don't
but
know
like
which one you
hours
see.
after, and then he also pardoned the violent rioters who beat police officers and called them patriots. Why can't you acknowledge that?
Yeah,
You're acting
I
like
just
he
told you
didn't
that.
want. You're acting like he didn't want the violence on that day, but then him pardoning the violent rioters who beat police officers and calling them patriots indicates he clearly did.
Okay, I just told you. He told them to go home, and they didn't. So
Yeah,
if
yeah.
I'm in
Repeat
charge-
the same thing I've already debunked 4 times. If you say it one
Right,
more time,
okay.
I'm just gonna kick you, dude. Are you listening? Hello?
Yeah, I just told you it was
So
wrong.
respond to what I said. Don't just repeat the same dumbass talking point you just repeated 3 times. Okay? Respond to what I just said after I literally critiqued it multiple times.
Yeah, he was wrong. Yes. You know what? He was.
Don't
that's
just
all.
say he's wrong. Tell me, what does that indicate that he wanted that to happen on that day? That he was
Perhaps.
okay with it happening on that day?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, if that indicates that, well then you can't say this thing of, oh, he didn't want it on that day. Oh, he wanted them to leave. Oh, that's like a bullshit argument that you know is not actually true, and you're so easily manipulative. Manipulated, I can't speak. You're actually proving Dean's point true in Jubilee. He made the point that men are more easily manipulated than women,
Not
and
even
men
close.
disproportionately voted for Trump comparative to women. So it
Hold
seems
on,
like
whoa.
seems like that would be a pretty good reason to infer the fact that
Hey, men are not more manipulated.
that
than
men
women.
are more
That is
easily
crazy.
manipulated than women.
That is, men are more emotional than women, yes, but not more manipulated.
Men are
no.
more emotional, that's true, and they're more easily manipulated.
No. Hell no.
Yeah, they are. Yeah.
No. No.
Women are smarter on average. Women have higher emotional intelligence on average.
Higher emotional intelligence, correct. Smarter, no. No.
Emotional intelligence limits you from being emotionally manipulated.
Okay. How many CEOs are men compared to women?
What? That's not saying how many is not a question of who's the best. If you look at CEOs when they're women, they perform better.
Okay. Name 5 women CEOs.
I can't name 5 men CEOs.
Oh, come on. Yes,
I genuinely don't think I could.
dude. You kidding me?
I don't really like pay attention to CEOs like that.
Most of your technology that you're using right now was developed by men, CEOs. So there's 5
No,
right there.
CEOs don't develop the technology, genius.
I meant they run the company, yes, but I mean, the owner.
Yeah, and
most
every
of the time
single
was a man.
person that ever created, every single person that ever created, what created in the world was created through the context of pregnancy and birth, right? Which predominantly is from women, right?
Obviously.
Okay, so isn't that fundamental to how society operates to any greater extent than you'd be able to point to in terms of invention, especially when you yourself have never invented jack shit, and yet you try to take credit for other men's inventions? Like, that's embarrassing.
Have you invented anything? No. So
Yes, I
just
actually
to be-
have. The live stream you're on right now, bud.
Okay, but you're using an app developed by another man. So
Yeah,
there's
but
that.
I invented the following. So, like, I invented
Okay,
the platform.
I can invent a platform too and great followers. I don't know what you're saying.
Well, you haven't, so.
Okay. So I have not. a
So
TikTok
so like
page,
you're
so
not an
therefore-
inventor, right? So like can you tell me why you're trying to take credit for other men doing inventions and trying to act like that makes men better for some
You're
reason?
trying to say that women are more intelligent than the women are more intelligent than men. That's not even
It's true.
close.
It is true.
I don't know where you get this information from.
Women
Who
have
invented
higher
all this-
IQ on average, higher EQ on average.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Okay. Name one thing a woman can do that a man can't besides give childbirth.
I'm not claiming women can do things that men can't do. I'm claiming just women on average are better than men.
Go ask a woman to change a tire.
What? Women can change tires all the time.
On the
Why are
average,
you
men
asking
know
that
how to do
question?
that.
I can't change a tire. I'm a man.
You don't know how to change a tire?
No.
Oh my god.
No, I'd fucking call someone to change the tire, sir. Why the fuck would I do
Oh.
that myself?
You can learn in 5 minutes on YouTube how to change a tire.
Well, I don't care.
tools
I'd
are
call
already
someone to do it.
The tools are already, but it takes less time.
Okay, well
not all of a
then,
sudden
you know,
robots-
women can do that as well, right? So wait, so you just tried to use it as a joke against women, but then like literally like a man that you're talking to on the live doesn't know how to do that, yet there are plenty of women in the comment section that do know how to do that.
Let me guess. You have an electric vehicle too, right?
Have you ever called your mom for help?
Like mechanically or physically? No.
Never?
I
Okay,
mean,
well,
she
I
really
have been
can't-
able to do that in my life. My mom is like super technical. She learned a bunch of that from my grandpa and like has always been like super technical my whole life, way more technical than my dad ever was.
Yeah, great for her.
Right?
Yeah,
So like
it's
if
good for
if I wanted to call someone like my dad or mom about how to operate something or how to fix something, I'm probably going to call my mom, right?
Okay, but on the average, they call their father for that.
So, okay,
Right.
now you're talking about averages. So on average, women are smarter than men. On average, women have higher EQ than men. On average,
No.
women are better leaders than men. On average, women
What?
are less emotional than men. On average, women commit significantly less violent crime. Men account for over 90% of the violent crime.
I agree with that one. Yeah. But the leader part, no.
Hey, dude, honestly, do you think that men are better leaders than women?
Yes.
Okay, what makes you think that?
Because mostly every significant world leader in history was a man, even today. So I don't.
Okay, so just because leaders throughout history have been men does not mean the best leaders are men. That's a naturalistic fallacy. Just because it has been a certain way does not mean it always should be that way or it's always best that way.
Let me give you an example. So
I have a question. How about this? Most wars throughout history, have they been started by men or women?
Man,
That means if you want a peace president, you should vote for a woman.
but we haven't had a woman president, so you can never. That's just a assumption. That's not factual. You're just saying that.
Wait, but like again, you're making the claim that because it has been this way, that's how you should view it, regardless of the facts. But like women haven't been allowed into positions of power, so then why are you saying because men historically have been in those positions of power, that means that they're better?
They have been.
And you see how I just got you to cite that point that you literally wouldn't cite in this situation?
What was the women's fight for freedom in the 60s
I knew you
about?
were gonna cite that. It's actually so funny. You like are so
They're-
predictable.
You're making no sense. Women are in Congress. Yes or no? A woman can run for president. Yes or no? They just haven't been voted in. I don't understand what your argument is here. They have every right that we do. They don't get voted in as much.
Not
you
to
do
bodily
about it?
autonomy. Right? In plenty of states, right, people who are assaulted are forced to go through pregnancies. That's not having the same rights as men.
Yeah, I don't agree with that.
Okay, so you say that that there's the same rights for men and women. False.
There's nothing a man can do that a woman can't do. We have freedom. That's the whole
Yeah,
point of this country.
yeah, they can choose whether or not they want to give their internal bodily resources to someone or not.
To be fair, it's not a blanket ban.
Right, this guy
It's in some states.
cooked.
Well, to be fair, it's not a blanket
Cooked.
ban. You act like it's a blanket ban.
Cooked,
It's in
bro.
some states.
It's in a bunch of states because of Trump putting people in the Supreme Court with the explicit reason of overturning Roe versus Wade.
Yeah, I just told you I don't agree with that. I'm not saying it's right. I'm saying it's in certain states. So if
But that's
you-
because of Trump. And that is women within the country have less rights than men.
Oh my god.
I'm sorry that hurts your feelings, but the facts
When it
don't give a
comes
shit
to-
about
when
your
it comes to
feelings, buddy.
when it comes to
Hey, buddy,
body
the facts
autonomy-
don't give a shit about your feelings.
Okay. When it comes to body autonomy, yes, but when it comes to
Oh, that's a
equal
concession.
equal positions in the workforce, there's no discrepancy.
Wait, so I want to hear, like, why do you think women are worse at leading than men? Because I think men
Okay.
are definitely worse at leading than women.
Because the president of Mexico is a woman. Does she run Mexico, or does the CARTELS run Mexico?
Wait, none of this is evidence of anything. Like, for example, during 2018, Angela Merkel, the Chancellor of Germany, was crowned the leader of the free world, even when Trump was president, because of the fact that Trump was not respected around the world stage. Okay, so like
Who?
I don't know why you'd specifically just point to one example where you can like pigeonhole like a specific example when there are countless women who have been leaders of countries all around the world that have been wildly successful in those positions of power.
Okay. Name 10
And actually
leaders.
more respected than Trump.
Name 10 leaders. Name 10. You,
Again, I wouldn't be able to name 10 men.
you don't know 10 world leaders that are men?
Yeah.
Dude.
I'm not going to just name 10 off the top of my head. If I could write them down, I probably could like come up with a list, and I don't even know if I'd be able to get 10 off the top of my head.
Okay. Well, you don't know more about history than I do then. So, there's that.
Can you name 10?
Yeah, if I had time.
Go ahead. Do it right now.
Donald Trump, Zelensky, Putin, who's the Indian guy? Fuck. That's 3. Pedro, Cuba. Maduro still is the acting
Wait, say their name again?
President Pedro of Cuba.
Okay.
Maduro is still the president of Colombia at this point
Maduro's
now?
not currently. He's literally arrested, bro.
Yeah, but he's still the active president, though.
Wait, hold up. Did you just name Fidel Castro?
Pedro.
Oh, sorry.
Pedro.
I apologize. I read that in the comment section. I was like, wait, what? Yeah, President Pedro of Cuba. Okay.
Carney of Canada.
Wait.
Mark Carney of Canada? Pedro is Cuba or Colombia. I can't remember which one, but he's one of those two.
Yeah, their name is definitely not Pedro.
Pedro?
No.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Did you look up Cuba or Colombia?
I looked up Cuba.
Okay, now do Colombia.
Okay.
Petro, that's what it is. Petro, I saw in the comments.
So,
Petro.
by the way, you didn't even get their name right.
Pedro, same thing, man. Come on.
That's a big difference. And it's for a different country than you even mentioned. Okay. So how about
didn't
this?
even
Can you
know the
keep
first letter.
keep going. You only had like 4 already.
I said Trump, Carney, Pedro. Yeah. Zelensky.
That doesn't count.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
You didn't even know who that even was, so I told you that.
Petro is different from Pedro, and you said Cuba, not Colombia. That's a big fucking difference. Now, can you please keep going? It seems like you're looking it up at this point. You don't know. It seems like you're struggling, by the way.
Yeah, I'm struggling, so I'm not looking up, obviously.
Asking
So I
for
had
10
Trump.
names is so ridiculous, bro. Like, do you see what I
Okay, well,
mean?
you didn't even get to 10.
You can't get to
either.
5.
I did get to 5.
No, you didn't. You're at 4.
Trump, Carney, Pedro, Zelensky, Putin. That's 6.
Okay, that's still not 10. No, let's just clarify.
Cure of UK. Cure, whatever his name is. Cure.
Again,
Cure.
saying whatever his name is and asking and waiting for the chat to give you the fucking answer is ridiculous.
Keir. Cure. Care.
And by the way, why are you asking me this question? I never claimed to know 10. The point that I was making is there are countless leaders around the world that have been more respected than Trump, and I gave an example. So you making a claim that that specifically men have been leaders historically, that's ridiculous.
Oh my God! You know that women want men leaders. They don't want a women leading them. You know that.
And one of the
right?
people you mentioned just resigned, by the way.
Okay, well he was still there. Doesn't matter.
He was, yes, you're right.
Yeah. Morocco of France, whatever his name is, Morocco, something like that. Anyway, yeah. Men are definitely smarter than women. It's not even. I don't know. who
You think
told
men
you
are
that.
smarter than women?
Yeah, you should get your testosterone level checked if you think that they're not smarter.
You know, I have higher testosterone than Trump.
Because you're 20 something.
Yeah, exactly. So then you think that Trump should get his testosterone checked because he's low T?
I wouldn't say he's low T.
He's
because
low T, actually. Okay, low T. What can I say?
This past
Low
Saturday
T
after
Trump,
the
low T Trump, actually. Okay.
This past Saturday after the UFC event, he got on a plane to France.
Why is he
at
so
age
low?
80 mostly.
Can you answer the question? Like, why is Trump so low T, bro?
He's 80. I mean, your grandpa wasn't have high T either. I don't know what, but he
Yeah,
has
dude.
he
So
definitely
like, do you think that makes him a worse leader because he's so low T?
no, because he takes a test booster.
Okay, so because he supplements testosterone. So he
I mean,
needs
he has
his
to.
gender affirming care.
Sure. If that's what you
Duh,
want, fine.
gender affirming care, W, right?
Yeah. I'm just asking you, have you seen any 80-year-olds like do the stuff he does in a day? Not too many, right? So obviously he definitely has higher tests than
Hey everybody, you just
typical
heard it here first, folks. Donald Trump is on gender affirming care.
80. Okay. Who was better? Like who had more tests, you think? Joe Biden or Donald Trump? Donald Trump. So he has more than a typical 80-year-old, right?
Wait, repeat what you just said. I couldn't hear you again.
Who has higher tests, you think? Joe Biden or Trump? Obviously Trump did.
Joe Biden.
So, what? The dude slept half the day. He barely even left. the
No,
place.
there are more clips of Trump falling asleep than Biden.
Oh my God, dude.
Yeah, Biden 100% has higher T, bro.
You are just talking.
Have you ever
That is
seen Trump exercise?
No.
Have you seen Joe Biden exercise?
I haven't. No.
Yes, he has.
Okay,
People
when
try
did-
to make fun of him for doing exercise.
What exercise did this? Like what? What did he
He
do?
bikes.
He bikes. Okay. So just because you bike, does that mean you have higher tests than somebody?
Than Trump, yes.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Look at the way Trump walks. He doesn't sleep. Okay, he got on the plane at 2 a.m. red eye flight like we do. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, he's not a typical 80-year-old. Have you seen an 80-year-old typically? They're in nursing home. They're sleeping all day long. They drink their food. Like, I don't understand why you think this guy is not.
My grandma is like 10 years older than Trump and is significantly more cognitively aware than Trump, has significantly more energy than Trump. Yeah, like it's not even close. And my grandma's like 10 years older than him.
Well, good for her, you know? But, you know, these are 1 in a million type of scenarios, right? The typical 90-year-old person isn't your grandma, right? They're sleeping all day long. They don't know where they are.
Okay,
So,
I don't even know if I would define that. I don't know. My like I think that around the age of like 80, it's that I don't know if I would typically define that as the example, but I don't know. I'm
80?
not the person who's the most familiar with like what the standard is for like most 80-year-olds. I'm not
okay,
familiar.
well, I used to work in a nursing home, so I can tell you firsthand experience that there are even some
You
7-year-olds.
think that maybe that's going to be a little bit a bias of a sample?
Because I worked around this, I think I have more
No,
about. I
no,
would know
because
more
you're in
about it
a
than you do.
nursing home, sir.
Right, I would know more about this than you would.
That's a
Right.
yeah, it's a biased sample. okay? Because of the individuals who are older, the individuals who are in a nursing home are going to be individuals who need the care, right?
Yeah, that's
Because
yeah.
it's really expensive. Nursing homes are really really expensive. Okay,
Yeah,
so
it's basically end of
people
life
aren't just
care.
sending
Yes.
people there for fun.
No, they're saying that's their last resting place. Yes, nursing home. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, so like, can I just be clear? Like that's thank you by the way for the galaxy, by the way. Thank you. So
Yeah.
like,
I mean, you don't have to be old to be in a nursing home. I took one of my patients was a 61-year-old person, right? So you don't have to be old to be in a nursing home. It's just I've never seen, a person like him of his age act like do the things he does physically. On a daily basis, he doesn't sleep. Doesn't sleep.
you mean Trump?
Yeah.
He sleeps all the time. I've seen countless videos of him falling asleep.
Oh, with his eyes closed and the camera, I saw those too.
Yeah,
Man,
of
you
him
can't.
literally going like,
Yeah. So when you look down, does that mean does it look like you're sleeping too?
no,
Look
no,
down for a
he was
second.
literally like this. You could like see his eyes shutting. He's like,
Yeah, and then people used to fall asleep in school too. Does that mean they're not coherent? They just
well,
didn't give a
you
fuck.
said that he wasn't falling asleep. I am saying he was falling asleep. It's true.
Okay, but if he was falling asleep, you never fall asleep at work sometimes or in school? Yeah, you did, man. I mean, come on. It's just an asinine argument, you know what I mean?
I think your brain is always sleep, bro.
No, I passed your IQ test. I'm one of the smartest people you know as a Trump supporter. Come on, man.
Yeah, that was a joke.
No, no, because I've seen some people we have on YouTube and they are dumb. I'm not that dumb.
Yeah, you happen to be one of them. You said you were from YouTube, right?
Yeah, I watch.
Yeah, so like maybe you're projecting there.
No, not at all.
Yeah, it
I
sounds like you were
graduated first.
describing yourself, sir.
I graduated NHS top 10 in my class. So.
Yeah, and you didn't know what the Revolutionary War was.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm street smart. I'm school smart, man.
You're street
Come
smart?
on.
You're school smart? Can you
Yeah,
tell me what market equilibrium is?
it's like you talk about economics now. Okay, so it has to do with market is what the market looks like as far as fair and balanced market, equal market. Yeah, that's basically what it is. Like
It's the intersection of supply and demand.
yeah, it's supply and demand balance.
So
Yes.
let's see how street smart you are. I'm just genuinely curious. Like, what street smarts do you think you have?
I was raised in a bad environment, so I know how to take care of myself. I mean, I'm just street smart. I'm situational aware.
Situationally aware. Okay, interesting. And you say you're book smart, like you're school smart. So what are
I
you
would say
best
I'm
school smart at?
My best class was probably you're gonna laugh. Probably English.
English?
Yeah, English. Yeah.
Okay. So you'd say that you're like pretty good at spelling things, right?
Correct.
Can you spell Israel?
ISRAEL.
Okay. Can you spell onomatopoeia?
Onomatopoeia. What the hell, man? No. What the heck is that?
Yeah,
No.
just spell it real quick.
Onomatopoeia. I don't know how to spell the Ita. I don't know how to spell that one, man. You got me on that one.
Okay.
That's pretty crazy. I don't think the average person knows how to spell that one, man.
Yeah, that's probably true. Probably true. Can you spell continent?
Continent. 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 I won the spelling bee in 5th grade.
What about restaurant?
Restaurant. REST. Let's see. It's gonna be either AU or UA. It's AURANT.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow, dude, he's passing a spelling bee, bro. He's so smart. He's so smart.
You gotta admit, I'm smarter than the average Trump person you talk to, for sure.
Can you tell me all the planets in order?
In order, heck no. Not in order, man.
I thought you said you were school smart, bro.
I mean, the average person can't name. I mean, I can name them all, but I can't name them in order. No. No. I'm being honest with you, at least, right? So.
Okay,
I
name
can't
them
do
all.
Earth, Saturn, Mercury, Mars, Venus. Pluto is not a planet. I said Earth, Saturn. Did I name 6?
You named 5.
5. Earth, Mars, Mercury, Saturn, Uranus, Venus. Yeah, 6. Or 7. You're not counting Pluto. I think one of them was like a Greek god or something, like mythology, like Greekology. Neptune. That's it. Neptune. Neptune.
Okay, you're still missing some.
Jupiter.
Okay, you read that from the chat, didn't you?
I got that one from the chat. Yeah, I got that one. But
Yeah, this is the guy who thinks he's smarter than all women, by the way.
buddy, you're asking about things that people don't know. Really, let me ask you a question, okay?
Can I actually one more question?
I know.
How
I'm
many
like 15
how many
capitals.
how many holes do women typically have below the waist?
3.
What are they?
Whoa, you trying to get banned?
What are they?
Yeah.
No, you can say it.
So we got the vagina, you got the anus, and you got the pee hole.
Okay. Oh, the urethra, you're right.
Can
I'm surprised you knew that. First Trump supporter to answer that correctly, by the way.
I ask you a question since you think I'm dumb?
Because they always forget the urethra, by the way. Go ahead.
Let's see. What state are you in? The West Coast? Oh, you probably know this one. What's the capital of Nevada?
Is it Reno?
No.
What is it?
Carson City.
Oh.
South Dakota?
The capital of South. I don't know capitals, bro. I've never done capitals.
I memorized all my capitals, man.
You
Guess
did
match on
all of
that
them?
one.
What's the
Yeah,
capital of
probably.
Massachusetts?
Boston.
Okay. What's the capital of North Carolina?
Raleigh.
Okay. What's the capital of Oklahoma?
Oklahoma City.
What's the capital of Texas?
Austin.
What's the capital of California?
Sacramento.
What's the capital of Wisconsin?
Madison? I want to say.
Alaska?
Juneau.
Okay. What about Ohio?
Columbus.
What?
Columbus.
Okay. What
Columbus.
about Iowa?
Des Moines.
Okay. Well, you memorized these recently.
Recently, I'm 28.
Oh, so, by the way, he remembers this, but he doesn't remember the fucking Revolutionary War.
Yeah, you got me on that one, man. But I do
Yeah,
like
so I'm gonna be honest. You do have like the best memory out of like any Trump supporter I've ever debated. So I will give you
Yeah.
that.
I don't do the whole Mary Jane thing, so it keeps me good. But
Well,
yeah,
I
man,
do,
we're
so.
talking- Ooh, you're hurting yourself, man.
No, I'm loving myself.
Your body's not.
Yeah, my body feels great.
For now.
Yeah.
Maybe not in 10 years, so.
No, I'll be fine in 10 years.
I hope so, man. It's not a really good exercise to do.
I think it's a pretty great exercise.
It's bad for your lungs, your brain, your blood flow. Not good.
Well, I feel like it's pretty good for all those things. My brain feels pretty good. I'm just trolling you,
Yeah,
bro.
I mean, I guess I could see in your case because you do talk to some crazy people, and I would
Yeah,
probably
dude,
do the same
it's necessary, bro.
yeah.
It's necessary, bro.
Okay, man.
Mental health
Man-
would be too bad if it didn't exist, bro.
Yeah, for sure. All right, man. Thanks for the talk, man. Appreciate you.
Wait, before you leave, one more thing.
Yeah.
Is there anything seriously that Trump could do that would get you to stop supporting him?
I haven't read anything that would. Unless you had any examples, I'm open to listen.
Yeah, like if he called for the execution of some Democrats.
A call for the execution. That's pretty egregious. I probably wouldn't. What did he say?
Like you wouldn't support him? You wouldn't vote for him?
If he personally said that exact wordage, and
Like
then
if he said hang them.
hang them?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's horrible. That's terrible.
You wouldn't vote for him?
No, that's like Hitler. No.
So he did do that. There was a video of Democratic veterans in Congress saying if you're given an unlawful order, don't follow it. and he responded to that video by saying that they are traitors and that they engaged in seditious behavior punishable by death. And then he reposted someone saying, "Hang them, George Washington would."
Yeah, that's horrible. Yeah. No, I don't support that at all.
So you don't support Trump anymore?
No. That's horrible. What else you got?
Hey, you don't support Trump anymore. I appreciate you coming up.
Okay. Have a good day, sir.
Thank you for the star, Matt Polaris. Dude, holy shit, bro. Holy fuck. All it took was that. I spent all that time, and all I had to do was that, bro. That's all I had to do, bro. That's all that is all I had to ask, okay? That is all I had to ask, okay? And I spent the last hour asking and going through stuff that I shouldn't even have talked about, bro. I should have just asked that question. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter by the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everyone. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. By the way, I have about 2 hours and 40 minutes, everyone. Hard. That's a hard end to the stream. Just letting everyone know today. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
29.
And do you support Trump?
Yes.
Yeah, and if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
Okay, for sure. I have some people to thank, and then we can move on to our conversation. Catherine, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. That's very true. Kai, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yes, I need it for my sanity. That's totally right. Tyler, thank you for the dollar. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, it's seriously. I think everyone's got that. Ash Lauren, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5 Canadian. Thank you very much. Stefan, thank you so much for the $11 on PayPal. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. And Allison, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. Alrighty, why do you support Trump?
Fix the reflecting pool.
Okay, I think this is trolling. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, everyone. The reflecting pool. The reflecting pool is literally like straight up algae now. It's like green. Like if you look at it, it looks exactly like the grass. This is actually, by the way, Trump with the, this actually, the fucking water is a perfect representation of Trump saying, drain the swamp, actually, and then what he actually created, he created the swamp. That's literally exactly greatest representation we've ever seen, actually, okay? Thank you for the hand art. Thank you. Yo, how old are you?
I'm 19.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
And if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
I'd vote for Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Well, Trump is obviously the greatest president of our lives. He's pro-life. He's pro-Second Amendment. And yeah, that's why I support Trump.
He's pro-life and pro-Second Amendment. Is that what you just said?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you think it's pro-life to cut USAID, which will lead to 14 million people dying by 2030, according to a Lancet study? Do you think that's pro-life?
Yeah.
14 million people will die by 2030 because of the cuts. How is that pro-life?
What cuts?
I said the USAID cuts.
What is that?
The United States Agency for International Development provides specifically cost-effective funding around the world for people specifically in situations in dire need and where they will literally die if they don't get access to this funding, and it's cost-effective circumstances of saving lives.
Well, Trump did tax cuts. So, yeah.
Okay, I think you're trolling. So the next person, only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. We're just looking for debates. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Alrighty. Give us a second. Again, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen as always. Hey, what's up? How old are you?
What is up? I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do, semi.
And if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Because it's a DOGE, immigration policies, tax policies, pretty good.
Okay, so how do you feel about Doge cutting? Actually, what's your birth year?
November 10th, 2007.
Okay, and you like Doge?
Yeah.
Okay, even though it didn't even really get rid of fraud and it cut USAID, which will lead to 14 million people dying by 2030,
Well, that's
according
just
to a
a
Lancet
statistic.
study.
Well, I think overall it was a very good idea. Better ideas than Kamala Harris did. So
Kamala.
if I were to go back to 2024 when the election was being held and he mentioned all these key points, I would definitely pick him over Kamala.
Kamala, okay. And I just explained, like, given that you hear this, is that a reason to say that you don't support Doge?
I'd say overall it did fail. I thought the the idea of it was a good idea by just like making more technology, you know?
Yeah, the idea of
And
it's a good thing, but who was enacting it is the problem.
yeah, that's true. But I also can't really say that Kamala do any better. What do you
Kamala,
think so? I mean, Trump
we
had the
do.
connections with Elon Musk, and Elon Musk was the co-founder. So she wouldn't have been able to find the people to help support it.
I don't think Elon Musk is the person I want to be running Doge or a program like that. I think there's
Although
something
he has the
similar
money
that
to
I think there's something similar
found
that Zoran Mamdani has created. It's called COGE, and that I think is effective.
Okay. Okay, maybe you're right there. Let me think. I mean, his immigration policy I liked for the most part.
Okay, what immigration policy?
Border security.
Okay, what specific border security bills?
Um, Not necessarily bills, but didn't he like increase the enforcement like the border in Mexico?
So you say he increases the enforcement by doing what? Do you know a bill or do you know anything he did to do that?
Not necessarily, but he did
Okay, well, they
postpone
did
more
an
troops
executive
on the
order, you
border.
could say. But one thing he did actually do to undermine border security was that he raised, or he specifically called people in Congress to undermine the bipartisan border bill that would have actually increased the level of border security.
Okay, so that's a good thing, though.
No, him undermining that reduced the
Oh,
level of border security, right?
sorry, I wasn't listening. I was just putting in another AirPod. Stink. Illegal border crossings, like his policy, like that was one of the concerns, right? Overall, he hasn't let in as many illegals as Joe Biden did. And Joe Biden, Kamala literally said that she wouldn't change anything that Joe Biden did.
Okay, so what did Joe Biden do to allow undocumented immigrants into the country?
What did he do? I mean, honestly, he didn't do much at all, and that must have been a problem.
Okay, so he didn't do anything. So he kept the same policy that
Well,
Trump had.
not that he did nothing,
So he kept the same policy that Trump
honestly,
had.
I'm not aware. I don't know. If you would like to tell me, I'd like that. But all I do know is that there were
I don't
more
think he did
illegals
anything
coming
that
into the.
caused this.
You don't think Joe Biden did?
Yeah, I don't think Joe Biden did anything that would cause the prices to go up or those conditions to get worse.
Well, Joe
What
Biden's
did he do? What did
economy
he
was
do to
just built off
cause
of
the
Trump's.
undocumented immigration to increase?
Honestly, I'm not sure. Not sure.
Okay, so then I mean, I guess how can you attribute it to him?
To Joe Biden? Well, simply during the time that he was the president, more illegals came through the Mexican border than the time that Trump was the president in 2024 to present.
Okay, so you said more people came in. That's not a basis for saying that, though.
How is that not a basis for saying that?
Again, because it happened under the administration does not mean it's caused by the administration. What did he do to cause that? You said you had no clue, so why do you keep citing it?
I mean, I'm obviously not as educated as you. This is not my profession. I was just simply saying what I thought, why I support him. Maybe I'm not educated enough, and that's why I'm debating you right now. I'm open-minded to either side.
Okay, so then wouldn't you see there to be a pretty good reason to say that, like, you don't support Trump based upon the reasons I've provided so far? If not, then we can go through things that you find to be important.
Go through things that I find to be important. Okay.
Mhm.
Well, I'd say that I'd like it that I mean I have no problem with migration, obviously, or you know people coming into the country as long as it's legally. But coming into our country illegally is a little bit, it's illegal. And I think we should be upholding the law.
So then why'd you vote for a convicted criminal over a former prosecutor, former district attorney, former attorney general?
Mostly because of the policies that he stated at the beginning. He didn't really follow through with many of them. In his past election,
Wait, but
he
like, doesn't
did
that
great
sound a bit
things for our
hypocritical?
economy.
Like, you want to uphold law and order, so you vote for a convicted criminal over a former prosecutor?
Yeah, more yeah, he was evil, but it's for the better evil. Makes sense. That makes sense. I just didn't really feel that Kamala was going to be any different than Joe
Kamala.
Biden.
Okay,
I'm
and
sorry,
how is
Kamala.
she worse than Trump?
On a personal standpoint, we already talked like 2 days ago. I had to go because of family interruption, but my dad has called Kamala and she blamed everything on her
Kamala.
secretary, and I think that was
Just
a
say
bad.
Harris.
Just say Harris. Oh, I'm saying it. Sorry,
Oh, I already talked to
Harris.
you. Dude, oh my god, dude. This is such a fucking stupid. Like, you're being ridiculous, dude. What do you mean she didn't take into or give whatever to your dad, so then you're gonna like fucking take that to the grave, bro.
No, it wasn't even that part. It was because she blamed it on her secretary, and I think blaming on people that work for you is not very characteristic in a leader.
What? Trump does that.
I mean, every leader
Trump
does that to
blames
a
Pam
certain sense,
Bondi.
but it was illegal for her
Trump
secretary to be
what?
signing the
Trump
papers.
literally blamed Mike Pence. Trump blames every single person who's in his administration that's not him. So do you think that you wouldn't support Trump then?
Who all has he blamed?
Countless members on his administration. I gave you a few examples, such as Pam Bondi, such as Mike Pence.
That's true. Yeah. Shut up.
Okay, so given that that's true, wouldn't you say that that's like enough reason to stop supporting him if you think that's enough reason to stop supporting her?
Well, let's say that there's enough reason for me to stop supporting him currently, but at the time of the election, I'd say he was probably a better candidate.
I'm asking him right now, and also even back then he wasn't. He went back on practically everything he said. He said no new wars. He started a war. He said he would reduce electricity prices by 50% within a year. We've seen electricity prices heavily increase. We have not seen them go down. He said he was going to reduce grocery prices. That didn't happen. Grocery prices went up. He said he was going to reduce housing prices. That didn't happen. Housing prices went up. He said he was going to end the Russia-Ukraine war in 24 hours. That didn't happen. Right? He said he was going to release all of the Epstein files. He hasn't, even though he's legally obligated to do so. And he's purposefully tried to prevent the release of the Epstein files. He has gone back on almost every single thing that you probably would have brought up as a reason to then support him.
No. Yeah, I mean, didn't he reduce federal spending though? No, not necessarily, actually.
Nope. He's signed off on more debt-related spending to give massive tax breaks to the richest and wealthiest Americans and to extend the Department of Defense budget. He wants to extend it to $1.5 trillion a year.
Shit. I didn't know all this. Okay.
Okay. All right. Is
Wait,
there like
what
any
is?
reason why you support Trump at this point, or like?
I mean, as I said, it was more in a personal standpoint at the beginning, and also I liked all of his key points during the actual debates, you know. But as of right now, I'm not really educated on what he's doing in the world because simply I don't think it really affects me too much.
But it affects your society that you live in, and it does impact people in this country. Regardless of whether or not it impacts you, you should care about it because it impacts people in this country, and you care about people in this
And
country.
honestly, that's why I'm on this live right now. That's why I debated you. I thought that by talking to you, I could get a further understanding. Would you tell me what Kamala is so much better than Trump on?
Yeah, Kamala Harris is a lot better than Trump when she wants to cut taxes for working class people. Instead of cutting taxes for the richest Americans, she's willing to increase taxes on the richest Americans to decrease the deficit. She believes in science and climate change, is willing to address those things. She wants to expand
Are you
access to health
saying,
care.
sorry for interrupting,
Go ahead.
are you saying that Trump is not, he's not a believer in science?
Yeah. He said the climate's
One
going to
of
start
his,
cooling and science just doesn't know it yet.
okay, yeah, yeah, that was pretty stupid, but he is, he's very good friends with Elon Musk, who is currently like inventing, I mean, brought electric cars to market,
He
made
doesn't
them
believe in
better, made
science.
them more
I gave you
reliable.
an explicit clip of him not believing in science.
Well, he said that science didn't know that yet. That doesn't necessarily mean he didn't believe in science. He just might think that science isn't, you know, progressing as fast as it should be to be giving those reasons, which is wrong, definitely. But doesn't mean he doesn't believe in it.
I don't know what you're trying to say. You think
What
he
does that
doesn't?
make sense?
You think he believes
Okay.
in science, even though he said the climate's going to start cooling and science just doesn't know it yet? Even though he said we should look
Yeah,
into disinfectant by injection
it's
to fight
very
COVID-19?
egotistical.
Even though he said
Yeah.
that windmills are causing whales to die in numbers never seen before? Even though he says that he drinks Diet Coke because it kills grass, therefore, under his view, it kills cancer?
I mean, windmills
He
do
looked
give
up an
off
eclipse with his bare eyes
microplastics that
twice.
do.
He says that Tylenol causes autism when used during pregnancy, when there's a Swedish study with 2.5 million people that it overlooks that indicates no association between Tylenol usage during pregnancy and autism. And the whole thing bringing up that Tylenol usage during pregnancy could be harmful in the first place is actually very harmful to pregnant individuals because one of the only ways to actually effectively treat untreated maternal fever. That's like one of the best ways to do so because all the other ways to do so have like lots of side effects associated with them. Come on,
Yeah.
like
I
it's
mean,
actually ridiculous. Like all of these things are very, very clear. Donald Trump doesn't believe in science. How can you point to these things and be like, "Yeah, I believe Donald Trump believes in science"?
I also think it's almost impossible for everybody to just not believe in science. Science has been proven time and time again. Whether what type of science it is, there's many different types. I'm sure he believes in biology. No,
Okay, but
I
the
wouldn't
point is that
necessarily
he's
say that
anti-science. Can you admit that,
anti-science in what field?
bro? At least within this field, can you acknowledge it's at least within all of those fields I just mentioned?
Yeah, I'd say that he's definitely not pro-science in those fields.
Okay, so then is that a reason to say that you don't support him? Like, isn't that a reason to say that Harris is preferable?
Well, also, I'd say that let's bring it to like an instance of a friendship. I want to say I want to be friends with somebody because they don't believe in science. So why
This
would
isn't
I
about
not
being
vote for
friends with
somebody?
someone. This is specifically about whether or not they should be president, sir.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, I'd say that's a solid reason to not vote for Trump.
Okay.
Well, how about him removing criminal offenders? He did a good job of that. Although he did kill many
What do you mean
illegals, or
pardoning
many
violent
illegals.
rioters who beat police officers?
I mean, there's always been violent
He
raiding.
pardoned them, sir.
Oh, he pardoned them? Sorry.
Yeah, and he called them patriots.
Wow. Yeah, no, that, yeah. But he is, also the camps are bad too, so that's not even a solid point. Um,
What's not a solid point?
well, just that he's deportating illegals into camps and sending them back to their home countries, which they came from illegally, rather than keeping them in jail. We're sending back
So
up criminals to their
undocumented
home countries.
immigrants were still criminalized for coming into the country undocumented, even when Democrats were in office, right? It's still criminalized, right? They just want to make the legal process go quicker and prioritize going after those that have committed the violent and serious offenses.
Wait, can you explain more? And that didn't make too much sense to me.
Yeah, Democrats still want to criminalize undocumented entry. They just want to make the legal process go quicker and prioritize going after those that have committed violent and serious offenses.
Yeah. I mean, doesn't every party want that, though?
Doesn't every party want that? Yes, that's the point that I'm making. So the whole argument that Trump is the only one arguing for this is not true. And Trump himself is actually not arguing to prioritize going after those that have committed violent and serious offenses. Actually, he just wants to go after everyone. He's specifically going after people who have ITINs, right, who are paying taxes into the system, people who are going towards their legal court dates. They're allowing people to they're allowing ICE to racially profile people. They're allowing for them to search and seize people's properties without due process, without having a judicial warrant, rather instead having an administrative warrant.
Well, you could say that that corruption has always been there. Now, he's not advocating for it enough, definitely, but there's not necessarily, I mean, sure, there's a lot he can do. He's the president, but that's always going to be there. That's almost something we have to accept. No, it's definitely something we can work on, but what necessarily could he do that Kamala could do better?
Kamala, and I already mentioned a bunch
I'll
of
say
those things.
Harris. Okay.
Yeah, just say Harris. I already mentioned a bunch of those things. Do you remember what I said?
Honestly, you speak really fast and almost aggressive. It's hard for me to keep on following with every single thing you're saying.
Okay. So I said that she's better for tax cuts for working class people. She believes in science. She wants to expand access to healthcare in this country through a universal healthcare system. Right?
Yeah, Trump
I
did
named
cut
others, but
14 million
we'll start with
people
that.
off.
What's up?
Yeah, didn't Trump like take 14 million people off healthcare or whatever it's called?
10 million people off their access to health insurance through Medicaid. 2.5 million people off their access to free school lunch and breakfast on average. 2.5 million people off their access to food stamps on average every single month, and 420,000 kids off their access to free school lunch and breakfast on average every single month. Add $3.4 trillion to the debt and to give most of the tax breaks to the richest Americans. She wanted to maintain all the aspects of the bill that are applicable to income earners under $400,000 a year, and only wanted to increase taxes on income over $400,000 a year.
But also, weren't those people not paying their taxes?
You said what?
Weren't the people that he cut off of Medicaid not paying their taxes?
No, they were.
You positive on that?
Yes.
Okay. Shit. Yeah, you most definitely have me beat right now.
Okay, for sure. Well, is there anything else you'd like to talk about or add before I go on to the next person?
Yeah, let me think. His marketing arguments,
Such as?
like reducing immigration.
Yeah,
So by
we
reducing
just talked about
immigration,
that.
it like increases U.S. wages.
It doesn't. Immigration over the past 30 years has actually led to a slight increase in wages, according to a study from the National Bureau of Economic Research.
Really? What the fuck? I'm really not really following with politics or what he's doing right now. That's kind of why I came here and watching your live.
Okay.
Holy
Interesting.
shit!
Well, I appreciate you coming up.
All right, thank you.
Alrighty,
Honestly,
let's go on to the next person. I think they were saying I'd change his mind, but I cut him off because I thought that the end of the conversation hit there. But I appreciate you very much for coming up. Thank you for being open-minded. That's a great thing to do. Let's go on to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, I'm 36. What's up?
And do you support Trump?
I do.
The election were held today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
For Trump.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
I'm basically a single issue voter, and it was solely for the abortion topic, and that I align more with Trump on the abortion topic than I do with Harris. However, in the same vein of abortion, I was curious. I know you watched the Dean Jubilee debate, and because those rude MAGA bitches kept interrupting him, it was
Don't
kind of
refer
hard for me
to
to.
women that way.
Oh, okay, sure. Sorry, apologize. Since they kept interrupting him so rudely, I wasn't able to hear his full arguments honestly. So I was wondering if you might be able to steel man the argument he was giving them uh, during that surrounded about his defense of abortion or the pro-choice stance as opposed to their pro-life stance.
Wait, repeat what you just said one more time. I didn't catch it.
So I wasn't really able to catch his full argument. They kept interrupting him so rudely, and I wanted to
Mm-hmm.
hear his
Oh, so you
position
want to hear my
to
argument?
defend pro-choice. No, his. So I know you and him share a fairly similar position on that, and so I was hoping you could steelman his position for me, or yours if it's analogous. Just steelman it for me so I can understand. And I'll mute myself real quick because I'm actually at work and it's kind of loud, so I'll just mute real quick while you speak.
Oh yeah. So his position is that he thinks that abortion isn't wrong, and that he values subjective experience or the ability to intellectualize, which doesn't arise until around 20 through 24 weeks in the womb with the establishment of the prefrontal cortex and the thymicrocortical connections. Those are the basis of sentience or the ability to intellectualize, which we would grant as value for like a personhood. So that's what our view is.
Okay, great. And you certainly believe that during situations of, let's say, rape for
Of
someone
course.
who's okay, so someone who's like 9, 10 years old. I think they actually brought it up uh, also about the conversation that the one girl had with Charlie Kirk when he was having his surrounded. I think they brought up that argument regarding if she was raped and impregnated, whether uh, whether the child would be carried to term. I was wondering if you share that opinion, the opinion that Dean had and that girl who was debating Charlie had. Do you share that, Stan?
That someone who's assaulted should be able to get an abortion.
Yeah, more specifically, someone who's like 9, 10 years old.
Should be able to get an abortion. Yeah.
Correct. Okay. Can you elaborate on that? Could you maybe tell me why?
A 10-year-old should be able to get an abortion
Yeah,
because
please.
they didn't cause the pregnancy and it's detrimental to their medical health and body.
Right, but if it's strictly harm principle that we're talking about there, then would not the harm be the same for the
I,
fetus?
I don't I don't think an embryo can go through harm because it doesn't have the ability to intellectualize or a subjective experience.
Then what is your objection then with my stance and Charlie's stance being that the pregnancy would be carried to term? What's your objection to that? I guess I don't
Well,
understand.
the objection is that they didn't cause that, and I can like bring up scenarios to show you this. Watch this. If there was someone specifically that required your kidney to survive, no one else could provide the kidney. Do you think you should be legally obligated to give up your kidney if they would die if you didn't give up your kidney?
Absolutely not, but that's
Why
actually not
not?
analogous either.
How is that not
That's actually not
analogous?
analogous because if you ignore that pregnancy, it will actually continue to grow into a human being. The kidney is not an organ that will grow into another independent life, so it's just not. It's just a category error.
No, 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 no,
So
no.
it's
You're
not an
misunderstanding.
analogous.
You're
No, I'm
misunderstanding.
not.
If they don't get
No, I'm not.
the kidney, the person who needs the kidney, the person will die. The only person that can give the kidney to the individual is you, right? Should you be legally obligated to give up your kidney? The answer is obviously no, right? And I would actually
No, no,
argue
no, no,
giving
no,
up a
no.
kidney is significantly less of an obligation than going through a pregnancy and being forced to do so.
Okay, is it my turn now?
Of course, don't act like I didn't give you the ability to speak. That's ridiculous.
Okay, so again, my statement's the same. Still a category error because you're not handing me a new life. You're handing me a specific organ or piece of an organ that or that, other way around, whichever the hypothetical is. The person would just simply be receiving an organ and not another independent life. So again, it's a disanalogous situation.
Okay, so what I'm comparing is that you need to give up internal bodily resources to save the life of another individual. You're the only person that can do that. That's what I'm
Right.
comparing. How's that
Yeah,
not comparable?
So I think where we're disconnecting here is you think that like, it's obviously wrong to force someone to give up their bodily resources, right? And the problem is we're not forcing in the scenario of the raped and impregnated 9 or 10-year-old. We're not actually talking about forcing a child to continue doing anything. There's no force involved at all with that situation.
No, it's that you're
You
not
leave it
allowing them
alone.
access to an abortion.
Correct.
You're
but that's a
forcing
false
them to go through a
dichotomy. It's
pregnancy.
not one or the other. Right. It's not a one or the other.
It is.
Because
It is forcing
for all
someone to go through a
history,
pregnancy because you're not allowing
can I
an
finish my
abortion.
statement? Is it my turn now? Is it my turn to go though?
Oh my God, acting like such a child. Yes, you can speak. Holy
No,
fuck.
no, I don't interrupt you, so I was hoping you wouldn't interrupt me. So
Okay, yeah, you can cry about it later, and when you're falling asleep
I will.
tonight.
I will. So again,
Make your point. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate you giving me permission to speak. So again, if left alone, that pregnancy will continue to grow and to end up resulting in a human being. But it's not analogous to the organ conversation. That's why I said it's a category error. So trying to play this analogy is not actually working for you. I'm actually asking if you can morally justify allowing a 9 or 10-year-old to receive an abortion. I'm wondering if you can actually cogently, morally justify allowing a child to do that.
Yeah, we're going through this. I'm showing you another example to show specifically that you don't believe that there's an obligation to give up
Doesn't matter
your
what I believe. I'm
internal
asking what you
bodily
believe.
resources to another individual, even if it will lead to their death. Even
my
if you're the
beliefs
only
don't
person
have
who can
any
provide
bearing on
those.
your argument.
You're cutting me off right now after complaining.
But again, you're not
do I have the
attacking
ability to speak?
my argument.
Do I have the
You can
ability to
now.
speak?
Yeah, I give you permission.
Do I-
Yes, you can.
Okay. So did you hear anything I just said?
Yes, and again, it's a category error. My
What's the category
position
error?
is irrelevant. My position is irrelevant to
Now
yours.
you're misunderstanding what you were claiming the category error is. You just earlier claimed the category error had
This is a
something to do
separate
with the
category
analogy.
error. You
Now
like
you're
to- you
claiming
like
the
to include it
category
all the
error
time.
is that like me critiquing your argument isn't an argument in support of me saying that people who are that young should be able to get access to an abortion. Really what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to show you that you don't believe that people should be legally obligated to give up their internal and bodily resources to save the life of another individual, especially in situations where they didn't cause the situation to occur.
Okay, what proof do you have that I don't believe that?
I'm running you through this argument. That's going to be the proof.
But if you're basing it off a categorical error,
There's no categorical
And
error.
it's-
I don't know why you keep repeating this.
okay, so again, a bodily organ versus another independent life are two
Yeah, you
extremely
know, the
different
person
things.
who's pregnant is giving up their bodily organ, the uterus, in order to be able to provide resources to another individual.
No, all they're doing is growing a baby inside them, which is what nature intended.
Okay, you're not answering any of my questions.
That's literally what the difference is. It's not giving them their bodily resources. It is growing another human being inside. It's a very different situation.
Yeah, you just keep saying it's a different situation. You're not actually describing what's relevantly different about the scenario. The comparison
I just
is
did
that they're
twice.
giving up resources. They're giving up resources specifically, right, in order to be able to maintain the life of the other individual. If they don't give up the resources, then they will not be able to live. That's the
Right, and
comparison.
they don't have a choice in the matter. I can give you a kidney voluntarily. They don't have a choice in the matter.
Oh, okay, wait, so hold on, let me just be clear. The choice that we're saying is true in the scenario, or the choice we're saying is not true in the scenario, is the fact that you're the only person that can provide these resources to the other individual. Can you get that out of the microphone, please? Why are
Yeah,
you
mute me,
beeping
please.
something in the microphone?
Please mute me. I'm not. It's not intentional.
Okay, mute yourself. Alright, I'm just gonna go to the next person.
No, I muted myself.
I don't think you're even having a conversation with me anyway. You just keep repeating category error after I'm explaining that it's not a category error. So. And you're distracted in doing something and playing that in the microphone, and you have to mute over and over again. I just don't care to do that. Yo, what's up, Paladin?
Okay, well, I need some more string before I put.
Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Yo, what's up, how old are you? Let's go to the next person. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Situation, you should have just changed the hypothetical to an organ into a.
Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Okay, what's your birth year?
February 10th, 2008.
Okay, and if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Because hypergamy, dude.
Are you trolling?
Why would I troll? I would never do such a thing. It's like not the right thing.
Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
34.
Do you support Trump?
Yep.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Well, Kamala didn't even earn to become vice president, nor did she earn her nomination to be the Democratic nomination. So she never even deserved to be there.
She did become vice president.
Right, but she didn't earn it. She was just selected because she was a woman.
You know, every single person who is vice president was just selected.
Right, but were they selected because of their gender?
Again, I don't think she was selected because of her gender. I think that that was just a characteristic that she had that was being described by Joe Biden. And also, by the way, if she was picked just for her gender, then why wasn't any other woman picked?
Well, she might have been the best woman out of the women that were being selected from, but that
Okay,
doesn't change
so
the
then
fact
that's
that
not
only
just picking
women were
her
being
for her
selected.
gender. That's picking her for her qualifications. Are you saying there are no
No.
women qualified to be vice president?
No, of course not.
Okay. You said there's no women qualified to be vice president?
No, I'm saying, of course, I'm not saying that.
Okay.
That's not my point. My point was that she was selected only because she is a woman.
That's not true.
Okay. Why do you think that?
Well, because there was nothing that indicates that it was only because she's a woman.
Okay.
And think of the galaxy.
So
And
if
if
I
that were
could-
true, then he would have picked any woman. It's specifically going to mean even if he wanted to pick a woman, that doesn't mean he only picked them because they're a woman, right? Because you can have that characteristic plus other characteristics that you're looking for. But
Right,
even
but-
so, right, he just described a characteristic that she had, that she was a woman, not that specifically he was only picking women even.
Right, but so like, for example, if Biden said that he was only going to pick a woman as his vice president, that would be a problem, right?
He said that his vice president was going to be a woman.
Yeah. So he already made the decision.
And I would
on
not
gender.
argue that that's a problem.
So what? We're
If he
supposed
wanted to
believe
only
that-
pick a woman for the presidency or for the vice presidency, I would not have an issue with that. And that would not mean that they were only picked because they were a woman.
Well, just because you don't have an issue with it doesn't make it an issue.
Why
right?
do you,
Because if
why
you're
do you, what's
choosing
the issue
somebody
with it?
based on? Because he's choosing his vice president based on identity, not qualification.
Wait, I do think that is predicated off of qualifications, and I do think that that would be an important qualification that you can consider. And then also, like, I do think that the same thing is true for JD Vance. Like, Trump is picking JD Vance because he's going to represent someone specifically within a side of the right that he could have got more votes from, right? Like the evangelical side of the right, which is what he wanted to uphold and secure to be able to try to get elected. So let's just clarify. That's quite literally going to be him picking him, not because of his qualifications, but rather because of the benefit that he would provide to his election prospects.
Right.
So
based on
do
his
you see how that's not
qualifications?
based on qualifications then?
No, it is. It would be based
That's
on
not
his
a
qualifications,
qualification.
experience and relationship with the evangelical.
No, that's just how many
side,
votes you're going to
if
bring
that's
in.
why he chose JD.
That's just how many votes you're going to bring in, not whether you're qualified or not. Can you tell me what JD Vance's qualifications are?
That's not the point. The point
No,
is
I'm
that
not. Can you
Kamala
answer my
was
question, sir?
selected because
What
she
are
was a
JD
woman.
Vance's qualifications?
It doesn't matter because he
Can you
wasn't
answer the
selected
question?
only because of how he looks or who he is.
What are JD Vance's qualifications?
Again, you're trying to move the goalpost away from the original point, and
No,
you
I'm
can
not.
try all you want. We're not going to do that.
Do you think that JD Vance has more qualifications than Kamala Harris?
I think JD Vance was selected for something other than his gender or something that he was born with.
Okay, but was it based in qualifications?
What else would it be based on?
Okay, so then tell me, what are his qualifications, and what do you think he has more qualifications than Harris?
Yes, because Harris's number one qualification was being a woman.
That's not true. Now, can you
Okay,
tell me
hold
what
on.
qualifications he had?
So if that's not true, let's listen to this clip, Parker.
So he's not going to answer the question of the qualifications?
1 second, Parker.
I can't hear it.
Yeah, give me a second, sorry.
Can you answer the question? What qualifications does JD Vance have?
Well, no, I think we should talk about Joe Biden talking about how he's going to...
We can talk about that in a second. I would love to hear the answer to the question. What qualifications does JD Vance have?
So why would we move topics whenever we originally...
So he's just going to he's just going to wait till he can look it up. You're going to look it up, aren't you? You're going to look up all the answers? Why can't you just answer the question?
I don't need to look up anything. I'm trying to play...
Then look it up. Then answer the question.
You're moving the goalpost.
I'm not moving the goalpost.
You're not going to play this game.
You are specifically saying that she wasn't qualified and that her only qualifications was being a
selected
woman.
because
So I'm
she was a
asking you a
woman.
basic question. What were the qualifications that JD Vance has? Because do you think he has more qualifications?
Of course.
Okay, so then answer the question. What qualifications?
But that's irrelevant what I think.
Okay, sir,
missing
if
the
you don't
point.
want to answer any questions, I'll just go to the next person. I'm not going to beg you to answer my questions.
You lost. You lost.
I'm giving you the ability to answer my questions, sir. There's plenty of
You're
time
moving
you can
the
have in the
goalpost,
conversation
bud.
to ask
You
me any
lost.
questions, to bring up whatever information you would
lost.
like. I'm just asking you a
lost.
simple question that's
You're
relative to
moving the
the point
goalpost
that you
because
brought
you know
up.
you lost.
You're making a claim that she was only picked because she's a woman and not because of her qualifications, and I'm claiming she has more
Biden said he only
qualifications
picked her
than
because
JD
she's a
Vance.
woman.
And you don't say that
I'm not
specifically
saying
about
that.
JD Vance. That's not
Biden
what
said
what
that.
Joe Biden said. And even
Yes,
if that
it is.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Then play
How
the
much
clip.
do you want to bet, Parker?
Play the clip.
Okay, give me 2 seconds to pull it up. Stop trying to move the goalpost. My God, go to somebody else if you need to. Give me 2 seconds,
Okay,
bud.
make your point, and then can I ask my question after?
Sure.
Thank you very much.
Give me 1 second.
Okay. No need to crash out. Trey, thank you so
You're
much for
the
the
one
$5.
crashing
Thank you
out
very
trying
much.
to
Really
move the
appreciate YouTube
goalpost,
Super
buddy.
Chat. Thank you very much. What's up?
You're the one trying to move the goalpost and move on.
That's not me moving the goalpost. It's relevant to the question and to the conversation we're having.
No,
and I
it's
explained
not.
how it was relevant to the question, the conversation we were
Parker.
having. And I'm sorry that it hurt your feelings.
Parker. JD's qualifications as VP is entirely irrelevant to the point that Kamala was selected to be VP for being a woman.
I had already disproved that point, and then I asked you a question specifically to
didn't
specify
disprove anything.
because you tried to make the claim that she didn't have qualifications. So I'm doing is a comparison, a comparative analysis of the person who's your side's vice president versus the comparison of my side's
Okay,
vice
are
president
you ready?
to show you that actually she has more qualifications to be vice president than Vance does.
Okay, so that's a different conversation. Anyway, are you ready, Parker?
Because you
Here
were
go.
claiming that she was unqualified. I can't hear it.
Yeah, hold on.
Can you agree that you were claiming that she was unqualified?
That's not the point either, Parker.
So you weren't claiming that?
It's irrelevant to the point that I'm making, Parker.
Sir, is that what you were claiming? You were claiming that she was unqualified?
Parker, the claim is that Kamala Harris was selected primarily because she is a woman.
Wait, now it's you said only because she's a woman. Now you're saying primarily? Why'd you change that?
Okay, they're synonymous, but okay, fine. I'll
They're not.
concede it.
They're not synonymous.
Sure.
Primarily
There were multiple
and only are
reasons.
not synonymous.
Sure, I concede the point. There were multiple reasons Kamala Harris was selected vice president. Number one of them being she's a woman.
I don't think number one was because of that. And even if that was the case, that doesn't mean that she's not qualified.
Okay, repeat that.
Yeah, that could be a reason, and it doesn't mean that she's not qualified, but it wasn't the reason. It wasn't number one.
Okay, well, do me a favor. I'm having some trouble playing the clip on my side, so just go to YouTube, and it's Biden says he'll choose a woman as his running mate.
Yeah, that's exactly what I already claimed he said earlier.
Right, so play
That's
the
not
clip,
him,
though.
that's
You're
not him
just-
saying he'll. That's not him saying he's only going to
Okay,
pick
here
her
we go, I
because she's
got
a
it.
woman. That's him specifically claiming that he picked someone who is a woman, describing a characteristic that she has after he picked
If
her.
I'm elected president, have an opportunity to appoint someone to the courts, will be I'll
That's a
appoint
court.
The, first
The
black
courts,
woman.
dude.
Yeah, hush, Parker.
Holy shit, that's the
Required that they have
courts.
representation
Hush,
now.
Parker.
It's long overdue. Secondly, if I'm elected president, my my cabinet, my administration will look like the country. And I commit that I will, in fact, I'll pick a woman to be vice president. There are a number of women who are qualified to be president tomorrow. I would pick a woman to be my vice president.
Mr. Vice President.
So he's not saying that
Texas
because they're
follow-up.
not qualified.
Just
He's
to be
simply
clear,
describing
you're
the
committed here
characteristics of an
tonight that
individual
your
who is
running mate, if you get
qualified.
the nomination will be a woman?
Yes.
So he's describing characteristics of individuals who are qualified, not that he's only picking them because they're a woman.
So we're supposed to believe that his entire short list.
So he said he has specific individuals who are qualified women that he has in the top of his head that he would think as individuals or candidates for vice president, okay? So he's just describing characteristics of individuals that he was considering for vice president, not saying he's only picked them because they're a woman. He's simply saying he's going to pick a woman because he thinks that they are qualified. And he also wants he also wants his administration to accurately reflect the country.
That's you're just trying to rebrand what he said. He said
By the way, this is what I've said since the very beginning.
He committed to picking a woman. He didn't commit to saying, I have a woman already picked. He committed to picking a woman. He said, his own words, I commit to picking a woman as my running mate. And then the debater even clarified, and he said yes. He didn't say a specific woman. He said in general that he will pick a woman.
Yeah, he said he had a bunch of qualified women specifically that he knew was good for that position, and he said that he would pick one of those women. Not that he would only pick women specifically, but that he would inevitably pick those women, or sorry, not only pick women because they're women, but he would pick those women because they're qualified. That's what he was saying.
Okay, so there's qualified men too. What does gender have anything to do with it?
Yeah, but he's simply saying that he's going to pick a qualified woman to describe to individuals that that's who he's going to pick. Not that specifically he's only willing to pick a woman. Now again, I can even concede to this terminology, and I can say, yeah, he was only willing to pick a woman, and that still doesn't mean anything's wrong here.
Yes, it does. It means he's making his decisions based on identity, which ironically, Kamala Harris did the same thing.
I don't think that there's any issue with wanting more representation of women within politics.
Because nobody wants anyone leading their country that's making their decisions based on how somebody was born.
So I actually do think that people want representation within politics. I would vote for that.
Okay, well, unfortunately, that strategy ended up with Kamala winning no swing states, lost the popular vote in every House of Congress. So how did that go for you?
So I think that's because people bought the misinformation associated with Donald Trump, and he claiming the lies about saying the Biden administration caused inflation and it was doing stuff relating to immigration with open borders and all of the fear mongering they did about trans people. And I think that people bought the misinformation associated with that. I think that those things can change. And also there are plenty of campaigns specifically where individuals were picked that were women, and it obviously was very positive around the entire world, and it was beneficial to their campaign. So I think it's ridiculous for you to argue that any representation, right, being something that's prioritized is a harmful thing. Again, I don't think that that's entailed specifically by this argument, but even if we do concede and say that this was true, that this is specifically the only context, that doesn't mean that there weren't any qualified individuals that would meet that criteria, and I think that's totally reasonable.
That doesn't matter. Again, everything you just said doesn't matter. If his decision is based on whether somebody's a woman or not is the first question he asks when deciding if they need the job or not, that's not a leader.
And by the way, did you know that the percentage that she lost by is less than the percent that Trump lost by in 2020?
But she still lost in every single swing state. How many swing states did Trump get?
Regardless, the point is that it was still closer in terms of percentage basis.
Right, but every single state that votes blue and red, they make a decision every election based on the candidate. They don't just vote based on culture like California or Georgia. She lost every single one of those.
That's such a ridiculous thing to argue.
Okay,
they don't vote based on culture. I mean, I think you could argue that most places around the U.S. do vote within that similar sense. Like there are red areas and there are blue areas, and do they vote predicated off of culture that exists in those areas, and that reinforces the culture that exists in those areas?
That's what I said. Welcome to the conversation.
Okay, I was just trying to clarify.
You didn't, clarify for yourself. I thought I was pretty clear the first time. You seem to have gotten it.
Okay, I don't think that's even what you were arguing before.
That's clearly what I said. Culture-based voting, such as California and Georgia. That's exactly what I said.
Yeah, but you were trying to act like other places don't do it.
That's why they're called swing states, Parker. They swing.
California is not a swing state.
You're right. That was an example used for culture-based voting. Please try to keep up,
Georgia's a swing state.
No, it's not.
Yes,
because
it was.
Pete Buttigieg won a special election. Calm down.
No, because Biden won 2020.
Okay. And what did Georgia vote 2016, 2012,
Zeus, thank you for the Viking hammer.
2008,
We're just saying for right now. We're saying for right now it's a swing state because of the fact that it went to blue and then it went to red.
Right, but that needs to happen more than one time for it to be considered a swing state. Georgia's still considered a red state. You can cope and think it's purple. That's fine.
I think that when I was referencing swing state, I'm referencing the modern elections, the past few people. I think I would consider it swing in this context. If you don't want to consider it swing, that's fine. I don't care.
You're trying to define Georgia's political. You're trying to define Georgia's.
That's just how I was using the term. That's what I thought you were referencing. You can stop being pompous and you can just explain what you mean.
Explain what? What do you need explained, Parker?
Explain what you mean. Your argument. Make your argument.
Kamala was selected because she was a woman.
Okay, let's say that's true. Why is that a bad thing? I think Trump selected JD Vance because he's a white man.
Okay, show me Trump saying that.
Well, I don't need to do that. I think that Trump didn't even.
Yes, you do.
No, I don't.
Prove your claim. You claim that he picked him because he's a white man. Prove it.
I think he's trying to represent specifically the white evangelical vote. Right? I think that's very obvious. That's what he's trying to represent. That's where he was looking for in terms of votes. I don't think that you even need to establish a particular clip of him saying it in order to be able to come up with a determination of that. Do you think that he would have picked a woman?
Well, what's interesting is...
Do you think he would have picked a woman? Do you think he would have picked someone who wasn't white? Do you think he would have picked someone outside of that context?
Yes, I think you would pick the most qualified person.
I think he picked JD Vance because he's a white man who's Christian, and would help secure that aspect of his base.
The interesting thing is, Parker, whenever I say that Joe Biden picked Kamala Harris, it's because of what Joe Biden said. Whenever you say Trump picked JD, all of your sentences start with "you think." What you think, Parker, doesn't matter.
Wait, but also it is based on what you think and interpret his position to be.
No.
Because when I interpret what he said, I interpret it differently than you do. I interpret it as he's saying that he has a bunch of people that are already picked that happen to be qualified women, and that he was going to pick one of those qualified women that he had already thought about picking.
You're rebranding what he said, and
I've said this from the very beginning.
Entirely different.
I've said this from the very beginning. Oh wait, actually, wait. Do you think something would be a swing state if they have 2 Democratic senators but maybe vote Republican?
Like Pennsylvania with John Fetterman.
Would that be a swing state?
Is Pennsylvania considered a swing state?
Yes.
Yes, I agree. It
is. So that's actually Georgia. Georgia has 2 Democratic senators.
Right, which I already said Pete Buttigieg based on the special election, which the Democrats use.
Pete Buttigieg isn't in the Georgia government. I don't know where you're getting that from. You're trying to go to the primaries, which Pete Buttigieg performed well in like Iowa. I don't know if he performed well in Georgia.
Google's your friend, Parker.
I mean, would you like to cite a source?
Google, yeah, feel free.
Google's a search engine, not a source, sir.
Yeah, it'll find you sources. That's kind of how search engines
work. Why don't you do that to find the source that you're trying to cite?
Because you're the one that doesn't know it. Prove me wrong.
You're the one claiming it.
You're the one that claimed Trump picked JD because he's white with nothing more than your thoughts. Come on now.
Well, because you do the same thing, because it's your interpretation.
No, I brought up a Biden saying it himself. Show me Trump saying he picked JD because he's white.
No. So again, this isn't what you brought up was Joe Biden saying that there is a group of qualified women that he was considering, and that he would pick one of those women, given that he was going to be president of the United States or the presidential nominee. That does not mean that he was only willing to pick women, right? Or that he only picked because they're women, right? That is again ridiculous to argue. Like I had already gone through. Can you please shut the fuck up? Like I had already gone.
You're just trying to rebrand.
Like I already explained this. Your whole argument here. I like how his whole argument here is like totally semantic, right? Like it's actually nothing like meaningful.
To make your emotions be facts, and they're not. They never will be.
No, these are your emotions. Your emotions that like you don't like the fact that the vice president's a woman.
I played Biden's words, so Biden's words are my emotions. Explain that.
No, it's your emotions about how you interpret those words.
They're literally, whenever he says he's going to pick a woman VP, I believe him that he's going to pick a woman VP.
Yeah, and I've clarified multiple times that what he means in this circumstance is that he has a set of qualified women, which is what exactly he said, that he was picking from, and that he was going to pick one of those women. Not that he was only picking them because they're women, but rather that he had a group of people that he was going to pick that happened to all be women.
Okay,
that are qualified.
The fact that there are qualified women among a list of VP candidates can be true, while also him saying he's only going to pick a woman, which he did say, and both can be true.
Well, those could just be the ones that he's considering, and it might not be because they're a woman. It could be because they're the most qualified candidates.
So then, like I said at the beginning,
if the most qualified candidates happen to be women, and he says that I'm going to pick a woman because the most qualified candidates happen to be a woman, does that mean he's only willing to pick a woman, or does that mean that women are the most qualified candidates?
No, it means that the Democratic Party likes to play identity politics, and that's why you got Hillary Clinton in 2016.
No, you're
and
just
you tried to
pivoting.
ride
Again, a
that
pivot.
wave by
This
picking
is
another
just
woman in
indicating that
2020.
women are the most qualified candidates, sir.
That's not what he said, though.
I think that's
He
what
said
he's
he's
saying.
going to pick a woman. There wouldn't be any issue if he said he was picking the most qualified candidate, but that's not what he said, is it? He said there are qualified women, and he's going to pick a woman. That doesn't make them the most qualified.
Yeah, I think that's what he's saying, is that the most qualified candidate is a woman.
Again,
So
that's
can you
you
tell
thinking.
me
He didn't say that.
when you say qualifications, right? Can you tell me what you think qualifications are?
It's going to change from every single person's situation, who's running, what they need, what they don't need. So no, I can't.
How about this? Can you tell me what JD Vance's qualifications are?
Again, that's you trying to move the goalpost again. It's entirely irrelevant.
Let me know whenever we can have that conversation. How long do I have to wait till we can talk about that?
I don't.
'Cause
I've
it's
been
been
trying
about
to have my
20
original
minutes. So,
conversation since I
so
first
at what
started, so
point
you
can
tell
we
me,
talk
Parker.
about that? Let me know.
I'm just waiting on you to admit
How
you were
long should I
wrong.
wait for that?
You tell me.
I'm asking you because you're the one saying that we
No,
can't
I'm-
talk about it yet.
Yeah, and you're the one that's rebranding everything that people are saying.
I'm not
regardless,
rebranding
with
it. I'm
nothing
telling
other
you
than your
exactly
emotion.
what he said and what I think he said.
You have nothing to back it up other than your babbling.
You have nothing
emotion.
to back it up except for what you think he said in terms of the
Biden's
interpretation.
direct quotes, buddy.
Yeah, but that's in your interpretation of his quote, and
Cry
I take a
about
different
it,
interpretation
pal.
of his quote. You can cry about
And
it.
then my
You're the one
favorite
crashing
part
out and
is-
not answering my
Who's
questions.
crashing out, little baby? Listen.
You're the one not answering my question.
The part
So would
that
you like
I
to
love
answer my
is
question, sir?
Not only was she selected.
How about this? Would you like to answer my question? You
Now
can
you're
choose to
gonna
answer my
mute me
question.
because You're losing.
No, you're going to answer
I
my
can't
question.
wait to-
I've gone 20 minutes. I'd love for you to answer the question now.
I can't wait to get this.
What
on.
are JD Vance's qualifications?
Desperately moving that goalpost.
What are
He's
JD Vance's
desperate.
qualifications?
It doesn't matter because his qualifications wasn't the fact that he's a
What
man.
are his qualifications?
Not because he's a man or he's white like you believe.
What are his qualifications?
Not because he's a man
So
or
then
he's
tell me
white
what
like
his
you believe.
qualifications are, sir.
That's irrelevant.
No, it's not. I'm asking you. Answer the
It
question.
is,
What are his qualifications?
because, he was chose based on his merits.
So then tell me, what are his merits?
That's irrelevant whether I
No,
know
no,
what his
you said he has merits. So what are his merits?
Prove that he wasn't chosen on his merits.
You have to tell me what his merits are. You're claiming
You
his
have
merit.
to prove that he wasn't chosen on
Sir,
his
you
merits.
just
Why
claimed
would I
he has.
need to defend
Sir,
that
you just
position?
claimed he has merit. What are his merits?
I don't. Yeah, prove that he doesn't. Prove that he
You
was
said
chosen for
he, dude. This is how claims work. You made the positive claim he has merits. You have to justify that positive claim. You have to provide evidence for it. You can't say, "Oh, prove that he doesn't have merit." You're the one who has to claim that he has merits because you are the one who claimed he has merits. So provide evidence for that claim you made.
So unless you're arguing with a toddler, whenever you disagree with
I am
someone, you should
arguing
add
with a
context
toddler right
back for
now,
them
and you're
to
throwing a
reply to.
temper
You don't
tantrum
get
instead of answering my question.
You don't get to simply say I don't believe you.
You're acting
I
like a
say
toddler
JD
right now. You're acting like a toddler. Answer the question.
JD Vance was selected based on his merits. Do you have anything to show otherwise?
What are his merits?
Do you have anything to show that he
What
wasn't
are
selected
his
based on
merits?
It's again irrelevant.
He can't answer the question. You know that
Because
you
I don't
can't
need
answer
to.
it.
I
Because
don't
you know
need
that you're
to.
wrong.
Because I know I don't need to.
You know that you're wrong.
I don't need to play your game of moving.
You know that
goalposts,
you're wrong.
Parker. You lose.
You've already lost because you can't answer this question. I've answered
I
every
don't
question
need
you brought
to.
up. I've engaged the
That's-
conversation that you brought up, but you failed
you
to engage
didn't.
with any conversation that I brought up because you know that if you do engage the conversation that I've brought up, that you're going to lose.
They're not synonymous, Parker. I'm
You've-
saying she
so
was chosen
answer the
based
question.
primarily on something other than her
Answer
merits,
the
and I can prove
question.
it, Parker.
Answer the
She was-
question.
She was chosen. based
Answer
on
the question.
something.
Answer
other
the
than her
question,
merits.
sir. Can you answer
I
the
can prove
question?
that.
Can you answer the question?
I don't need to, Parker.
Just answer it. You're scared.
Cry
How
all
scared are
day.
you?
I
You're
don't
so
need
scared.
the
You're the one
answer.
not. You're the one crying and not answering it.
It's irrelevant.
It's
Do you
not
understand
irrelevant.
that argument? Address that argument that your question's irrelevant.
It is not irrelevant because it's very relevant to the conversation you brought up. You said that she doesn't have
Right.
merit, or you said that JD Vance has merit. I asked you what merit.
And I asked you, what proof do you have that he wasn't selected based on the merit? Regardless
Wait,
of what
can I
merit
get an
there
answer
is
to the
there.
question? You said he has merit. I'm just asking you what merit, and you're saying it's not relevant.
Right.
You said that he has merit. I'm just asking you what merit.
Well, what proof do you have that he wasn't chosen based on his
Can I
merit?
give an answer? What merit?
Can you give me one? Why do I need to answer that
Why?
question? What relevance does it
Because
have?
I'm asked you the question first, sir.
Okay, because I was first, and you don't get to say I don't believe you, and then I'm supposed to back up my claim, and that's all you have to say. That's lazy and disingenuous and bad faith. If you have a reason to believe he was chosen for something other than his merits, I'm waiting.
I have no reason other than that. Now, can you answer my question?
No, because as you just said, there's no reason to.
Can you tell me what the merit is?
Can you tell me the reason you don't think he has merits, or he was chosen on something other than his
So
merits?
this guy is just constantly never going to answer a question.
Yes, because
You're
there's
answering
no
questions with
reason to,
questions.
Parker.
Do you just want to do this the whole time? Like, this is incredibly bad faith and insufferable.
This is great for me. Again, I can't wait to get this clip off YouTube. You are losing horribly, buddy.
Says the one who won't answer a question. I think everyone's going to be like, why wouldn't you answer the question? Like, they could be like, I agree with you, but like, why wouldn't you answer the question? Like, at some point, you should just answer the question, right?
Because
For
I
the productive
simply
flow of the
don't need to allow the
conversation. At some
conversation.
point, it just seems like you're acting childish. At some point, it seems like you're not really trying to have good faith conversation. Instead, you're just trying to clip me for your YouTube with 5 subscribers.
You're trying to move the goalpost in an area that you're more comfortable, and I have no desire to allow you
I'm not
to do
moving the
that.
goalpost. I've already talked about what we have asked you. So, is there like a certain point where like we'll be done talking about that, and where I can then ask my question, because you brought this up, and I just want to ask questions.
Well, so my point is that she was picked on something other than merit. And so you're trying to shine that over to JD, and I'm just wondering what proof you have of
I happen to disagree with you. I explained why I disagree. Now can I ask
Biden,
you a
so
question?
You disagree with Biden's direct quotes. Are you saying he has dementia? Maybe he didn't know what he was saying?
Well, I do think that Biden has cognitive decline, not dementia. But I'm going to argue in this situation. Biden had no clue what he was saying right there. He had cognitive decline. Now will you answer my question?
Do you know how scary it is? That's a valid argument to make of a previous president that you supported.
Well, that's also true to Trump. So can you answer the question? That's also true to Trump.
An
And also,
valid argument that you can make. Like, of course, I would normally like to argue back, but
I'm only saying that
that's
to get you to
actually
move on. Can you
valid.
like engage? Can you
That's
engage now?
crazy. Can you imagine?
So what
That's
what
a
is
valid
so what is
defense. Oh,
so
hey,
what
my
is what
president
is
had
the
dementia,
merit that
he didn't know
JD
what he
Vance
was
has?
saying.
So what's the merit JD Vance has?
Well, the problem is if Biden had dementia then, and then he later hand-selected Kamala without.
So
a
do you see how he's
primary
doing
for the
everything but
Democratic
answering the
Party,
question?
That's a bit of an issue.
So what qualifications does JD Vance have? What
Well,
merits?
he wasn't selected based on what he was born with.
No, that's not describing what he has.
Well, that's
So what
important to
merits?
me. That's
Can you
a merit
describe
to me.
any of the merits? I could tell you what the merits are of Kamala Harris. Can you tell me what the merits are of JD Vance?
But the problem is the merits don't matter whenever the primary purpose of Kamala being selected wasn't.
That's a lot of words for you don't want to answer my question.
That wasn't very.
That's a
many
lot of words for
Parker.
you're scared to engage in a dialogue because you'll know you'll lose. That's
If
a
you
lot of
think that's a
words
lot
for
of
the
words,
fact that
how
you've
often
lost
do
the
you read a book?
conversation. That's a lot of words for you've been fact-checked, for you've been destroyed in this conversation, you've been embarrassed, and you can't
made
answer
up
a
your
basic
emotions
question.
the entire
You
time.
you
No
literally
one talking
have
about
yet to
facts
answer
with
this
anybody.
question. I'm waiting for you
I
to
don't
answer
need
the
to.
question
I don't need to.
because you're scared.
You have no proof that he was
right.
chosen for anything
All
other.
right, we're just
than
gonna
those
put him in
merits.
timeout. Mike, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much on PayPal. I really appreciate it, Mike. Thank you so much. Get some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you very much, Mike. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for them in the comment section. We'll think about that. Thank you. Kelsey, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much on Venmo. I really appreciate it. Jaden as well. Thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. Yeah, it's literally based on interpretation, but he's unwilling to acknowledge it. Ari, thank you for the $2. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, he's such a gaslighter. It's ridiculous. And he's unwilling to engage in the conversation simply because he knows that he's going to lose on that point. Stefan, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. Tyler, thank you for the $1. Kai, thank you so much for the $10. I don't know if my sanity will ever be able to be okay at this point. This guy's fucking nuts. Elizabeth, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you very much, Elizabeth. I really appreciate it. Thank you for giving someone an opportunity instead of railroading only the people previously chosen. Is a smart decision in politics. Voters can be gained from those demographics being represented. Doesn't make said person less qualified. Well, thank you very much, Elizabeth. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Gohi, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $25. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Can you thank all the donors for sending me money?
So let's just concede the
Can
point.
you
Let's say
thank
JD
Thomas for sending me $20 on YouTube Super Chat? For JD Vance has no qualifications other than being a sycophant? Thank you so much.
Sure. Let's go with that. That's his merits. He's a sycophant.
Wow. Wow. So so just to clarify, that was like my point, right?
Sure.
You just proved my point.
I mean, but even if he was selected for that, that's still a better reason why Kamala was selected.
That's identity.
No, that's who you are, not what you are.
Yeah. Wait, that's who you are, right?
Right. That's a
He
personality.
is a
versus
sycophant,
gender.
right?
That would be personality versus gender. Surely you know the difference. One you're born with, one's
Wait,
created.
so to clarify, but like that's a part of his identity. Personality is a part of your identity, right?
Right. Yes.
Okay, so thanks for the concession.
So one you're born with and one you create throughout your life.
They're both identity. Nice for the concession. Thank you.
Who
Can we get some
cares?
W's in the
There's a
comment section,
difference.
everybody? Thank you for the concession. Can we get some
You
baby
not
bottles in
knowing
the
the
comments because
difference
he's going to
is
sit
not
here
a
and
gotcha
cry
part.
and not acknowledge the fact that he just conceded. So are you
Okay.
going to put that in your YouTube video?
Of course. Parker,
Oh, okay.
you-
So
you still
everyone in the
can't
comment
answer the
section is
fact
going to be
that
laughing at the fact that you conceded. Thank you very much.
Kamala was selected because she's a woman, and then you said Biden
And
had
Trump
dementia,
and
he didn't know what
JD
he
Vance was
saying.
selected because he's a sycophant.
That's fine. I'll concede that. Sure. I don't even
Okay.
know what that word means. We'll go with it.
You don't know what that word means.
No.
Okay.
Do you expect everyone to know everything? I was actually watching a
No,
debate
I mean, you're the
yesterday
one
with Dean.
claiming it's applicable to him, but you didn't even know what it meant.
Well, Dean didn't know what GDP formula was. Does that mean all of his opinions about economy are completely irrelevant?
Oh, I don't think most people know what the GDP like equation is. The GDP
Okay,
equation
so most people
is a
can
very
define
niche thing.
psychopath? So most people can define a psychopath?
Sycophant, if you're using the term.
Sycophant?
If you're using the term sycophant, it would make sense to use the definition of it. Now, Dean would be able to tell you that GDP means gross domestic product. Okay, but
I
just
said
because
the
he can't
formula
tell
of
you
GDP,
that
Parker.
wait, can you tell me
Parker,
what the
do you
GDP
even know the
formula is?
formula for GDP?
I do actually.
Go ahead.
It's going to be consumer spending, investment, government spending, net exports.
Correct. So do you think that somebody that doesn't know that formula, would their opinions about the economy be worthless, or would it
No.
matter at all? Okay, so why are you dragging me over a definition of psychopath?
I'm not. I was simply just saying because you just didn't know, it didn't make sense for you to apply that defension.
I was just conceding whatever.
Can I
ridiculous
hear
point
what
we're
you
trying to
actually
make.
think his qualifications are or his merits are? Like, can we just like genuinely sit for a conversation and like have a conversation for a second?
But you're missing the point because it's irrelevant. Even if I concede, let's
Okay,
just
so
skip
just
to the point.
let me know what you want to
Kamala
talk
has
about.
better merit.
Like, cause I don't think we're having a productive conversation at all, and I think you're
I'm
purposely
conceding
doing
your
that.
points, and you're still losing. We can say Kamala
You're
has
just
better
unwilling to
merits.
engage in a conversation.
Kamala has better merits. So what? What's the point?
Okay, so then she's more qualified than JD Vance.
She
So then
might
you
or
can't cry about her being not qualified.
It doesn't matter if she is or isn't, because I can look to Biden's quote and say, well, she was probably only picked because she's a woman, which is
You know
similar
what?
to
You know what?
Charlie
Let's
Kirk.
just if I just
It's
say
the
that
same
if
thing
I
as
say that was
Charlie
true, will
Kirk's
you like
quote
shut up
about a
and stop
black
talking about this, and
pilot.
we'll be able to move on with the conversation?
It's the same theme as Charlie Kirk's comment about a black pilot. It's the exact same thing.
I don't think you're going to be able to move on from this, right? I'm
Well, I'm
assuming
winning.
that
Why
this
would
this
I?
won't go on from this. So should I just move on to the next person and stop wasting
Parker, when
my time?
you can't win your debate when someone's conceding all your points, that's when you know you're wrong, bud.
This is all nonsense and yap. Like no one's taking you seriously right now. Like if
I'm
you'd like to
conceding
actually have a
all of your
conversation with me,
points, and you're still
I'm
losing.
seriously leaving it open right now for you to have the conversation. But all you've done this entire thing is like be super insufferable and act like a child. So
And the
if you
funny
want to
thing is
have a
we didn't even-
conversation, we can do it. But like this is not that.
We didn't even get to the part where Kamala completely skipped a primary and was hand-selected by someone you self-described as having dementia.
So I didn't say he had dementia. I explicitly said
Yes,
he
you
didn't
did.
have dementia. I said
So
he had
it'll be in the
cognitive
clip,
decline.
bud.
I said he
It'll
had
be in the
cognitive
clip.
decline.
Don't worry, you said that.
Do you want to bet?
Yeah, absolutely.
How much?
It'll be in the clip. That you said Biden had dementia, didn't know what he was talking about when he said he was picking a woman? Sure,
I said
whatever
he
you want.
didn't have dementia, and I said that he specifically that he had cognitive decline.
Sure.
That's what I said. So do you want to bet?
It's sure, Parker.
How much?
As much as you want, Parker.
$1,000.
Sure.
Okay, you owe me $1,000. I said that he
Sure.
doesn't have dementia.
We'll look at it later, but I mean, they're one and the same
No, no,
regardless.
no.
When somebody's
I
saying
can
somebody
go
has
back and
dementia,
play it
they're
if you're gonna
talking
pay
about
up.
cognitive-
Let's just go back and play it.
Again, if somebody says somebody has dementia, they're saying they have cognitive decline. They're one and the same.
That's
It's
not the
irrelevant.
same. Wait.
It
I
is.
don't use those terms the same. You just conceded.
Okay. Well, that's how
Those are not the
I
same
use
thing.
dementia.
Wait, I explicitly said in the bet there that I said that he had cognitive decline, not that he had dementia, and I specified that.
I think they're synonymous.
They're not. I didn't use them synonymously. So it would be predicated off the way that I'm using the term, not the way that you're using the term.
Well, dementia is a syndrome characterized by a decline in cognitive function, affecting memory, thinking, behavior, and the ability to perform everyday activities. So, I mean, that's cognitive decline, if you ask me.
But I don't think like cognitive decline relating to age is the same as dementia. Like you can,
It-
you can acknowledge that
there
someone
is
has
no correlation
Wait,
between
can
dementia
you
and age.
acknowledge that someone has cognitively declined with old age, but it's not due to dementia?
No.
What? You don't
Dementia
think that?
is a cognitive decline.
Wait, pause.
Dementia is a description of cognitive decline. It's not a special
No,
type
no,
of
no, no,
cognitive
no, no,
decline.
no. So
There's
cognitive
multiple different
decline.
types of dementia,
Co-
including
cog-
geriatric
listen,
dementia,
listen,
which is
listen.
simply just age
listen,
induced dementia.
listen. Cognitive decline is an important part of dementia, but it's not the only aspect of dementia. And having cognitive decline is not evidence of having dementia. So apparently, everyone who's old because they're older has dementia. Like for example, my grandma. You might be able to say that she's had some cognitive decline because when she was younger, she was a little bit more mentally there. For example, that doesn't mean she has dementia.
Dementia is literally a cognitive decline, Parker.
It's
That's
not
what
just
dementia
cognitive
is.
decline, though.
That's primarily what dementia is. And
Wait,
then
wait,
that
that's an
cognitive
important
decline
part of
creates
dementia,
other
but it's
things,
not
Parker.
just cognitive decline alone.
Okay, but again, the way
So
I
do you
said
agree
I
that they're
see
not
them is
synonymous? Do you agree that they're not synonymous?
No, that's the way I use them. And if you
Wait,
look at
I
the
don't. Wait,
definitions,
wait. I clarified. I
define
don't use them that.
dementia.
Wait, I literally
Define-
clarified. I clarified. I don't use them that way.
Okay, that's your personal definition. What's the actual definition of dementia?
That's
Can you look
defined
that
by
up for
doctors.
us?
That's defined by doctors and medical professionals.
And Google will do it for you too.
The
Would you like to
medical
look
the
it up?
medical definition and diagnosis for dementia does not include cognitive decline, because then everyone who is older who has had cognitive decline then has dementia, which would make no sense.
Yeah, I don't know if you know this or not, but the rates of dementia are extremely higher in older people, and there's probably correlation.
But it's
there.
not
If
every
you wanna
old
look up
person.
The definition,
But it's not
go
every old
ahead.
person, sir.
I didn't say it was every, but again, if
Yeah,
you want
but,
to look
like,
up the definition of dementia, go ahead.
I already have.
Parker, directly, because you don't want to look up the definition. Here it is. What is dementia? Dementia is not a single disease, but a general term that describes a range of symptoms associated with a decline in cognitive function, severe enough to interfere with daily life.
Severe
such
enough.
as- What?
Severe enough. I like how he
Right,
didn't read
so-
the second part of the definition, and he somehow acts
Right.
like it's a dub. You just conceded.
So
Thank
then-
you very much. So it's not just cognitive decline; it's cognitive decline severe enough to then create these other symptoms. Thank you
Right,
very
so
much.
such
You
as
are incredibly
when you're
stupid.
at
You
a
didn't even read the
debate,
full
you don't know what
definition.
you're saying?
You didn't even read the full definition, and you thought you were owning me, dude. I just can't
cut
even
me
believe
off.
this guy is so embarrassing.
You're the one embarrassing, Parker.
How are
You cut
how are
me
you
off,
this
and then
how are you
say
going to
I
be this
didn't finish the
embarrassing, bro?
definition. Are you okay?
It sounds like you're not. You owe me $1,000.
Are you okay, bro?
You owe me $1,000. You aren't.
The projection is insane. I was literally in the middle of reading. You cut me off and then claimed
So
I
read the
didn't
full
want to
thing.
finish it.
No, you
What?
stopped, and then I spoke, and then you started speaking.
Are you okay?
You had stopped.
Have you been hitting your pen a little hard, bro?
I do, but not hard
And
enough,
actually,
apparently.
Speaking of which, you realize Biden was a
Speaking of
massive
which, not hard
failure for
enough.
marijuana, right? Biden was a massive letdown.
God damn it, dude! You can't. Do you have a second account? You
See,
can't say that. You can't say that on TikTok. It's TOS. Do you have a second account? I have to kick you.
What is?
Do you have a second account? You can't say that. You can't say M-drug.
They what?
You can't say M-drug.
Oh my God.
So what?
Okay.
What is your other account? Tell me, or I'll have to kick you before you tell me.
I don't have another account, Parker.
Okay. Well, then you can come up a different day when you're not going to have that sort of TOS violation. Thaddeus, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, he was being purposely stupid and willfully ignorant. Jocelyn, thank you so much for the 2-month subscription. Thank you. It was incredibly performative. I don't understand why people act like that. Why do people do that? Like, what do you get out of doing that? Like, there was no productive conversation there because the entire time I'm just trying to convince him on why we should have a fucking dialogue. Yeah, cognitive decline definitely does not mean dementia. That guy owes me $1,000, so. I hope he adds that in his fucking YouTube video. That'll be funny. Yo, what's up? How old are you? And it's so funny how that entire time he never answered what the qualifications were. What the merits of JD Vance were. Like, he still couldn't do it. He fucking failed the whole time, dude. That was so funny. That was so funny, dude. Gidget, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Off my glass. Thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Who, me? How old am I?
Yeah, do you support Trump?
Yeah, well, yeah, I for sure support Trump. Look.
And what's your birth year?
I think there's a big misconception that you have.
What's your birth year?
With all parties.
Sir, I have to clarify these things before we have a conversation. How old are you?
Oh, my bad. 26.
Okay, all right. Why do you support Trump?
Well, I think what needs to be most focused on, and look, I'm not saying that everything he's doing is great, but we have to. I think what's most important, and I think you would agree, is national security. I think that's the most important topic, and I'll listen to your point of view.
I think Trump is worse for national security. What makes you think he's better for national security?
I mean, he says every day on Fox News. He says we can go off for that if you want. So I mean,
you said what on Fox News?
Everything he says on Fox News.
What did he
says
say?
every
What
day.
national security?
It could be multiple things like border. It could be the tariff deal. It could be her. It could be
None of these are
overseas.
national security.
You're gonna try and tell me that's not national security?
Nope.
Okay. You're
Nope.
insane, bro. You're insane.
How am I insane?
Because you're gonna try and say that border security had nothing to do with national security. They're
Yeah,
trying to
because
sit
the
here and tell me
border.
that.
I mean, there was no issue with national security under the Biden administration relating to the border, right? I don't actually accept that at all. At the end of Biden's administration, we had lower daily crossings on a daily average comparative to the end of Trump's first administration. Did you know that? So Trump actually inherited a more secure border based upon that argument than actually he inherited from Trump. He handed over a more secure border. Biden.
Okay, for sure. But I think there's too much. I'm gonna lay back just for a second. I think there's too much argument. I think there's too much clout seeking going on right here. I think no matter what Trump's doing, right or wrong,
Too much clout. You think I'm seeking clout? Is that what you just said?
we have to congregate and make things better as a whole. We're too divided. You know that just as well as I do. If like.
Wait, do you think
national
I'm
security-
clout seeking?
For sure.
Okay, what makes you think that?
Based off that last conversation with that other dude, you're just. I mean, you're over getting excited about $5 here, $5 there. I mean, you're just happy to get everyone's money. And I don't really think you're as. I don't know who.
Off my glass, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Eduardo, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I appreciate Eduardo. Thank you so much. Because of W's for Eduardo in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for them in the comment section right now. As well as I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Ali, thank you for the $5. Cognitive decline is a symptom, not a diagnosis. You're totally right. Margarita, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. You're totally right. Thank you so much. Nicole, thank you for the $2. Laura, thank you for the $2 as well. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Mike, thank you for the $2 as well, and for the $5. Thank you very much.
Crazy.
Can you thank all the donors for the money?
Say what now?
Can you thank all the donors who just sent money?
Yeah, thank you for supporting someone that doesn't even know who he is.
And can you thank Tyler for the $11? And can you thank Mike for the $10?
I don't know. I don't really care. I'm not here about money.
Can you thank Nancy for the glowing jellyfish?
Are you here to have a conversation? You're here just to talk about
No, I'm
money?
here just for money. Jesse, thank you for the $5 for the clout chasing. Thank you so much.
I figured.
Thank you for supporting the clout chasing. I really appreciate it.
Where's Andrew Tate when we need him?
Can you thank
So he can
can you
clown
thank
you?
Jesse for supporting the clout chasing?
I'm thinking about Andrew Tate right now. How he can punk you out. That's what I'm thinking about.
How he could what?
Punk you out, because you really deserve it. You don't care about our country. You need to be deported. Let's be real. You need to be deported.
I
you're
need to be
nothing for-
deported.
How are you contributing to our country?
Where should I be deported
Explain
to?
that. Explain wherever you want to go. Doesn't matter.
I want to
Anywhere
stay
but
here.
You don't deserve to be here.
So where should
You're
I be
not
deported?
Where the fuck you think you want to go?
I want to
besides
stay here.
Why? You're not doing nothing for our country.
I am.
You're just.
I'm doing something for our country right now. Right now, I'm doing what's best for the country.
What is that?
Promoting people to be more liberal and against Trump.
Yeah, that's going to contribute to society.
Yeah,
That
this
makes
is
perfect
contributing
sense,
to
man.
society a lot. If you think I'm contributing to society a lot, type 3 in the comment section.
Where's Andrew Tate at? We need him. We need him.
Why are you
bad.
begging for Andrew Tate? Why are you asking for him? That's so weird. I think
Because
you're
he's
anti-American.
the goat.
You support Trump, who actively tried to undermine our democracy, bro. You're anti-American. Look at all the threes in the comment section. We have actually a side that is fighting for
look
this
at some-
country
look
and
at
for
some-
our
look at
values,
some-
what we should actually be
for-
upholding. You're fighting against this country. It's democracy, our constitution, our rule of law, our due process rights, our constitution protected rights, all of those things MAGA has fought against. So you're going to sit here and claim I'm anti-American? That's fucking ridiculous. You support the traitors, the anti-American individuals that tried to undermine our constitution and democracy.
There's a lot of stuff that I know that you don't know, man. I'm just gonna say that.
You don't
I
know a lot. How many
about-
continents are there?
There's too many for me to count, man.
There's too many for you to count?
I got too much going on in my life.
You have too much going on in your life to know how many continents there are. Yeah,
Yeah.
so you know a lot, right?
Right, yeah. Yeah,
Very,
sure.
very much so. Sedalis, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Give some W's for them in the comment section. Cammy, thank you for this $26 for you not doing anything, Parker. Thank you so much for supporting me not doing anything. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much for supporting the Parker Do Nothing organization. I really appreciate it. Wouldn't be able to do nothing without you. Thank you so much for helping me do fucking nothing, actually. Okay.
You don't ever leave your room, bro. You don't ever
I
leave
do.
your room.
I
can
do.
tell you don't. I can tell you don't. I can tell you don't. You're just
And
a
how do you
fag,
tell?
bro. You're a fag. That's all it is.
Oh, you
You're
just used
a
a slur.
fag.
Wow. Go fuck yourself. You're disgusting. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Like, he just got so angry that he slurred a left after I literally made fun of him because he didn't even know how many continents there were. Of course, bro. Of course, those are the people who are homophobic, by the way. They have, like, literally negative IQ. These people are ridiculous, bro. They get angry at people sending me money. They have, like, the lowest IQ on the planet. That's ridiculous, bro. Yo, it's a how old are you? Okay, let's go to the next person here. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter about the age of 18. That guy's such a fucking loser. Well, I'm glad that every single time someone sends me money, it makes him angry. I'm glad that every single time I say, thank you, Xandro, for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Why do you use the number 3 so often? It's not an inside joke or anything. It's just the number I end up picking in my head. No inside joke or anything. But thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Well, every time I say thank you, it's going to make him angry. As well as Jocelyn, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. Yep, they literally can't. Yep, they have no clue. That's totally true. Can't count past 5. You're totally right.
Parker,
Yo,
what's
how old
your
are you?
IQ? You know who this is. It's Platform.
Oh, what's my IQ higher than yours?
No, that's why I'm asking. What's your IQ? You keep talking about everyone else being stupid. What's your IQ?
Thank you for the $5. It's higher than yours.
I guarantee it's not higher than mine.
My IQ is 185.
Yeah, okay.
How does that make you feel?
That's a complete lie. That's like over Einstein. Like, come on, get out of my. That's not even a real. That's
What
not
can I
even
say?
That's, yeah.
We thank you for the $10. Thank you for the $5. Thank you for supporting the grift. Thank you very much. Yes, Air Force One is crazy, bro.
So who do you want me to vote for if it's not Trump?
Democrats.
Democrats. Who? Because what was the inflation when Democrats were in office?
It wasn't because of Democrats.
They were in office when it was high, correct?
Yeah, but that doesn't mean it was because of them. Do you know what something?
Great.
That's called the correlation causation fallacy, sir.
The genocide happening in wherever is not because of
wherever.
I'm so disconnected from politics at this point, but I'm just saying. So you could say the same thing for. Oh, that's not Trump's
Amir,
fault.
thank you for the $2. Thank you.
Right.
Wait, I have a question. If God commanded you to commit genocide, would you do it?
You with these stupid questions. This is like.
No, I'm serious. If God
Is
commanded you to commit genocide, would you do it?
God would never. So.
Wait, so do you know what 1 Samuel 15:3 is?
In the Old Testament, he did. Yeah, in verse 15, he did this, that, and the third, and he had mass genocide happen across. It's like, dude, no one cares. That's just not going to happen these days. That's not the New Testament. Get out of my face with that.
Wait, but like, if you existed back then, would you have done it?
You say the Democrats.
Wait, Platform. If you existed back then, would you do it?
No, because that's not something that God.
No, so you would disobey God?
I wouldn't. There wouldn't be a mass. God wouldn't ask me to perform a mass genocide.
1 Samuel 15:3, he did. So if I was asking if you were one of Saul's men, if you were one of Saul's men, would you have done it?
Dude, this is like, do you give yourself brain rot? What do you do after you hang up these lives? You go and like, just sit on your phone? Like, this is such brain rot. Do you not understand that yet?
Was that supposed to be an own? What do you do after these lives? Do you go sit on your
I'm
phone?
not trying to own you. It's just a simple question. Like, you're literally, it's brain rot. You sit on these lives all day, every day, and you ask the
Jesse,
same
thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I appreciate Jesse.
Over and over again, and you have the same talking points over and over and over again.
And you're
find
coping.
A Catholic or a Christian.
And you're coping.
No, I have a life.
You're gonna say you have a real job? Is that what you're gonna say?
No, I didn't say real job. I said a real life. Like, yours is all.
You don't think I have a real life?
This isn't real. This is all fake.
This isn't real. This is fake, everybody. You guys heard it here first, folks. This is AI. This is not real.
How much did the DNC pay you?
It's fake, actually. The DNC paid me so much money, actually. Actually, like $1 trillion platform.
No, Parker. Seriously though, back to the topic. Why
Wait,
should I?
Do you
vote for
actually think the
Democrat?
DNC paid me?
No, dog. I don't really care if they did. To be honest with you.
Wait, do you think they did?
I would take money from a large organization to do everything that the news does, which is everything that no person on TV is their real personality or their real soul, I guess you could say.
Am I my real personality?
It's all actors for money. Like,
am I an actor?
You have to play your part. In a way, you have to play your part.
Okay, I'm an actor, I guess.
Yeah,
Jessica and Zach, thank you so much for $10. Thank you very much for adding to the MAGA Rage Fund. Thank you so much. That's actually a great name for it, the MAGA Rage Fund. I love it.
Well, good thing I don't support Trump anymore, but I probably will vote for him still.
Okay, so you do support him.
I mean, I'm not gonna.
Jackie, thank you for the $20 from the DNC. Thank you so much, Jackie. The Jackie DNC. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
No, I'm glad you make good money off this, but I just think it's brain rot.
Okay, this isn't brain rot. I'm getting people to become more liberal. Like,
No, you're not.
such as yourself. You need to hear this because
You're
you
not
need to hear
answering my
that Trump
question.
through
You said, oh,
USAID
you're
or
only-
Trump
you're
was
only
cutting
dismissed-
USAID,
you're
USAID, which will
dismissed-
lead to 14 million people dying by
Parker.
2030.
Your dismissive like nature on like, oh, the Democrats just because they were in office doesn't mean we can say the same thing about Republicans. It's just that's not a great talking point. So explain to me why inflation was so high during Democratic.
I'll tell you, because of
Go ahead.
supply chain issues relating to the pandemic. It was global inflation. It was all happening all around the world at the same time, not specific to the United States.
So what other countries were inflated? Like what was Sweden's inflation?
I don't know what Sweden's inflation was at the top of my head. I'm pretty sure it was around 7%.
Where you're saying global
9%.
inflation, you should have these numbers off the top of
Yeah,
your
yeah.
head, like your
Well,
other talking.
I don't know Sweden, but I can tell you global inflation. I'll actually show you
No,
on
I
the
don't
screen.
want global. I want Sweden. I want Swedish.
What?
I want Sweden. I want some countries outside of the United States. Tell me. Just give me some numbers.
So that's what global inflation would be, right?
No, that's an average of all the globe.
Yeah, that's exactly other countries, right?
That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking for other countries that are prosperous like America.
Okay, yeah, and if you look at the advanced economies were around 8%.
Which are what economies, bro?
Advanced economies? Right, that's what the IMF
You're
describes.
repeating. What does advanced economies mean? What countries are involved with that?
That's going to be like a bunch
Aren't
of...
you a major? Aren't you an economics major, bro?
I understand. It depends on how they're defining it. I would assume that it includes...
Assume.
like
I don't
all
want
of
an assumption. I want facts.
What I'm just telling you what it is. This is literally from the IMF, the International Monetary Fund.
You're moving away from my question. What was Sweden's or some other? Give me a country's name and their inflation. I don't care about the, like I said, I don't care about the average, the median, whatever
Okay.
you want to say.
I'll find a specific country for you. No need to crash out.
No one's crashing. I'm chilling. I just think it's funny that like you guys have. It's just like brain rot. It's so embarrassing at this point.
Are you still going
I'm
to
glad you're
chiropractic
making-
school?
I'm glad you're making money, but it's like. It's
Are you still
brain
going to
rot.
chiropractic school?
I don't know, but I'll be making like $700,000 in the next 10 years. So.
$700,000. You're gonna be so rich, right?
I'll make a lot more than you'll ever touch. That's for sure.
Yeah, so right.
An
So
economics
true. So
major.
true. So true.
With an economics major.
So true. So true. So
Still waiting.
700K a year. Can't
Still
wait to see.
waiting.
It was 12.33%.
In Sweden.
Yeah.
At
In
what time?
2022.
And okay, 2022. That's in the middle of COVID. What about United States?
Wait, that's what you asked. When was the highest point under Biden? That was in 2022.
What was it under Biden in 2022?
9.1.
9.1. Okay. I mean, no, I'm just asking. I'm not saying the pandemic didn't cause a global inflation, but it's just funny because like Democrats have this inflation mark that they always hit, and then the Republicans go to war. It's like, who's better at this point?
So
Like, how can
I would
you
argue.
decide?
I would argue Democrats are better. Now, that doesn't mean Democrats are perfect. I definitely think there's huge issues with the Democratic Party. I agree with that. But I do think that they're preferable to the Republican Party. And I'll give you one explanation, one thing here specific, that will get you to think otherwise. I think so. According to, through the usage of Doge, the Trump administration has cut USAID, which according to a Lancet study will lead to 14 million people dying by 2030. If you care about saving lives, you want to save the most amount of lives as possible by voting for the candidate you vote for, then you would want to support the Democratic Party over the Republican Party, at least in the last
Yeah,
election
but like
in hindsight.
Parker, but then you look at like Obamacare. We talk about like dying. We talk about healthcare in the United States. It's complete garbage, no matter which route you look at it. But when it comes to like Obamacare, you were forced to get insurance. So what about these people that like can't get insurance because they're right on the verge of being poor but not poor? It's like those people are also suffering. Like people are gonna die either way between the Democrats or the Republican Party, depending on how it's done.
I believe it should be free at the point of service. There should be a universal system where everyone
you
can
look
get
at
access to
Canada-
it.
But then look at Canada's healthcare. It's like you're waiting 12 hours in the emergency room, and there are cases obviously where they see you right away.
Wait,
but,
wait.
like,
The
people
emergency
who-
room also has wait times here. So it's not the
Yeah, but
emergency
not-
room.
not-
The
not
wait
to the
times that you're referencing are for elective procedures. And
That's
again,
not true.
we can reduce the wait times for elective
That's not
procedures.
elective procedures.
Please
is
listen.
not a
Please,
trauma-
please
a
listen,
fall,
platform.
A fall on a break. But I'm okay. Go ahead.
Okay, so like again, we can reduce wait times by trying to increase the amount of doctors and nurses that are going through the system by ensuring that there's
Right.
free medical school so that people can go through. I think that's the best way to
Agreed.
do so. And right now we spend nearly twice as much per individual as Canada. So if we could literally do universal, spend as much as what they're doing, and then increase the amount of spending comparative to them, we'd be saving money as compared to what we're doing right now, and still we would be able to reduce wait times comparative to what we see in Canada.
I
And
mean,
that's a
that
way
sounds
better
wonderful, but
problem to
that's
deal
just
with.
not. I don't think that's like plausible. I don't think that's like realistic.
It is.
We're in America where it's strict corporations, and you see it in the hospitals now too, where it's these major corporations are taking over all the hospitals.
But
And
it
so
shouldn't
now
be.
it's
It shouldn't
becoming
be,
even more
right?
of a system. Agreed. It shouldn't be a monopoly, but it is. That's the
Wait,
problem.
okay, wait. So then we agree. I think you agree with Democrats. Well, the issue is that Trump wants this because Trump doesn't have any plan to change how the healthcare system is operating, whereas the
But
Democrats
you guys
do.
don't
We want a
either.
universal
You
system.
you promise, both sides promise these great plans. Just like, for example, Trump promised this abortion thing, and great, he turned it back to the states. But to me, that's not enough for abortion. When he promised us all of these things, I don't care if you roll your eyes. If he promises all these things and then nothing gets done, like obviously I'm going to lose support. It's the same thing on the Democratic side. They promise all these things, then everyone's pockets are drained.
So the reason why we weren't able to get a fully universal system done is because we don't have the votes. Okay, that's why it was that was why it was Obamacare, right? It's in between, right? If we want a universal system, we need to vote more people in that want that type of system.
Yeah, but who's to say that these people aren't corrupt? Like everyone could be bought out.
Well, you need to have reason to believe that each individual is bought out. I think there's a huge level of corruption within our politics. I agree. And what I want to do is I want to limit that corruption in politics. We need to get money out of politics. We need to support candidates
And
that
how
are
do
not
you?
willing
I'm
to
just
allow for
confused.
corporate
How
money
do
to be
you?
in politics.
How do you not see the delusion in your statement? Because it's like you're saying we need to get these corrupt politicians out, but the corrupt politicians are the ones that are running. It goes back from Democrat to Republican every couple like
Because
I don't
we
know,
need, it's
4
our
to 8
duty to
years.
pick the better of the two candidates. Okay, that's what we should be doing in these
But do you
scenarios.
genuinely think that these aren't like already determined by like?
Yes, that's not
You
already
don't think that
determined. No.
you think our elections are not rigged in any sense?
Yeah, they're not rigged. I believe in our democracy.
See, like that's where I think we disagree because I don't
Okay.
believe that like
So did you vote?
I did vote this time.
Why'd
but
you
I'm not
vote if
voting
it's
ever
rigged?
Again. I'm never voting again.
Okay. Well, I guess like then you said you wouldn't vote for Trump then. So if you just think it's rigged. Okay.
Well, if my
Platform, I'm just gonna be
parents
honest
wanted
with
me to
you.
vote,
You're inevitably just not going to be effective in politics. You're not going to be able to change anything if you have that mantra. And if we all thought that, we're never going to be able to influence anything.
But I think
if this were
politics
true,
needs to be destroyed.
let's think about this for a second. If this were true, if our votes didn't matter, why are there voter suppression bills? Why does there need to be corruption? Why does there even need to be funding, the political funding of these different campaigns? If they can just
To
rig
keep
the
us in
outcomes,
line.
they control everything already.
To keep
Why
us
do they
in
need
line.
that?
Because the moment the public society starts to realize that these things aren't real and they're fake elections, is the moment that government gets overthrown and you see another civil war. It's like they have to keep us as people in society in line to understand that nothing will get done if they don't keep the people in line. There's too many of us. There's a
Okay,
small
here's
government
my
compared to
question.
us.
Let's suppose that there is no corruption, right, in a society. With your idea here, like your question, your conspiracy here, you're kind of thinking it
It's not
without.
conspiracy because there is
Can I
corruption.
let me
How is
please
it-
finish
how is
this?
it-
No. The extent you're taking it to is conspiracy. So the
Tell me
extent
what
you're
extent
taking
I've
to is
taken
that
it
there's
to.
like some sort of underground thing controlling
Never said
everything.
that.
Yeah, let me just explain what I'm getting from what you're saying, and then you can tell me what you think you're
Yeah,
saying.
well, don't put words into my mouth to try to like push your point further. But go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just telling you how I'm understanding what you're saying. Okay, so I think that you're saying that like there's this sort of group that controls the entirety of society, right? And
No.
okay, so you're saying that there's no group that controls society? Like what?
I'm not
I haven't
saying
even
I'm
gotten
not
through the
saying it's a
explanation yet.
group.
How about
I'm
you
saying
listen?
there's people. I'm not saying it's a group. I'm not saying, oh, they come together. There's a meeting that they come together every year and they say, okay, you guys are going to look like the bad guys. You guys are going to look like the good guys. And we're going to come
Like
up
a
with this master
collaboration.
plan.
So
Yeah,
if
I
there's
don't
no
think that's happening.
collaboration in terms of like a deep state or whatnot, then you can't make this argument that everything is rigged.
Why? We see corruption.
Well, I agree that there's corruption, but that does not mean all elections are rigged.
I didn't say all.
The
I'm
corruption
saying
is
our
the corporate
major-
influence over our politics.
our major elections have like there's something off about our election. I mean,
Yeah, but like the point I'm trying to make is that if there was a genuine system, you could still have your question. And since your question is unfalsifiable, because it does, even if we were to provide evidence that the elections are not rigged, that they're fair and free, you would say that's actually something that they're just doing in order to be able to make it seem like it's fair and safe, so that there isn't a revolt.
yeah. What do you mean? How do I
Yeah,
respond
but
to
like
that?
your claim is unfalsifiable. That's why I'm saying it was conspiratorial. Is because it's an unfalsifiable claim that you're just making that you could claim even
Well, it's
if the systems
speculation.
are not corrupt at all.
But we both can understand that they are corrupt.
I do agree that there's corruption within the system, but I'm saying if we were to assume that there's
On
no
both
corruption,
sides.
if we were to
On
assume
both
that there's
sides.
no corruption, you can still ask this question. And that's an issue with your argument, because your argument isn't actually going to be verifying whether or not there is, or trying to identify whether or not there is, or what type of corruption exists, right? It's going to be looking at specifically,
I don't think it's like talking about no one's gonna research the corruption, because the moment the corruption starts to get poured out to the public is the moment that a revolt happens. This is what I'm trying to say.
people
There's
research
things-
corruption
it's
all the
just like
time. A lot of
medicine.
people know about
It's
corruption.
just like medicine. It's like there's certain things in medicine that we don't touch because it will change the pockets of the rich. That is certain. That is just common knowledge, and like everyone.
So then
has,
why
like,
support
an
the very rich guys that are getting rid of these regulations and giving them more money to have more power?
Yeah, who's? That's why I'm saying why vote.
Why vote? Because the Democrats are the preferable alternative. If you vote for the better of the alternatives, you will have better options in the future.
To who?
Think about it this way:
To you,
if you
because you're
if
making,
every time,
but
if,
to,
listen,
Parker, you're
listen,
making how
listen.
much-
If every time you pick the better option, you will be given better options in the long run,
Yes,
because
but
each
who
different
says
time you'll have a
your
better
opinion,
option.
Opinion is there a better option? That's your specific opinion.
Of course.
And it's very privileged opinion because you get paid.
I think
from
your
all of
opinion that you're just not
viewers.
going to engage with the systems is the privileged opinion.
How?
Because I could say the same thing. I'm going to benefit from the system either way. I'm going to be fine.
I think a more privileged opinion would be going to attack the systems and holding
No,
riots
it's not.
and stuff. would be
Attacking
more
the system to
privileged.
try to change the system so that I can benefit people it definitely goes against like my interest individually, right? Because like individually, specifically,
But no,
I'm
what
going to
I'm
be.
saying is
Listen, please just listen. You just don't cut me
Dude,
off.
I've listened to you. I have listened to you over and over and over and
Okay,
over.
I'm done listening to you. Ren, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you very much, Ren. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yes, the Electoral College is diabolical. That is the only thing I can disagree with there as well. Very sure, very true. Jara as well. Thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That's so kind. Thank you so much. As well as Mayra, thank you for the $50 on Venmo. Can we get some W's for Mayra in the comment section right now? For the $50 in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. I really appreciate W's for them in the comment section. Thank you so much, Mayra. I was so frustrated with you with that idiot not answering your question. Love listening to you and Dean and make my work day interesting. Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. You know what? I do think that there's more people that watch my streams in the morning. I honestly think that's true. And that might be because I just made my schedule where it's like mostly in the morning. I'm gonna have to think about that though, because like I definitely do get more viewers in the morning. I definitely do. I think I've realized that. Let me make sure to thank some people over on YouTube Super Chat, and then we can continue on to the next conversation here real quick. Lee, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for Lee in the comment section right now. Thank you very much. Emir, thank you for the $2. Jesse, thank you so much for the Galaxy. I appreciate it. Thank you. Jolish, thank you so much for the $2. Patsy, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. Lotus, thank you so much for the 17 Canadian dollars. Thank you so much for MAGA Trash has no defense for the orange con man, so they are attacking young Democrats. Sad. I know, right? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Get some W's for Lotus in the comment section right now. And Jolish, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Alrighty. Let's go on to this next individual quick. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Let's get this next person up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
No, I do not, but please listen.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
We are Parker.
Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18.
Oh, hello. Can you hear me?
How old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Okay, and what's your birth year?
12/14/07.
Okay. And if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
I guess my first claim, I would say on immigration. Now, obviously, I agree on the stance that Charlie made with immigration under Biden, like illegal immigrants taking jobs from Americans. I think Americans are more deserving of jobs rather than someone who's illegally let in the country. I think it ruined the economic status. I think that the illegal immigrants that were like the floods of 10 millions, or I don't know how many exactly within the year, but the millions that were taking jobs. You can fact check me. I'm not sure how many millions it was, but so I'm not gonna say like 10 million or exact number, but it was a couple million that was ceasing and taking jobs. So I guess I would see like your rebuttal to that.
Yeah, so there was around 3.5 million people that came in the country and documented in terms of an increase in the Biden-Harris administration. It was nowhere near the 16 to 20 million or 10 million that Trump claimed. In terms of undocumented immigrants taking jobs, I actually don't think that they do, because typically the jobs that they're going to be taking or engaging with are going to be jobs specifically that are not even available to U.S. citizens because of the fact that there are legal regulations limiting them from even going to those jobs in the very first place. Secondly, the fulfillment of those jobs increases the productivity of other jobs, therefore increasing the amount of jobs available to U.S. citizens. Also, they demand goods and services within the economy, which also increases the demand for labor, which also creates jobs. So I would argue it's preferable if they're given a pathway to citizenship if they haven't committed a violent or serious offense. I think that's the best alternative. But I do think that like they're not negative in terms of the economy. You could say you disagree with undocumented immigration because you think that they should uphold the law, or you think that something else. But the economic argument doesn't uphold because economically they're better off for the country, whether they're undocumented or documented.
Okay, yeah. So my point was like, so against that, what I meant like was like if I say I think Americans were to less like if I was now obviously. You were mentioning, what was it? You mentioned that illegal immigrants would get what? Like they get jobs that don't require what? Sorry.
Undocumented immigrants are typically going to be taking jobs that aren't even available to U.S. citizens because of the fact that the labor that they're engaging in isn't even legally available to U.S. citizens.
Okay. Oh yeah. So that was the point I was going to make on. Sorry, I want to make sure you elaborate on it a little bit. But so I think that's untrue. Because I noticed there's a lot of for example, I can use my town. They had a local roofing company that got shot down because of illegal immigrants, and it was a whole bust. And that's jobs they were taking from. I mean, they had American citizens that were working for that company, but it got completely shut down. And I feel like there could be also other territories, like in the United States or like other states, that maybe could experience the exact same thing, but no one would know of like during that time. So I feel like you'd be taking jobs and like obviously like if you have like Indeed where there's like 1,000 AIs and then you're fighting also illegal immigrants for those positions, I feel like it would not help. So I mean I think like what would be your rebuttal to that?
Well, it's, again, that you're not going to be competing for the same types of jobs, and say you were. Again, since there's an increase in the demand for labor as well, that technically isn't going to be a consideration. Like, for example, if you look at it from a legal perspective, if we look at all immigration as a whole, immigration over the past 30 years has actually led to an increase in wages for natural-born U.S. citizens. It's led to an increase in employment rate for natural-born U.S. citizens, along with the fact that it's decreased the deficit and the debt by $14.5 trillion over the past 30 years. So immigration has been very beneficial to our system overall. So I think facilitating quicker legal immigration processes is probably the best way to address this issue. I don't think the best way to address this is by doing Donald Trump's policy of undermining the constitutionally protected rights of individuals in this country, trying to go after legal permanent residents for engaging in pro-Palestinian advocacy, allowing for racial profiling, getting rid of the need for judicial warrants to search and seize people's properties, the sending people to CICOT in El Salvador, which is a concentration camp where people are mistreated and tortured.
Yeah. So I will say on that point of Trump's policy for there, I would disagree with in that sense. But now I do think that obviously like, but even if like now there's these jobs, I guess like these are things that American citizens could like receive. Like what jobs necessarily are you talking about when you say that jobs that American citizens wouldn't typically get, or what were you like elaborating on?
Yeah, I just mean the ones that aren't even available. So things that could be below the minimum wage, right? Or there's some sort of safety regulations that we have specifically that those are not enforced for undocumented immigrants. So since they're not enforced for undocumented immigrants, because again, they're already in the country undocumented, they're already risking that, then it's going to be that these things are available to them, and significantly more undocumented immigrants would be fulfilling that comparative to natural-born U.S. citizens. Because again, natural-born U.S. citizens would have access to all of the legal opportunities.
Okay, so like, what if like businesses aren't registered under like an LLC, so they're not registered? Then what would you say to that?
I don't know what that means.
Like, if something's not registered as an LLC, technically it's not labeled as a considered job. If you now depending on the company, but say you're
It is considered a job. Well, I'm confused what you mean. Like
well,
if
it's
you're
considered
an
a job,
owner
but
of a
like,
company, that's a job.
but like say it's not registered as an LLC, that goes through public insurance, and then you also go through the government for funding. But if you go there in that route, I think it's a lot more like different than like immigrants, because they would have to be processed to that point, but some of them don't have that, but they're the same jobs.
Yeah, I'm not understanding what you're saying.
Okay, fair enough. I'll try to make it a little more simple. So like, let's say that you have a job working. Now, obviously, this is the hypothetical, but say you have a job. Say you're working at obviously a commercial store like Walmart, right? Obviously, Walmart, you have to go through a lot of you have to go through a whole process to get employed there, correct? Like, you know what I'm saying? So now, say I go to a job that's not registered under the commercial business, not registered as an LLC. It's an underground business like Lanning's Food. It's not registered as an LLC, but you can just get hired there with no background check, with nothing, or no information besides your number, and without a bank account, you can just sign up and work there.
Okay, so you're saying without a bank account, you can sign up for. I'm not
Well, yeah,
following, man. I don't. What's your points from this? I'm not following at all, man.
Okay. So I'm basically saying you don't need any information to get that job. So it's an unregistered job. So how would you can find the illegals if they're in these jobs that are like
There's still legal
like,
regulations preventing people from getting those jobs. So proportionally less people who are citizens are fulfilling those jobs, and if they are, they're not even legal to fulfill. So I don't even understand why that would be an argument.
Fair point. I get you. Fair point.
So
I guess kind of.
So like what? Can you name a policy of Trump's he's influenced to get passed that's benefit the average American more than it's benefit the rich?
I'm not talking about the rich. I'm talking about illegal immigrants who, like normal American citizens, are middle class to lower citizens for like the working class, or like jobs or open jobs or stuff like that. Employment, basically.
So again, like I told you, immigration over the past 30 years has led to a decrease or an increase in employment rate for natural-born U.S. citizens. So immigrants coming to our country are not taking jobs.
But so you're saying they create more jobs?
Yes.
But wouldn't they have to create more jobs for more people that are in our country?
Yeah, I'm saying they increase the amount of employment rate for natural-born U.S. citizens. So factoring in population.
Oh, yeah, I would have to fact check that. I'm not for sure on that one. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, then you got me there. Honestly, I don't know about that in that sense. But
is there anything Trump could do that would get you to stop supporting him?
Yeah, I think there's a couple things. Now, obviously, like I've definitely changed because I base my morals off of Christianity. I don't like that AI picture of Jesus he posted. I dislike him. But if I was to say, like, if there's something that would make me dislike him, then, or not support him, I think it'd probably, according to my morals, I mean, probably public citing, like, straight genocide, maybe. I don't know if I, oh, shit, I don't know if I can say that on here or not, but can I say that? I don't know if I can say it or not, sorry. I don't know if I can say that, but, genocide. Now I know with the Iran war, there's a lot of stuff going on, but I guess I would use it as like public genocide, like as stuff that's happening in West Africa, and like the slaughter of radical Islam slaughtering other Christians and many different people. So like if he was like publicizing that and supporting that and funding that, then
There's no
that'd be a big
evidence that it's specifically people going after individuals just for being Christian. There are Muslims that are disproportionately attacked at a higher rate.
Well, I said that there's it's radical Islam that's attacking not just Christians but also other West Africans
Okay,
that
so
don't believe in their.
okay, so I mean, so in that context, like that's true. Like I'm confused what your argument is. What about the Trump administration? Do you think that he's like
Like, if you
preventing
ba-
this?
No. I'm saying like why like I wouldn't if like there's something like it's an example. So if he was like publicizing that, or if he was like saying
You're saying if
hey,
Trump
we're funding
committed
it.
a genocide.
Well, yeah, if he like publicly endorsed it, I guess yeah.
I think he's done that.
Are you just I'm guessing gonna refer to the Iran war?
I could refer to that, or I could refer to Gaza. He
So
explicitly
what
said
would
that the U.S. should take over Gaza and ethnically cleanse all the Palestinian people and don't give them a right to return.
Yeah, I haven't heard that one before.
Yeah.
I give it that.
Yeah, look up Trump says no right to return for Palestinians.
Okay, can I go do that real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
I gotta leave it.
I won't be able to hear you while you're out of the app, by the way. But go ahead and look and find that information. I'll get another person up in the meantime. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, as always. You have about 50 minutes or so left on the live, everyone. Just letting y'all know, 50 minutes or so left on the live. Yo, what's up, how old are you? You're disgusting. What is wrong with you? Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter about the age of 18. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
What's up, bro? 18.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
What's your birth year?
2008,
And what month?
January.
Okay, and if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Well, I live in a very Republican area. I just think that it would, like, be good for everyone else, and it'd be chill and everything, you know?
Yeah, I think they're a kid. Let's go to the next person. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter about the age of 18.
Yeah, but parking am I good to go?
What'd you say?
Can I talk now? I didn't want to
go
make
ahead.
sure you weren't adding anybody else. All right, sweet. Yeah, okay, yeah. I didn't even see that. Honestly, I didn't hear any articles even write about that. So yeah, I guess that's something new I'd have to explore into.
Yeah, you should take a look
but
into that.
I did see that.
You should take a look into that. Look into it a little bit more, and then come back, because I think that would be something Trump's done. He's also, I mean, he's threatened the entire destruction of a civilization within Iran. So
Yeah,
do you think
I mean-
do you think that's enough?
I mean, that's a great point. I definitely do further research into it, but yeah, if I found out or came to that logical conclusion, or it's like if it's a proven thing. I saw some documents on it. Now obviously I didn't go through all of them, but I'm definitely gonna take a look into it after this.
Well, that's great. Well, make sure to look into that. You're welcome to come up again and let me know your thoughts on it once you do so.
Yes, sir, man. Later, Parker.
Later. Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. That is an important thing. We got him thinking. That's a good thing. He'll go do research now. I do really believe that guy. He'll definitely do research. He seems like very genuine in wanting to look things up. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
28.
Do you support
My
Trump?
name's not Cobby, bro.
What'd you say?
Yes.
You cut out. What'd you say?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and why do you support Trump?
I'm gonna have to call you. I'm gonna have to get back though, because I'm driving.
Oh, okay. That's what I thought. I thought I heard like I'm pretty sure it's like a ride-sharing app thing. I don't know what app that is. Is it DoorDash? Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
My name is.
It is DoorDash? Okay. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next person. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. What's up? How old are you?
Parker, it's me again. I debated on you with abortion earlier.
Did I kick you?
No, you didn't kick me. We were talking about, you told me to go check this one source.
Yeah, what
This
source?
was way earlier in the day. I forget the source, but I wanted to debate something else.
No, I'm sorry. Especially if you didn't look up the source. I'm just gonna go on to the next person. That was kind of funny. Yo, what's up, Al, to you?
Parker, when's the last time you jerked off?
What a fucking crazy thing to say. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Parker, get a job.
Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Hello?
How old are you?
Can you hear me? 19?
What's your birth year?
19. 2006.
And what month?
December.
And if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Okay, I support Trump because he doesn't support Zahra. Zahran Mamdani?
Zohran Mamdani? What's wrong with him?
Yes. Okay, well, because I don't support communism or nothing like. I don't support that stuff, and I'm just like me. I don't want
Can you
something
define
like
communism?
that influencing our country. I don't. Okay, communism, like stateless, stateless, and I mean, yeah, isn't that what it is? Stateless, and there's like no money, and like the power.
You're pretty close. They have to be a kid. There's no way. I'm sorry. If I'm wrong, I really do apologize. But there's no way. There's no way. Yeah. They were pretty close though. Actually, stateless, classless, moneyless society. You know what's appalled to you?
Nigger.
You're disgusting. Let's go to the next person. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We're just looking for debates. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Yo, what's appalled to you?
Hi, my name's Eric. I'm 18 years old.
And do you support Trump?
I do support Trump to an extent. I do think that he's a much better option than Kamala Harris would have been. I don't necessarily agree with every single thing that he does or says. I think there's a lot of things that he does that are just to get a reaction out of people. But for the majority, I do support him. I do think that a lot of my personal beliefs align more closely with his platform and what he's been doing over the last couple of years. But I will say that he has done a lot of stupid things, and he's done a lot of things that have just caused a divide in our society.
Okay. So if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, or you could choose not to vote, you would choose to vote for Trump?
I would choose to vote for Trump, yes, sir.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
Okay, so we can go down the list. Firstly, I support Trump because he pushes for the idea of allowing for not pushing the agenda of like abortions and stuff. That's an issue that I'm very firmed on, and I feel that like a lot of left politicians, a lot of Democrats, disagree and think that people should be allowed to do whatever they want with their bodies, which like to an extent I do agree with when it comes to like vaccinations and things of that sort. But I feel like when it comes to the idea of like a human life, I think that it's very important to not give people that that the choice to end a life, because I think at the end of the day human life is very valuable, and I know your perspective on it, but that's just one of the things that the reasons that I would vote for him, as well as for the idea that he's pushing America and like our military to be more just better in a lot of aspects. I know a lot of the legislation that he has pushed for, and a lot of his executive orders have just gone towards improving like the quality of life for a lot of our service members, because that's something that I plan to do within the next 2 years of my life. So just
Can you name one way he benefit the quality of life of service members?
Yeah, absolutely. So I know that last year there was a reform. It was one of the committees that he I'm trying to remember the name of the committee, but I know that what he did is like he supported this I'm trying to remember the name of it, but it's a committee that had to do with the quality and like the admissions process for like service academies. And what he basically did is he went towards he pushed more funding, and he pushed for the elimination of like race-based classes in service academies. as well as increasing the funding to improve like the facilities that a lot of like I don't know, a lot of cadets, midshipmen are living in. So that's something that I mean I would say
What
is going
funding
toward.
for, and what race-based classes?
But at the Air Force Academy and at the Naval Academy, there was a for the I think since like 2018, there's been
Since 2018, you mean under Trump's first term?
well, yeah, under his first term, it's something that like he was looking into and trying to address, but like it's like a whole bureaucratic process to go on and try to address. So he didn't really do anything till his second term, to my understanding. I mean, I'm not too knowledgeable on it, but it's just little things like that. I think that he's made like these advances so that so when it comes to like like military academies, so like the focus is on preparing people to lead in times of war and stuff, and not focusing on like how people feel and how.
Okay, so none of this is like really like a quality of life increase. So let's just go back to the abortion thing. You say that you want to save human lives. Do you think it's murder to pull the plug on an individual in your family that is brain dead?
I don't think it's murder. I think that if like with that argument, if you see that someone is suffering and like you can put an end to that suffering, I think that
There's no suffering for an individual that's brain dead. They have irreversible cognitive cessation.
yeah, okay. So okay, well, like with that point then if they're just existing and there's no like
It's just
life
cellular
behind.
life, no more sentient life.
Yeah, so then I think that it's not murder. I think that
But they still are cellularly alive.
yeah, sure, they're still cellularly alive, but they're not like I understand like where you're going with this. Like they don't have a consciousness. They're not able to like conversate with people and they're not able to interact with people. So they're just existing, right? And there's no point in someone no longer existing like that, seeing that there's like no more future to their life, right? But if you want to apply that to like a child in the womb, it's like the fetus hasn't had the opportunity to yet develop into something that could communicate with people, that could do certain things. And it's like I think that every being should be given that opportunity.
Okay. So you want the opportunity to have the ability to live in the first place, and you think that, and by the way, you're not saying live. You're saying have the ability to become sentient, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you think it's wrong for someone to pull out?
Pull out? What do you mean pull out?
Pull out.
Like during sex?
Yeah.
I don't think it's wrong.
But like that reduces the likelihood of there being a child.
I don't think that's wrong. No, I mean I think that if people want to practice sex,
But there would have been a subjective experience there. Like it's your duty to bring about this potential subjective experience that exists in the future, right? And you
Sure.
lose your bodily autonomy because you need to care about that potential alone, right?
Sure. I mean, I think that if you're involved, like, if you're putting yourself in a situation where like you want to experience the pleasure of sex and, that kind of act, it's like at the end of the day, sex is made for like, its purpose is to reproduce, but also to create intimacy with a person, right? But I think that with, a lot of these young people that are having, that are having sex, like, it's like, you want to have the pleasure, but you don't want to face like like it's not a consequence, but you don't want to face like the responsibility that comes with, what it is that you're doing with your body, right? And I think that it's different for like rape and stuff. I think that sure, if someone gets raped, then I think that they should have the ability to get an abortion, just because like my stance on that is a little bit more different, because that is like something that is forceful, something like that can be like discussed differently. But I think that if people are just having sex and then they're like, oh well, I'm gonna have a child, it's the easiest thing for me to do is just to like kill it off. I don't think that's right, if that makes sense.
I have a question.
Sure.
Do you think that someone who was a sperm donor should be obligated to give a kid to their or give a kidney to their offspring if their offspring requires it and no one else can provide it?
Like, that's a great question. I don't think that they should be.
Why not?
Because
they need it to survive. If they don't get it, they'll die.
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, if like, but like if that person were to give the kidney like would their quality of life and like would their lifestyle like be worse or
No.
yeah, so I mean I don't think that they should be required, like they shouldn't have to, but I think they should.
Okay, so but that's less of an obligation than going through a pregnancy, giving up your internal bodily resources, having to deal with all the physical, mental, and financial risks associated with pregnancy for a
Sure.
significantly longer period of time than giving up a kidney. So, like, if you don't need to give up a kidney in that scenario, even though you chose to be a sperm donor, then explain to me why you don't need to, or why you do need to be forced legally to go through a pregnancy.
Can you repeat that again?
Yeah, if you wouldn't be forced legally to give up a kidney, even if it would lead to the death of the offspring, then why do you think that you should be obligated to give up your internal bodily resources or your uterus?
Oh, okay. So, I mean, with that point, I think that at the end of the day, like it doesn't just become about like, what the female necessarily like wants. I mean, at the end of the day, like what I'm trying to say is that if they intentionally, you know, did the act of sex and it just so happened that it led to like, okay, like you're gonna have a child, I don't think that it's not like they're giving up like their resources like their body and stuff just like because they're being forced to. It's like they put themselves in a situation where it led to this, so it's like you should face the responsibility that comes with what you did. And I mean I think that there's plenty of options that you can talk about. Like if someone doesn't want to take care of the kid when they're born, that's fine. Like you can give it up to someone in this world would love to have whatever child is most likely going to be killed. I think that someone would want to put themselves in a position where they would want to care and love for the child, even if it went through the foster system, which isn't the best. I think that everyone should be given like the beauty to actually live a life.
Yeah, I'm not understanding your argument here. Like, what's the relevant difference? In both scenarios, there's going to be someone who dies, right? If you don't give up your bodily resources, someone will die.
I mean, what do you mean? So like you're saying, how would someone die if they're just giving birth?
How would someone die if they're giving birth? Do you think there's a maternal mortality rate associated with pregnancy and birth?
Sure,
And like
okay,
that is a
but
fucking nuts thing to say. You've never heard of someone dying relating to birth.
no, I have heard, but like how common is it? I'm sorry, I'm not too.
Well, it's very common. There are plenty
Okay.
of circumstances where women who are pregnant die because of that, or have medical complications, even in the long term, because of pregnancy. So it is a huge risk. It's also like you
Sure.
think about all you have to do physically in terms of the labor you have to do to give up all that. That's an obligation you're going through. That's physically very, very harsh to deal with. It's
But
also all the risks associated medically. It's also all the finances you have to give up. Literally tens of thousands of dollars to give birth in this country, especially here in the U.S.
yeah, but if you like, to my understanding, if you don't have all those resources, like, won't the state help people out? I mean, like,
Here in the U.S., I mean, not under Trump's policies, not under Republican policy. Under
okay,
Democratic policy, yeah, probably, but not under Republican policy.
sure. Well, I mean, I think that's something that, well, if it's like that under Republican policy, then I think that's something that should be discussed because at the end of the day, I mean, for me at least, and this just goes back to like my personal standpoint and my belief system, is that doesn't matter. Like, just because you're uncomfortable, like, I feel like a lot of people want the easy way out. And sure, like what you're saying, I like respect that. Yeah, I mean, if there is people that are, if there's a high rate of mothers that are, or women that are giving birth that are dying, then yeah, that's a problem, and I can see how that can be avoided by just having an abortion, right? But at the end of the day, it's like, I mean, I'm glad to be alive today. I'm glad, that you're
It's
alive.
not
Like,
just
and
uncomfortable. I don't know why you're viewing pregnancy as just uncomfortable. Are you fucking serious? Imagine if you were at risk of having to go through pregnancy. You would not
sure,
be saying this shit.
yeah, I mean, I think that, I mean, I appreciate your time. I just, yeah. Um,
Wait, I'm sorry. Like, can we acknowledge that pregnancy is risky?
no, it is risky, and I agree with you. I mean, you made a great point bringing it up. Like, I'm not trying to like down talk anything or trying to make anything seem like it's not a problem. I'm not trying to make it seem like, oh, women don't go through anything Like I know it's a
Maybe you're
very
misunderstanding my
difficult training
criticism.
thing.
My criticism isn't I think you are intentionally doing this. It's that you effectively, in the consequence, are doing this by saying that. That's what we're saying. You might not intentionally be trying to do that, but that is what you're perpetuating when you say that. And I'm only responding and saying that because I think it's important that you and everyone in the chat knows that that's kind of like what that type of rhetoric does.
Sure.
Right? Even if you have a certain intent, it might still have that sort of impact.
Sure. No, I understand what you're saying. But I just think that everyone should be given the opportunity to live, even if the quality of like the lifestyle once the kid is born is not as great. I think that everyone can find their way out of like a bad situation. Like even after like the mother gives pregnancy, let's say, like they can find a way to like recuperate from that situation. Because I think it's still, isn't it still very detrimental like for women's mental health when they do have an abortion? Like considering that, like, let's say
But
years
that's up to the
past, it's
choice
like,
of the individual. That's the thing, is that if these things have detrimental impacts on a person, right, whether it be abortion or whether it be pregnancy, birth, etc., it should be up to the person to choose whether or not they want to go through it, right? Which one they want to go through.
yeah,
If they want to go through an abortion, that's their choice to go through. If they want to go through pregnancy and birth, that's their choice to go through. It shouldn't be forced upon them. That's the point that I'm making.
okay. I mean, I can somewhat understand that. At the end of the day, like I can't, like I wouldn't want to control what other people do. Like all I can hope is that, you know, that they wouldn't pursue that. But I mean, we
But
all
like,
like, I mean,
maybe here, I don't mean to cut you off. In the example I provided, do you think like someone should have to give up the kidney, the sperm donor?
no, I don't think so.
But they have a parental obligation under your review, and they also like it's internal bodily resources or an organ. So if you don't believe that they should have to give that up, when it's literally less of an obligation than going through pregnancy, then why would you? Then what would be the argument there? I guess.
I think that like the argument would be that the sperm donor is, you know, donating like their resources because someone in this world is looking to have a child when they can't, right? Like that's what sperm donors are for, right? So that someone that is not able to, you know, produce semen, or someone that's not able to, that has the resources in their body to like hold the child, like that's what like a sperm donor is for, right? Like correct me if I'm wrong.
For someone who would need sperm who couldn't provide it themselves, yes.
Yes, yeah. So like with that argument, or I mean with that, sorry, with that understanding, if someone were to have, or like if someone were to get like sperm from a sperm donor and then use it for the purpose that they want to have a child, I don't
Yes.
think that the sperm donor should be like responsible per se for the child, or for anything in that regard, because someone else like a third party stepped in saying like, hey, like I need your resources because I want to have a child that I want to, you know, love and care for.
I understand, but what you're not what you're not understanding is that it gets around the points that you're saying that, like, for example, if you bring up that there's a biological relation to the child of like, oh, that's going to be a reason as to why they have an obligation in this scenario compared to the other, or it's they engaged in an action that inevitably led to this happening. It's that you have to throw that out of the water. That those themselves cannot be reasons to establish that someone needs to uphold an obligation.
Sure.
Okay, so if that's true, well then why does someone have an obligation with pregnancy?
That's a good point. I mean, I think that someone has a responsibility like when they're pregnant, because at the end of the day, like in this situation, like that person chose to carry the child because, you know, they want to, if someone went to like the sperm donor, it's because they want to have the child because they don't have, like, you know, their partner doesn't have the resources to be able to do that for them, right?
How about this? Let's give a different hypothetical, right? Like, I can change the conditions of the hypothetical because I think that you're actually bringing up a sort of somewhat relevant point of like someone could transfer obligation, right?
Sure.
And you think if the obligation has been transferred, so let's suppose that the obligation hasn't been transferred, but yet this person was a sperm donor.
Sure. So like the point that you're trying to make is that like this person is still responsible for, like, even though that
They haven't
they're just
transferred
donating
any
their sperm.
obligation. They've done nothing to transfer said obligation. Like for example, like let's just assume that the type of sperm donor business that's being operated doesn't really have like this sort of contractual agreement you have to go through. You can just show up, provide it, get paid, and leave. So in that circumstance, you technically never got rid of the obligation. You never transferred the obligation. You simply just gave your shit up. So if that is true, do you think that that person would be obligated to give up their kidney? I think the obvious answer is no, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, that definitely gives me something to think about, but
And if they're
I
not
think that
obligated, and again, that's less of an excessive obligation, when it seems like you would be saying that abortion isn't something that is even wrong to do, or even something that you should legally restrict. Or not, sorry, not
Sure.
wrong, legally restrict. You can think it's wrong, but not to legally restrict it.
Sure. Well, yeah, I mean, you've given me a couple of things to think about, but
All right,
I
for
think
sure.
that I'm still, I'm definitely going to look into a lot of more of these, arguments. And as of where I'm at right now, I'm still pretty firm on my beliefs, but I just want to thank you for your time. I have to head out.
All right, appreciate you coming up.
You have a great rest of your day. See ya.
You as well, you as well. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We have at least 25 minutes or so left on the live, everyone, just letting y'all know. Let's get this next person up here. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Okay, let's get this next person up here. Only do send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, everybody. We are just looking for debates. Haley, by the way, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, you're totally right. There definitely needs to be a lot more investments into it and whatnot. And it should not be something to rely upon in the situation of an unwanted pregnancy. Hey, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
We are Char.
So the next person, if you want to support me as always, Yo, what's up? How old are you? If you want to support me as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. We probably have about 25 more minutes left on the stream at least, everyone. Meaning like one more person here for the debates for today, probably. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Okay, let's go to the next person. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next person here. Do you give it a quick second for people to join up?
Hi.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
What's your birth year?
2000 and... No, guys, I want to explain something.
Yo, what's up? How old are you? Sometimes it baffles me. I'm like, bro, what? Like, here's my thoughts. Like, when I was a kid, bro, I probably would have thought about the birth year before, especially if every single person who's asked on the stream who comes up is asked their birth year. You know what? I feel like I would have been able to do that. I feel like I would have established that. I'm just so, like, honestly in shock still to this day how many people come up and don't know that after I ask every person. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey! That's for Trump.
It's really funny. It is really funny. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
How old are you?
I'm 26.
And do you support Trump?
Yes.
And if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
What? Can you repeat the question, please?
Yeah, if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Can you say it more slowly, please? I'm not from USA.
Oh, okay. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
28.
Do you support Trump?
I do, yeah.
And if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Donnie.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Numerous reasons, and I'll start with this. I'm anti-child slavery, but before we get to that, I just want to say one thing to you. It's about Dean. I think that Dean should be giving you half of his profits he makes. I think it's only proper. So I'm gonna be starting a movement that you get half those profits because you basically made that man, dude. I think it's not right.
I do not believe I should get half the profits that Dean gets, dude. That would be
Dude,
a
you're the
hefty
OG.
sum from the
You're
DNC,
OG,
bro.
dude.
That would be a
You're the
hefty sum from the
OG.
DNC, dude. I don't know if the
All right,
DNC
man,
would be
that's all
okay
I-
with sending that to me.
I listen, whether he's okay with it or not, I'm just saying that. I mean, there should be some. I believe there's some sort of like, how do you say this? You deserve some sort of like cut, dude. But that's just my opinion.
I think the DNC would get angry about that one.
Yeah, I forgot the DNC, man.
The
All right, man, listen,
DNC. What
just
could I
wanted-
say, actually? No,
I just
seriously,
wanted to come here to
that's
say
nuts,
that.
bro. That's nuts. Why'd you come up and say that?
I just wanted to come here to say that. I just think it's only fair. You're the OG, bro. I remember like 6 years. How long you been on here for? I was in
Bro,
college.
me doing something longer does not mean I deserve Dean what he makes.
Yeah,
Dean,
but he
Dean is
basically
successful,
adopted-
and that's because of Dean.
No, he is intelligent. I'm just saying he adopted your like debating technique and basically just kind of like scaled it up more. The Jubilee thing, I think, was what basically boosted him up.
That's how it works.
Well, I just would rather seen you in Jubilee, but okay.
So you not support
Right.
Trump?
No. All right, bye.
Yeah. The issue is Jubilee doesn't want me on Jubilee for the surrounded, so else they would have invited me. So that is a thing. That is a thing. But yeah, hey, I am really happy for everything that Dean gets, and also like, I'm never someone that's gonna be like, Dean gets something that's annoying, that's horrible, I wish I should have got it. That's never gonna be me. And I also like everyone who likes me, please don't do that too. Please don't do that. I did this before Dean, but like it doesn't take away what Dean's been able to succeed with doing and what Dean's done. It doesn't take away from his work, you know? And also like Dean's one of my best friends. I'm happy to see him be successful. There's honestly too many people that like are that like I guess are hard on that, I guess. I'm happy for his success. I don't need to be the one to be super successful. I'm not jealous at all. And also, one thing as I gotta say is like you don't need to be jealous for me too. Because one thing I say is like because there's like literally like comments on my Reddit about like people wishing harm upon Dean, but like liking me, and I'm like I can't fathom like liking me and then just like wishing all of those horrible things about Dean. Like I can't fathom that. So maybe I'm only addressing this simply just because like there are some people that take the support for me and the anti-Dean a little bit too far. But whatnot. But like I don't think that was the last person you mean. But yeah, I only say that because that's literally like on Reddit. Like if you scroll on Reddit, apparently that comes up. I didn't know. I was told by someone else. I didn't even know because I never scroll on Reddit or anything like that. I'm never like on those social medias or whatever. I never click on Reddit to see the stuff about Parker get a job on there. But apparently there's people on there that are really, really anti-Dean and really pro Parker. Okay, let's go to the next person. You're disgusting. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We're just looking for debates. Let's get this next individual up here. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yes, how old are you?
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I was.
You're good, don't worry. Let's go to the next person here. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We don't have many guest requests in the box right now for Trump supporters, so we'll see if we can even get one for today. It might even be near the end of the stream. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, I didn't mean to press it. I'm sorry.
Oh, you're good. Don't worry. Omega, thank you for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you very much. I think it's an important thing. As well as Castaway and Mary. Thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, the callers have been pretty unhinged. I don't know if it's been too much different than the rest of today, though. Brianna, thank you for the $3 for Does Jubilee not want you on Surrounded, or they have just not asked? Oh, they just haven't asked me. The thing is, I know if they would have already asked me if they wanted me to be on Surrounded. Let's just be honest. So, I'm pretty sure I'm never going to be on that. SX, I totally would. And I did not see Finkelstein. talk to Matt Walsh if he did. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Only send a guest request if you've heard Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. But why? I don't know. I don't know. It's all their own choices. It's their own business structure. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello. 19.
Do you support Trump?
19.
Yeah, do
Hi.
you support Trump?
Yeah.
Okay, what's your birth year?
2000 and I don't know, mate.
2000 and I don't know, mate. Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
What's your birth year?
2007.
And what month were you born?
October.
Okay, if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Because I like his opinions about abortions. I think
Everyone thinks that they're a child. So let me go to the next person. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18.
Parker, do you believe in anthrocynthiasm? Genuine question. Genuine.
Another troll. Yes, how old are you? Alrighty, did you give us a second, everyone? We're near the end of my stream. I don't even know if we're actually going to get someone for the debates for the end of the stream, actually. If I can't get someone in the next few minutes, I might just do a Q&A until I end the stream. Because I don't know what's going on. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Okay. Let's go to the next person. Only do you send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18. Hi, Parker. I have just one question.
Do you
to
support
ask.
Trump?
So, can you repeat, please?
Do you support Trump?
Not really, but it's just how.
Only do you send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Thank you for the corky. How old are you? Let's go to the next person. Do you give us a quick second? Has Dean been on today? He should be on till later today. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 31.
And do you support Trump?
I do.
And if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
I probably wouldn't vote, to be honest with you, buddy.
Oh,
So I
okay.
guess
Okay, if you wouldn't vote, I am just looking for people who in that context would vote for Trump. Appreciate you coming up. Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty, do give us a quick second. We are just looking for debates. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What up, you goblin looking baby back bitch? Fuck you.
Do you support Trump?
No.
So then why are you so mad at me?
I'm out of here.
Okay. Let's go to the next person. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
What's your birth year?
Birth year 2008.
And if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
I support the destruction of the American empire, and I feel like he's doing a lot to get that done.
So the next person, only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Yeah, it's how old are you? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next person. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Yo, how old are you?
Hello? 20?
Do you support Trump?
Mm-hmm.
What's your birth year?
2006?
What month?
January?
And if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump?
Okay, why do you support Trump?
I'm sorry, I can't do this.
Yeah, I thought they were trolling. I'm the darkness. Thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you. I feel like I'm constantly using that argument. I feel like I've been using that argument a lot recently, actually. That's the argument I just ran on the last person that was running abortion. Yo, what's how old are you? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah,
What's your birth year?
2007,
What month?
December.
Okay. And if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Sorry, I can't do this.
Alrighty. I think I might be near the end of the stream where I might just have to like not think people, like answer questions and chill. Because I don't think that there's any guest requests right now. Is there any Trump supporters in the chat at all? Is there any Trump supporters like in existence actually? Where are the Trump supporters at, bro? Where are y'all at? Okay. None of these are Trump supporters. Let's see. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay. So it's just trolls. So it's like it's all of those. You know what? It might just be the end. If you have any questions, you can ask me in the chat. Venmo, PayPal, Linktree in the bio is the best place to ask me questions. I'll do that, and I'll try to add up someone while we do that. If you have any questions, you can ask me right now. I guess I'll do that. And if I can't find someone, we'll do that for the rest of the stream. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, how are you?
Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you? You're disgusting. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Vicky, thank you for the $3. If you were 1v20, what statements would you make? I have no clue. It kind of depends on like who I'd be going against. And like what it would be about in the first place. Like topic oriented. I'm not quite sure yet. I'd have to sit down and write them down. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, I'm actually 32.
And do you support Trump?
I do.
And if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
I would say Trump, but there's little specific reasons. However, you have shown me different reasons why I shouldn't, and I would like to pick your brain about those situations.
Okay, so why do you still support Trump, and what is holding you on to supporting Trump? And we'll start there. Hello?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
And what's your birth
well,
year?
I rate 94.
Okay. And what month?
January 7th.
And what year did you graduate high school?
2012.
Okay.
So for me, the thing is, and I'm having a really hard time with this, and like I've listened to your lives a lot, and it's changed my views on certain situations. But I think for me, the one thing that we're dealing with over in the Middle East is we're dealing with a war that we can't stop. And I hate that we're Israeli backed and that we back Israeli like propaganda 24/7. Like it doesn't matter. I mean, all of a sudden Trump, his favorite people were all of a sudden his enemies, the people that got him elected. And so I do support him still because I think this Iran, sorry, I'm not saying it right, whatever. But I just want to know your opinion about like, okay, so what can we do going forward? If we have a stronger Iran, doesn't that mean that it's a better Middle East for us, and which in turn creates a global economic profit for everybody?
I'm confused what you're saying, to be honest with you.
Okay,
Are
so
you
like
saying that like Iran having more weapons and power would be beneficial to the region?
No. I think them being part of the global economy would be more helpful for us.
That's what Trump was arguing against.
I know, but now he's arguing for. So he confuses me. Like,
So that'd be a reason to not support him, right? Is that he doesn't have established policies that you can even say you agree with or not?
yeah, but I think the long and the short of it is he wants, like, at least what I've seen is he still wants Iran to be a part of the global economy, which I think is it's beneficial towards everybody.
I
It's
just don't
beneficial
see how
to,
that's unique to Trump.
well, I think him ripping up Obama's deal was bullshit. Like, he shouldn't have done that.
So I think you don't agree with Trump. I think you disagree with him.
Well, yeah, and I think he's also, I know you guys have to say rapist or whatever, but like I think like there's personal issues I don't agree with him as.
So you think he's a rapist, and yet you still would vote for him?
No, I didn't. I mean, like, I wouldn't. If the election was held today, would I vote for him? Yeah, because I feel like what are my reasonings? I would say my reasonings are that I just want us to get back to America first, honestly, and that was the propaganda.
Is Trump doing that?
No, but do you really think any politician?
Okay, I'm just gonna go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. I might be just answering questions for the rest of today, everyone. Yeah, we're just gonna answer questions for the rest of today. If you need questions, you can ask me over Venmo, PayPal, or YouTube Super Chat. I'll just chill here and answer questions. That was not gonna go anywhere, so there's nothing we can do there. That was just yapping. If you're on YouTube, I would really appreciate if you hit that thumbs up, everyone. I'd really, really, really appreciate if you hit that thumbs up. It really does help push it out to more people in the algorithm after I'm done with the stream. And no, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, that's so funny. That's so funny. That's what I do. All the time. That's literally always me. Well, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. And for the kind words. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. No thanks. As well as Dobro, thank you so much for the membership subscription. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Why don't you argue more about Social Security with elder MAGA debaters? I think it'd be a good thing to argue. I think you're right about that. I probably should bring it up more. That's a good idea. Renell, thank you for the dollar. Could you please bring back the mandatory vasectomy discussion with the pro-life? I think it makes them think. I think it's better to argue the scenario with the kidney rather than the mandatory vasectomies point. I think it's a little bit harder to argue that. Blair, thank you for the $4.20. Thank you for about 2.5 years. Madden, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you for. What do you think about the national debt? Are you worried? Yes, I am worried about it, and I do think that it's a big problem. I do think that's something that we need to pay down because it limits our ability to be able to help out people in terms of social services. So it's a really big problem. I think I am mostly caught up. Dude, I get there's so many fucking accounts that just like spam things in the comments. I'm just like, why do they do that? Like, What do you get out of like spamming shit in the comment section? It's so weird. Like with not even like it's like one person spamming. It's not even one person. It's literally like they get bots where they have the same profile, and I have to block each one of the fucking accounts. Elizabeth, thank you for the $1. I should talk about Project 2025. It's already halfway complete. Yeah, it's fucking crazy. Of course, no one believed it would be applicable until it actually was. So. When is Dean starting? Probably, I would say like 4 or 5 p.m. Pacific time. Oh, Mila, happy birthday. Happy birthday. Hope you have a great day. Hope you have a great day. Oh my god, Barbie, thank you so much for the $100 on PayPal. That is so kind. You attached no message. Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Put some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. That is seriously so kind of you. Thank you for the $100 on PayPal. That is so fucking nice of you. W's for them in the comment section. Thank you so much, Barbie. As well as Tamaris, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. I actually have never watched them. I'm curious. I'll make sure to look them up. I actually really do appreciate like documentaries and like lectures on those things. So like any historian lectures, I actually like history lectures. I actually like really enjoy those. Kai Kane, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you for. Do you think the Christian MAGA would stop supporting if God said he didn't? Appreciate the hint heart. Said that he didn't support Trump. Yeah, probably. Yeah, I think that would be the end. Xavier, thank you for the $3. Thank you for Parker. Every time you ask where all the Trump supporters, I imagine them swimming in the green reflective pool like never seen before. That's so funny. As well as Justina, thank you for the $1. Thank you for hearing people saying they think that everyone deserves a chance to live, but a lot of us actually hate life and wish we had been. Wait, sorry, I cut out. You have to suffer through a life we never wanted. Yeah, I mean. That is true for some, but I don't think it's a good argument for arguing against other people. Really, I would say. But that is true in some circumstances. So it's Kira, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you very much for the pressure. Oh, thank you for the kind words. Thank you so much. So it's Kat, thank you so much for the $1 as well. Cessation, not sensation. You're right. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Sarah, thank you so much for the $3. Do you have any views that guests have changed your mind on that you can think of? No Trump supporters I can think of have changed my mind on anything. Yeah, nothing I can point to. I guess like maybe like there are like facts like whether or not the Trump accounts were in the Big Beautiful Bill is an example I can think of off the top of my head. I was just told that was in the Big Beautiful Bill. David, thank you for the $5 for other than Trump and his family. Who are your 3 most hated MAGA lunatics? For me, it's Bannon, Miller, and JD. The world's worst people, aside from the Trump family. I think Miller is on that list for me. I think, fuck, dude, it's hard because there's so many people I hate. Lutnick is on that list. And dude, this one's hard because like there's so many I hate. If I could say all of them, I would. I think I might say Hegseth. Hegseth, Miller, and yeah, those are the ones I hate the most. I don't know. It's hard. That's hard. I really don't like all of them. I really don't like all of them. Oh, Todd Blanche too. Pam Bondi. Ugh, dude. It's just there's so many. There's just so many. I hate them so much. I hate them so much. It's so bad. Brandon, thank you for the $2. I can't. But you can make sure to watch the VOD. The VOD will be up on YouTube here. Kira, thank you so much for the $1. We've been doing great. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Tony, thank you so much for the $50 over on Venmo. Thank you so much, Tony. Good some W's for Tony in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. But doesn't consider himself MAGA. He likes that Trump is breaking the system so he can be rebuilt and doesn't care that he's a convicted criminal. I'd argue that supporting means also supporting the pain and suffering it causes. Would you say that? I would say that you're willing to support them in despite of that. And one thing that I would say, Tony, and I think that was really important for a lot of those people who are left-wing accelerationists, for example, is bringing up the USAID point, because 14 million people dying by 2030 is such an absurdly high number that I think anyone who's like on the left should have to like look at that and be like, okay, yeah, that's a reason I shouldn't be okay with that happening. That change in of itself, you know, let alone all the other things that we can mention. So adding all of those things on top, it's definitely a huge thing. Barbie, thank you for the $10. I said Kavanaugh. That's a good one to put up there too. No, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Should you consider doing social topics one day a week in the future? Love the politics, but it keeps me stay on current events. Oh, sorry, let me read the whole thing. Gives me the good current events. But as an OG viewer, I miss the social topics you originally ran. It's so important. You know what? I totally get you there. And the thing is, though, the politics, we do overlap with those particular things. So my topics will mainly be why do you support Republicans? But I think I might do something like every once in a while. It wouldn't be like something like every week or anything, but maybe every once in a while, I'll bring back a topic. I've thought about doing that here recently, but I'm not sure. Oh, did it already cut out? What the fuck? Give me 1 sec. Let me literally turn my fan on. I was like, I'm only 4 hours in the stream. How did it already die? Jose, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. I bet, honestly. It's so bad. A lot of them. The Duke, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Thank you. Remember when Parker, remember when on Dean's Live the caller said a fetus becomes a child when they get first blood wild? Always makes me think of Rambo. When they get first blood? Yeah, that's fucking crazy. What? I'm so confused. Like, what even they meant. Cassowary Mary, thank you for the $5. Oh, fuck, I just realized. Camera's not on. My bad. I'm fucking stupid. Sorry. Cassowary Mary, thank you for the $5. Thank you. What do you think about the protests in Albania? Do you foresee them going further? The ones in Albania, that's against the island, the creation of the Trump resort thing on the island. I could see them going further. I'm not really familiar with like the specific area too much, so that I wouldn't really be able to make too much of a prediction. Joy, thank you for the $7. Thank you. Do you use numbers 11 through 31 for abortion? Why or why not? Yes, I actually do. I use it for bringing up to people specifically who do believe in like the religious scriptures to some extent, and who cite like Old Testament and or like believe that those are legitimate applications. So that's typically like what I would apply it against. Because they have to say in some circumstances that it's okay to get an abortion. Like even in that's a circumstance where it's like unintuitive to provide one from their perspective. Yes, yeah, no T, no thanks. There is a lot of overlap with them, which is exactly why I really enjoy the politics. It's so broad, and it allows you to talk about so many different things. Layla, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you for I baited a MAGA woman. I wish I remember the name, and she showed me E. Jean Carroll verdict form with neither SA or great box ticked. How's MAGA showing altered versions? Yeah, it must be an altered version because the one that is real, the verdict form, has SA checked. And the reason why it doesn't have grape checked is because of the legal definition of grape within New York at the time, which the judge said it was in fact grape. So those would be the things to point to. I don't know where they would be getting like an altered form of the jury verdict form. Maybe like go through it with them, like run through the search with them. Jordan, thank you for the $5. It's not. I don't know why they'd be acting like they were the one who did it. I think that's honestly really fucked up to do, actually, if that's true. Like, I can't believe they would go that far. I can't do a Twitch stream right now. I'm going to be busy for the rest of today. Tomorrow or a day soon, I might try to pick a day to do that. Luis, thank you for the hand heart. Thank you very much. Do you like documentaries? I actually do. Parker, why aren't you wearing glasses? I haven't. I think I left my blue light glasses in the car, so I haven't been wearing them because I left them in the car. Joshua, thank you for the $50. Thank you very much on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you very much I highly recommend Dan Carlin's Hardcore History podcast. Most of his topics are war history, if that's your thing. He's outstanding and is also active with his fan base in speaking against the current administration. Well, thank you so much. That's so cool. I'll make sure to check that out. I am really into like history, like podcasts, interviews, and stuff like that. So I'll definitely make sure to look into that. I'm always on, like, whenever I go on a plane ride, wherever I'm doing like business trips, I'm always like, I gotta download YouTube videos, and it's always like documentaries or historical things and like analysis. I always like, I just love watching that stuff. I don't have much time to watch them as much because I'm so busy like on live and debating and what's it called, hanging out with my girlfriend and my life in general. So I don't have as much time for documentaries as I used to. But I always, whenever I get some time, always want to. Would you ever move to a red state? No, I don't think I would. I want to be in a state where my girlfriend doesn't have to think about whether or not she's going to have the right to get access to things to control her body. Where we're treated good, where the culture of where we live is good. I like California so much. I don't think I would be leaving California. Family's here. That's where I want to stay. Ariana, thank you for the $2. Thank you. I saw a reel that said, why do we say it's just a method of survival to hand over your wallet instead of getting mugged, but not the method to survival to comply when being assaulted? Could be a good argument to run. Yeah, I mean, I think it is known to be a method of survival. And anyone who would claim that like someone like allowing it instead of or like not fighting back, right, would be such a grave apologist. It's like honestly disgusting. If anyone would say because someone didn't fight back that they didn't get assaulted, that's like just so disgusting. Absolutely horrible. But yeah, I'll be on for the next 8 minutes, everybody. I'm at 8 minutes maximum, and then I'm gonna leave. I have to leave maximum at 8 minutes. So just letting everyone know. By the way, everyone, also, I posted some YouTube videos for today if you want to go check those out. I recommend it. If you haven't seen Dean's video on Jubilee, make sure to check that out if you haven't already as well. Favorite Pokemon? Infernape, for sure. When you going to be in the center of a Jubilee video? I don't think I will. Favorite The Walking Dead character? That's hard. I think I like Glenn the most. Do you and Dean accept Cash App? We used to, but Cash App took our accounts down. I don't know why. The only things we do accept now are Venmo, PayPal, and YouTube Super Chat. I could possibly get like a Zelle set up, but I feel like that was really complicated. I could set it up with with everything, but I feel like it would be extra to do. I feel like Venmo and PayPal would not gets most people, I guess. Layla, thank you so much for the $5 for Oh True. I forget her name, but it sucks. I love you so much, Parker. What are your thoughts on socialism? I'm not a socialist. I don't think it's necessary to provide benefits. I actually think it would probably take away from benefits, at least in the short term. It's not something that would be fully achieved until like full automation, is my thoughts. Jocelyn, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Who'd you have wanted to debate from Dean's Surrounded episode? Oh my gosh, there's so many people I would want to debate from Dean's Surrounded episode. I want to debate the woman who had a pro-life org or something. No. It wasn't the person who had a pro-life org. I want to debate, no, not the pro-life org person. It was the person who, near the beginning of the episode, they kind of had like a voice that was like super, like they sound really young. Like, I want to say, like, I literally told Dean, like, when I heard their voice, I'm like, I would have kicked them from the stream. Like, I would have thought they sounded so young, you know? But they were old enough, obviously, because they were on the Jubilee video. There was one point that, I don't remember what they were wearing or anything. I just remember their voice was really, really, like, sounded young or high-pitched. I would love to debate them. I would love to debate all of them. I would love to do that. That would be so fun. Courtney, thank you so much for the dollar for why don't you use a call-in number. I have thought about it. It's something I'm interested in possibly doing. The thing is with YouTube is that most people on YouTube are supporters or liberals already, and I doubt that we'd get many people through that. And the reason why I know that is because I've done StreamYard before in the past, which specifically has like a link you can just click on, so you don't even need a call-in number for YouTube, and you can do it through that. And we would get like essentially no requests because the reason why we get more people with TikTok is because there's so many people flowing in and out of the live, so many more people than on YouTube. YouTube viewers are on for a longer period of time and tend to be more support of the stream. But there are people on YouTube that I disagree with. It's just proportionally less, where it almost makes no sense to do. Cherry, think the $5 for it was red dress. She called Trump alpha male. Yes, it was. She called Trump, Charlie Kirk, and Spencer Pratt alpha males. Yeah, that's who I wanted to debate. Yes, Allison, I heard that. I'll have to make sure to look more into that. I heard that they were a part in Gen 6er. Like, that's crazy. Parker, can you elaborate on 14 million people dying? Parker, please, bro. Yes, look into the Lancet study. Look up 14 million people, Lancet study, USAID cut. And you can read into it, and you'll see all of the different programs that were cut that will lead to more people dying by 2030. Abby, thank you for the dollar for do you ever look for content experts for things you don't know much about? I'm specifically thinking about Trump's moves around disability legislation lately. Do you mean experts on certain topics? Is that what you're saying? Julianne, thank you so much for the dollar. Neither of us have watched it. Seabad, thank you so much for the membership subscription. Thank you very much. And Barbie, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Parker, try to remember that RDJ died for those Infinity Stones. I audibly gasped when you made that reference yesterday, I think. I'm not sure the died reference, but I think I said the Infinity Stones of bigotry, because like when I'm calling someone a misogynistic, homophobic, transphobic, racist, like they meet all the criteria. They hit the Infinity Stones of bigotry. You know what I mean? They have every form of bigotry. Infinity Stones of being a bad person. Yes. Joel, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. Why do MAGA NPCs online always love weird emojis? that is an interesting thing. As well as Abby, thank you for the dollar for that is what I'm saying. I think there's a lot of arguments that could be made. Because people think disabled folks are protected when they aren't. Yeah, there's totally a good point there, and that's something I bring up specifically with the changes in the Big Beautiful Bill, because it's negatively going to impact disabled people who haven't yet qualified. Stacey, think of the 50 cents. I have never. You should tell them to come on my stream and debate me. That'd be funny. All right, everyone, I have 2 more minutes. I'm going to get off in 2 minutes, less than 2 minutes. Hal, thank you so much for the dollar. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you very much. You said someone making $2 million a year is closer to someone making an income minimum wage than they are to making $1 billion a year by almost 4 times. I know, isn't that crazy? One thing that is really crazy is that Jeff Bezos is closer to poverty than he is Elon Musk. Isn't that crazy? That Jeff Bezos is closer to poverty than he is Elon Musk. Because Elon Musk has 1.1 trillion and Jeff Bezos is 300 billion. That's nuts. That shows you how fucking crazy Elon's net worth is. It's like actually nuts. All right, everyone, 1 minute and I'm gonna hop off. Evan, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I appreciate it on Venmo. Thank you. As well as Marnie, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Would you ever consider having a guest speaker? I actually have before in the past. And I have done a live like that. I might have it. I don't know if I have it on YouTube, but I might have it recorded. Maybe sometime it would be posted. But yeah, I'd be interested in that. Favorite animal? Dogs. How much would a woodchuck Okay. How much wood would a woodchuck wood if a woodchuck could chuck wood? I can do it. How much wood could a woodchuck wood if a woodchuck could chuck wood? All right, everyone. I got to get off, everyone. Thank you, everyone, for coming through. I'll see everyone tomorrow. Have a fantastic day, everyone. I love y'all so much. I don't know what time I'll be on tomorrow. Probably later in the day, I assume. Dean should be on live later into today, everyone. There is, like, construction outside of his place, so that's why. But yeah, all right. I love y'all so much. Have a good night, everyone. I'll see everyone later.